Alright, ladies and gentlemen, today we're going to be tackling two different FNAF games. That's right, count them, two. And if you're curious which ones, it's 1 and 2. Yep, I'm rematching two games at a time. After all, the FNAF movie is coming out soon, so I gotta hit up the series again, and I think this just be the most efficient way to do this if I'm doing re-reviews. We FNAF fans have been waiting for this damn movie, and we'll probably rip it apart, given the fan base was pretty toxic for a while. Oops. Still, fascination with this series is what started out me looking into gaming side of YouTube, and inspired me to become a YouTube star. Alright, at least a low-budget YouTuber with opinions anyway. Regardless, this time, I'm gonna visit this rundown pizzeria once more. Scott Cawthon, the creator of the game, was in game development for some time before he struck gold with his indie horror franchise. The ones I'm more familiar with would be the Desolate Room, the Desolate Hope, and Chipper & Sons. Yeah, Chipper & Sons Lumber Company, with the latter being one of his more important games. He released the games, and it didn't do well critically. None of these games did well critically. I guess people were intimidated by the characters looking more animatronic, especially on Chipper & Sons Lumber Company. This reminded people of Chuck E. Cheese animatronics, and about a year later, Scott released Five Nights at Freddy's, inspired by these criticisms. The rest is history, as Scott would find massive success and exclusively develop FNAF games from there on, and became a very popular indie developer. It was through this series that I would find a large number of YouTubers like Some Call Me Johnny, The Completionist, and Markiplier, some of my leading inspirations. I did review each game individually at the start of my illustrious, not really, YouTube career, first season directly after reviewing a large amount of 3D Mario games. I feel it's time to revisit the series, partially due to the live-action movie, but also partially due to me revisiting some of my older reviews in general. However, these are more arcade-like games, and I feel like I should treat them slightly differently than some of my normal reviews. I'll go over the elements of the game, but I'm not scoring them this time around. I'm just going to give them a recommendation based on how fun or scary the game actually is. Alright, obviously we're going over FNAF 1 first. Let's get this show on the road, and let's take on Freddy Fazbear. Time for a rematch. Whole video is titled after this particular rematch, after all. So, what we know for sure about the plot is that you were Mike. I think. Somebody named Mike Schmidt, at least. You get paid very little, and you run security after hours for a pizzeria that may actually just be straight closed down. The guy giving you calls at night pre-recorded messages and was killed by the animatronics. Also, there's some type of bite that happened. Now for the theories. It's possible you're playing as William Afton, the actual killer of the series, or his son, Michael Afton. I'm not sure why they're here, though. It seems like a direct prequel to FNAF 3, but I'm not sure. It could be that Scott originally had you play as the killer, and then when the series took off, he changed it. Not sure. It is difficult to say, but the various examples of "it's me" suggest something dark for sure. Either way, this does set some lore in place. Now talking about how the game looks, feels, all of that jazz, this game is one of the creepier games in the series. I love the aesthetic choices here. You're basically trapped in a small room. You hear plenty of ambient noises and sounds, and hell, sometimes you can even hear the animatronics walking outside of the room you were in at times, as well as Chica in the kitchen. The camera feed opens up and you can check on this dark and grainy video footage, making things hard to make out at times, when you're looking through the room through the camera feeds. And sometimes things that shouldn't move absolutely do. The animatronics, meanwhile, look fantastic in this game. A fantastic mix of mascot animatronics and absolutely terrifying. Like I think the animatronics should actually be. Bonnie looks like something you'd find in a theme park restaurant, which is perfect. Chica looks a little too much like she's trying to be spooky, easily my least favorite animatronic in this game. Foxy looks kind of broken down, which is great because that's kind of the point. He is indeed supposed to be looking worse for wear. Freddy looks the best though. Friendly until you see his glowing dark eyes in the darkness of Darkville. There's a lot of darkness in this game. Having him go from friendly to horrifying really fast, honestly, perfect. These animatronics look like they would fit into an actually themed pizza restaurant similar to Chuck E. Cheese. But they're uncanny and slightly terrifying in certain lighting, certain things that make their eyes mess up. They're great. I love this bunch. Now for the gameplay aspect of things. One of the more important things when playing an arcade-like survival horror. The point of FNAF 1 is to survive large animatronic monsters, robotic monsters anyway, while preserving your power. See, the restaurant is on backup power during the nighttime and can literally run out. If the power does run out, you're going to give Freddy an easy chance to come find you when he moves around, because he moves around a lot better in the dark. Not that it stops him later in the week anyway. Your tools to help survive are a camera system and 2 blast doors that can keep animatronics out of your office. But both of them use power up while they're in use. In case of emergency, the blast doors will open up if you run out of power, probably to avoid suffocation in a poorly ventilated office. You have 4 robots to deal with: Bonnie, Chica, Freddy, and Foxy. But your biggest issues are always going to be Freddy and Foxy. Not to say that Bonnie and Chica don't have their time in the sun. Bonnie always comes from the left hall and can be seen right at the door if you flip the light on. And Chica's kind of the same, but for the right side. Foxy will bolt at you from his starting area, Pirate Cove, and burst through the door with very little warning unless you watch him constantly on the camera systems. He always comes from the left. Freddy can't be seen in the doorway. Oh, he's a fun one. He'll sneak up basically on you into the office from the right side if you let him. But the only way to know that he's around is with audio cues or to actually see him on the camera. Which, yeah, if you don't know he's out there and you leave the door open and flip up the camera, you might be in some trouble. I don't listen to the audio cues very well though, as they're kind of deceptive sometimes. If Freddy's moving around, I often just close the right door before looking at the camera. But if you're calm, you can listen for his laughing as a cue to his movements. He is the most audible from the group when he's actually coming after you. That's not to say the other animatronics don't make, noises when they're moving around. Particularly stepping noises, and they can also make glitching sounds during the later days, but they're particularly quiet compared to Freddy. Use too much power though, and Freddy will visit your office to sing a song regardless. He may stall a little bit if you don't move, but eventually he will end up killing you. However, you can use this tactic to try and stall out until the game counter hits 6 a.m., where you win the night regardless of your power level. This can happen while Freddy sings, as long as he doesn't just decide to kill you from the spot, which, yeah, he can do that. There's a lot of RNG involved with this whole setup here. Particularly Bonnie often leaves quicker than Chica, but thanks to RNG, he can end up stalling right by the door for a long period of time, draining a ton of power. This sucks since he's programmed to attack more often, but will leave quicker compared to Chica. But Chica can attack you just as often as Bonnie does, thanks to the RNG. This does kind of suck since she sticks around, draining your power as you have to close the door to avoid death. Although you kind of have to do that with Freddy anyway, so I guess it doesn't matter too much. Still though, I kind of dislike RNG in video games that aren't poker-based. Obviously there has to be some form of RNG though for this to work. All in all, since you can manipulate the animatronics, I don't think the RNG is too awfully bad here. Sometimes it can be annoying, like I said earlier, Freddy can, come when you run out of power, sing his song, and immediately beeline for you regardless of you standing still. But for the most part, you can also manipulate the animatronic AI as well. So there is a bit of a balance there. I don't think it's too awfully bad. I think it's probably the best balance throughout the series. Speaking of RNG though, there are a lot of things that you can find on the cameras. Different secret situations that will pop up occasionally. I have pictures of some of them, but I don't exactly have video of it. Some of these are rare. The only one I saw was basically all the heads in the parts and services room staring directly at the camera. And footage of Freddy taking off his head in this poster that's right by your door. However, there are other things like newspaper clippings showing up, crying kid posters, and Golden Freddy, which I can only see one way, I guess. If you type in 1987 on the custom night, Golden Freddy will suddenly kill you, suggesting he's the one who bit the poor person in 1987. Dang. Speaking of custom nights, when you beat nights 1 through 5, you unlock night 6, a very difficult night which will test your mettle and is kind of like a final boss. After completing that, however, you unlock night 7, which is the custom night. You can pick the aggressiveness of all the animatronics, not including Golden Freddy. You can make Foxy super aggressive, turn off most of the animatronics, and look for secrets. Or you can, of course, do the dreaded 420 mode, which is the toughest challenge yet. Completely optional, however, but you do get a star if you beat it, I guess. I never have, I rarely tried. Got mauled the few times I did, though, so yeah, no thanks. Overall, FNAF 1 is the best balance of scary, gameplay, RNG, and tense. It has the right amount of mechanics versus atmosphere to really get things going. While this isn't my personal favorite in the series, I do feel like this is probably the gold standard of FNAF games if you're looking at them critically. It is the one I recommend the most, but it isn't perfect either. The RNG elements can absolutely be frustrating when the RNG just decides to mess with your run entirely. Luckily, the days aren't super long, and the game can mostly be beaten around an hour, warranting very little death. At least that's how long it took me to get through things this go around. The thing is, I noticed the console version is a lot easier than the PC release. Use a controller if you want, a less frustrating time for sure. At the end of the day, I do highly recommend this one though, either through console or PC. Alright, now that we've covered most of FNAF 1, let's talk about FNAF 2, which came out the same year. Let's jump right into it and take on the puppet. Or the marionette. Time for a rematch. So, what do we actually know of the story of this game? Well, this basically answers everything we technically need to know about the Bite of 87. Oh yeah, I know. That is a bold claim to make, but it makes sense. This game takes place in 1987, so where else could the story really go? The game subtly hints that Golden Freddy's spirit came first, then the puppet allowed all the other animatronics to be possessed, possibly even making Golden Freddy. You know, the spirit mixed with the machine, I suppose. We can see this as well as the Purple Man who killed all the children. The puppet clearly hates him and wants to stop him. We don't really know why Golden Freddy is there, but he seems more aggressive to this character named Jeremy Fitzgerald. We learn later on that this is also the name of one of the missing kids too, so it's probably a fake name. There's also a character in the VR area named Jeremy as well. I'm not sure why the name keeps repeating. With all this, we can conclude one thing. Jeremy is possibly the victim of the Bite of 87. The game takes place late in the year, and the restaurant is shutting down. And at the end of the week, Jeremy is put on to one last party during the daytime. He's there the last day, and since no one brings up the potential bite of that year, it most likely hasn't happened yet. Meaning Jeremy is most likely the victim. And Golden Freddy is most likely the perpetrator of said victim. Although I'm not sure if they know which animatronic technically did the Bite of 87, because it's not really brought up. Anyway, with all that lore, let's talk about the charm. This office literally has no doors. That kind of seems crazy at first, I'm sure. You can even catch some of the animatronics with the flashlight. See, there's a main hallway outside of the office that leads into multiple party rooms. The animatronics like to go into these rooms. Despite the fact that it seems perfectly logical that some of the animatronics could just walk into the hall, through the hallway to your office, which some totally do, some of these rooms actually have vents that lead into your office, and that's where most of the animatronics will often attack through these vents and leave through the main hallway. Some animatronics will be less sneaky and walk right up to your office and show up right inside. This is reserved for Freddy and Toy Freddy. Apparently they're more bold than the other 11 animatronics. There are 11 animatronics this time around, and some of the designs are my personal favorites. First, you have the toy animatronics, more friendly looking versions of the cast. Toy Bonnie is my least favorite, as he kinda looks like a drugged up Muppet. Toy Freddy is okay, and his eyes go dark right the hell away. Kinda similar to Freddy from FNAF 1. Toy Chica, however, oh man, she looks normal, but then loses her beak and her eyes go dark right away when she leaves the stage. Her appearance literally changes the most while moving through the entire pizzeria. This also makes her look the most terrifying out of the toy animatronics, which is awesome. This is actually my favorite version of Chica to date, having a fantastically great balance. Remember, when the animatronics look friendly but also terrifying and have that great blend, that's what makes them great in my opinion, and Toy Chica does that really well thanks to her beak just straight vanishing. However, that doesn't always have to be the case, as in the parts and services room, the older animatronics are there as well, and they look a bit withered. The withered animatronics are the ones from FNAF 1, kind of, but their parts are being scrapped and used for the new toy animatronics. However, these beasts are still somewhat active. Yeah, the withered animatronics will start up and begin visiting you around, night 3. These kind of look scary offhand, but they're kind of supposed to look that way too. They are, being used for spare parts, after all. They aren't on the main stage, so yeah, they can look terrifying right out the gate. Though Freddy doesn't look too awfully different, he just looks like a bigger version of Toy Freddy. Chica has some dental issues and her hands are both missing. Still, absolutely terrifying. I still like Withered Chica. I like Toy Chica more, but Withered Chica still looks pretty good. Bonnie, however, looks the worst for wear and is the poster child for the withered ones. He's missing his entire face mask, exposing all the wires and the endoskeleton underneath, as well as having glowing red eyes, or eye anyway. This design is amazing, and my favorite animatronic to date. Lastly, there's the Mangle, Balloon Boy, and the Marionette, or better known as the Puppet. The Puppet is creepy as hell, and while I like the design, it frankly just looks too creepy to be an actual kid's toy to my knowledge. Balloon Boy's dorky and, says hi all the damn time. No big deal there, and Balloon Boy's not really built to be creepy anyway. The Mangle was destroyed by children and adopted as a take apart and put together an attraction, though. I guess I can buy this. Kids are ruthless, so sure. But that thing looks terrifying out the gate. Very similar to the withered animatronics. Hell, Foxy looks better than this. Yeah, Withered Foxy, he shows up relatively quickly compared to the other withered animatronics. But, he doesn't look that different from his FNAF 1 counterpart. Mangle, however, looks absolutely horrifying. What happened here? Overall, I think the animatronics work well, though some of the designs seem lacking. And I say that knowing that, they're designed really well. It's just that, they don't have the charm of, that looks like something kids would like during the daytime and looks horrible at night. No, some of them just look terrifying, all things considered. While some of the other animatronics are some of the best in the series. What the hell's up with that? Moving on to the gameplay, obviously there are no doors in your office. You mostly wait until an animatronic is either in one of the two vents or appears in your office entirely. When this happens, you have to whip on a Freddy mask to fool any dangerous robots. This eventually creates a pattern of turning off the camera system and putting on your mask almost immediately after the fact. If you're wondering why you'd even use the camera, there's the Marionette, the monster I call the Puppet. You have to keep its music box wound up to more or less keep it happy. If the puppet comes out of its box, you will most likely die. Think of this as a mix between Foxy and the power supplies in one combined feature from the first game. You'll have to turn on the camera to wind the damn thing too, and you can't use the camera and the mask at the same time for whatever reason. Speaking of Foxy, he is back as well, somewhat withered, but hardly different. He will randomly show up at the end of the hall in front of your office. When this happens, you need to flash your flashlight at him. This flashlight can supposedly run out of power, but personally, I've never seen it. Balloon Boy will steal the flashlight, though, or the batteries, or something, if he shows up in your office. He might not kill you directly, but he teams up with Foxy pretty well. You know, if you don't put your mask on to avoid him anyway. Either way, the mask won't trick Foxy, so keep your flashlight on. Foxy flashing it when he shows up. You know, I write these scripts, and sometimes I don't reread the sentences very often, and that's one that sounded really weird. Basically, keep your flashlight on and keep flashing Foxy. Ladies. No, just kidding. Luckily, Foxy isn't a rave kind of monster, huh? So basically, the puppet and Foxy ignore the mask. But everything else seems to respect the mask pretty well. The issue is how the animatronics get into your office. Some of the animatronics show up at the vents, and you'll have to check the vents to see if they, are still there. You can hear them oftentimes when they do enter into that vent, but you probably won't notice that they left unless you check it. Some of them you won't see coming. Toy Bonnie, Toy Chica, Mangle, and the Balloon Boy all show up in the vent. Most of these make some type of noise indication, and you'll know when they leave even too, because Balloon Boy will say hello when he gets there. He'll say hello when he leaves. The Mangle, you can't miss that if you have the sound on. Holy crap, that thing is literally loud. Got like some radio interference going on, and yeah, you'll notice when he leaves because you won't be able to hear it anymore. It'll go quiet. However, Withered Bonnie and Withered Chica, the original animatronics, somewhat scrap apart, they just show up in your office. They will be standing dead center in front of you out of nowhere. They go through the fence too, apparently, but they only reveal themselves by showing up in your office, and at that point you have very little amount of time to whip that mask on before they end your run. If you're too slow, Bonnie or Chica will slay you. Withered Freddy and Toy Freddy, they kind of do the same thing, but unlike the others, these two just straight walk up to your office. They can be seen through the main hallway, moving towards your office somewhat slowly, and without the doors, you basically have to keep track of them. Either way, it's all pretty intense when several animatronics decide to visit overall. But I would say that fighting the RNG is actually pretty fair this time around. Now for some of the lore-biting secrets. Every so often when you die, you'll often play a minigame somewhat explaining the lore. Kind of. There's still a lot of unanswered questions, and these things aren't like directly explaining the lore. They just kind of hint in the right direction. I didn't play all of them, but I did catch a few here and there. These games kind of explain that the murderer killed someone, and that person turned into the puppet. And the puppet, in turn, seemed to have caused all the other animatronics to be possessed. Was Golden Freddy included in that? I'm not entirely sure. Golden Freddy seems to be here, but is clearly something else entirely as well. This is mostly telling the story of the puppet itself, as well as the connections to the other lore. Also, there's a Shadow Freddy and Shadow Bonnie around too, but I have no idea they're supposed to be here. It's possible Shadow Freddy is just Golden Freddy due to him being in the third game, I think. But honestly, I have no clue overall. I didn't even see these two, if I'm honest. These things show up so infrequently, it's very rare that you'll ever actually see them. Oh, you can also see an endoskeleton coming out of the puppet's box by the prize corner. Weird. Overall, there's some interesting secrets for dying repeatedly, but it's rare you'll ever actually find these. It's better to just go look them up. It seems that all the games outside of FNAF 1 have something they want to do better in. You know, one of the categories that make a good FNAF game. All of these games want to excel in certain things. A few things that they do worse with as well, I don't know. With FNAF 2, it seems to be the gameplay. I think this is the most solid gameplay overall in the series, leading to this being my favorite game in the series, bar none. Battling the RNG just feels a lot more fair here. However, I would still say this game is a solid challenge overall. The storytelling is improved as well, but I'd say the game's scares and frights are horridly lessened. It lacks the tension of unknown the first game provided. Despite removing the security doors, I honestly feel safer in this game than I do in the first one. Also, this game brings about the best animatronic designs as well as some of the worst. The toy animatronics and the wither animatronics are excellent designed abominations. Sometimes. And sometimes they kind of get over-designed. They feel more real, I suppose, though, than the first game. Yes, they're creepy, but still wouldn't be out of place to see in a restaurant like this. Overall, I'd say the first game is probably the pinnacle experience of FNAF. But the second game is indeed a close second. It just isn't as tense or as scary as the first game. That being said, I've been talking about FNAF a lot here, and I need to wrap this up. Look, if you don't mind the setup, these games are actually really fun. Little arcade horror-like experiences with enough story and mystery to possibly hook you. And if you play badly, you get jump scared. Simple enough. Now, if I were to list the best FNAF games, though, not counting the VR, Help Wanted, or Security Breach, I'd rank these two at the top 3 games in the series. Sister Location would be on there as well, for entirely different reasons, but the next set of revisits I'm doing include FNAF 3 and 4. Out of those games, I had no issue playing the third one, but the fourth one freaked me the hell out. I didn't actually get footage by myself. I had to borrow another YouTuber's footage. This next time, though, it's all mine. But until then, like, subscribe, comment, and hit the bell for more live notifications, because, you know, subscribing isn't enough, apparently. I was hoping to do a marathon of the series, but sadly, I'm only going to get to about 5 of the games, and that counts FNAF World, so that's depressing. Oh well, count Freddy and the puppet defeated once more for now, and I'll see you guys later. FNAF 3 and 4 will be plenty leading up to this movie, as well as FNAF World. Take care, my minions. Bye-bye. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I've already fought against a couple of old friends. It's time to take on the rest of them. Not including Baby, though, because, you know, not right now. Sorry, Baby. But I have plenty of footage to struggle against with these guys, so I think it's going to be fine. Ladies and gentlemen, while I named the original FNAF 3 video Takes on the Purple Guy, I'm just not vibing on that anymore. So I renamed the video, but it is going to be a rematch video with Springtrap. They are fundamentally the same character. It's fine. But yeah, the lead up to FNAF 3 and 4 was kind of crazy. Like, a lot of people actually thought that Scott was going to take a break after the third game because, you know, it's a trilogy, but no. FNAF 4 soon came out afterwards. And FNAF 3 came out on the heels of FNAF 1 and 2. So, I hate to tell you guys this, there is not actually a whole lot of history that I can add to this that wasn't already in my rematch video taking on Freddy Fazbear. If you haven't, go watch it. Just gonna say that now. But I also talked about how FNAF 1 and 2 were in my top 3 games. And sadly, FNAF 3 and 4 are not. So are these games bad? Well, let's start up the games and find out, shall we? Let's do it. Let's start with FNAF 3. And let's take on Springtrap. Time for a rematch. So FNAF 3 started hinting in the airwaves soon after FNAF 2 was played to death by every YouTuber under the sun. The weird thing is, this was advertised as only having one animatronic. Yeah, that's right. FNAF 3 started out with Springtrap being the only animatronic advertised for this game, but eventually Scott revealed Phantom Balloon Boy. What the hell was that about? No idea until the game actually came out, so let's start on that real quick. So when it comes to the plot, we're thrown into it very quickly. The plot is you're basically a security guard working for a horror-themed attraction instead of a pizzeria. Yeah, that's about it. You have pieces of the animatronic littered all throughout the place. Think of it like a museum, and some of the pieces and, platings of the animatronics are here, but overall they have yet to find a working one. However, after night 1, that changes. Night 2, you have a live animatronic wandering the place, and you'll have to keep it away from your office to survive. This is Springtrap, and it becomes very obvious this bastard likes hide and seek, as he is hard to see on camera sometimes. In between nights, we get his origin story. You play as animatronics in these minigames, and you follow this Shadow Freddy to the back room. Once you can't enter it, things happen. The purple guy, or the serial killer of the children, bursts out and undoes your played animatronic to pieces. However, you may know about this back room already. See, some of the training tapes on the Springlock suits plays when you're doing your nights, and it does explain that these suits function as both suits and animatronics. But due to issues, they were very much retired for safety reasons. This is the very suit that is talked about in FNAF 2, and the back room it is hiding in is a place not on the map or place an animatronic can even get to. In the minigames between nights, we learned that all the animatronics were disassembled by the purple guy until only ghosts were left. The ghosts still came after him until he jumped into the Spring Bonnie costume to hide, but this outfit was under a leaky roof. You learn that moisture will cause the suit to malfunction and snap closed, which happens to the purple guy, killing him more or less. However, his soul never left, and he is stuck in that Spring Bonnie suit, the very one trying to kill you in the main gameplay. Oops. Yeah, him dodging and ducking cameras isn't just a gameplay feature, it's also showing you how this evil man basically got away with things for so long. After you defeat Springtrap enough, the place burns down. But it is secretly revealed that Springtrap actually escaped the building. Oops. Moving right along with the presentation, the big question is the game scary? And the answer is, kind of. Some of the cameras will trigger phantom animatronics. These things scare the hell out of your character and mess with some of the systems of the building. But while terrifying, they don't actually directly hurt you. They're more a pain to work around rather than direct threats. Only Springtrap can actually kill you. Not gonna lie, I do love his design. If you look closely, you can see the dead body of Purple Guy stuck in Springtrap, which is a lovely touch. He's also great at hiding on camera as well, which again is a lovely touch, something I already mentioned beforehand. Sure, he may be on one of the cameras, but you may not actually see him at all. As for the Phantoms, these are okay. None of them are my favorite designs, though. I'm not the biggest fan of the burnt out designs they have. Most people think that they're like made out of watermelon for some reason. Freddy and Foxy look fine, I guess, but Chica does actually look like a watermelon. Okay, I guess I see it now. And the puppet hardly looks any different. The area isn't too imposing either. For a horror attraction, somehow this place feels less creepy than the other games. Probably because the other games were more subtle. Given, I mostly trap Springtrap near the far exit of the building when I play, so I mostly see him over on the far end of the building. I rarely ever see, Phantom Marionette, I guess you could call it, or even Phantom Mangle, who I never actually saw during my gameplay because I never go to the camera that activates the dang thing. So how do you trap Springtrap like I did? Simple. You actually have an audio cue button you can press. Pick a camera and send that audio that sounds like a child. Springtrap will often investigate the sound, allowing you to lure him to specific cameras. Of course, if you do this with a camera too far away, Springtrap won't hear it. He may have big ears, but they're fake. So you have to do this with a camera that's somewhat close by for Springtrap to follow the sounds. Springtrap will also climb into vents, but you can close one off, and if you're quick enough, you can close the one that he happens to be in. You can hear him get into one pretty well. As long as you're quick and kind of know which vent he's nearby, you should be fine. If not, he'll have a shortcut straight to your office. Speaking of your office, this place just sucks in general. Your camera systems are out of date horridly, so they may just, die. Same with the audio system. If this happens, you'll have to reset the systems in question. You may also have to reset the ventilation because, breathing is difficult around here. If the ventilation stops working, a loud alarm will start blaring in your office, and the sounds will start to attract Springtrap. The Phantoms could end up causing a lot of these problems too, but avoiding the Phantoms isn't too difficult, however. Excluding Foxy. You just ignore them. If they show up on camera, switch the camera as fast as possible, or they'll haunt you. With Freddy and Foxy, you have to ignore them as well, but Foxy's kind of tough. He just shows up in your office, and when you look directly at him, he jump scares you. This won't kill you, of course, but like I said, it messes with your ventilation. Still, the only reason you'd pan your view across to where he is would be to reboot the system anyway, so oops. I personally find the best strategy is to trap Springtrap at the far exit and close off the vent that leads directly to your office. This isn't perfect, but it works pretty well. Whenever Springtrap leaves, which glitches the camera by the way, I just call him back. When the camera glitches again, signaling his return, I rush over and reboot a system. Even if not offline, rebooting the systems resets them so you can use them longer. If he stupidly crawls into the vent, I reboot everything at once. He takes longer in the vent, and since you can hear him when he gets into it, you can get away with the reboot all option then and there, resetting everything back to the original counters. The only real obstacle would actually be Phantom Foxy, which will force you to reset the vents instead of the camera or audio, but even then, Springtrap is mostly trapped where he's at. Worst case scenario, if he gets away from you, he might be kind of hard to spot on the camera, and if you haven't practiced spying him on the camera, you might just be dead meat. That happens to me every so often, but for the most part, I'm pretty good about keeping him where he's at, making the game one of the easier ones, actually. Now, unlike the last game, dying to Springtrap doesn't actually do much for you, outside of maybe this hidden image of him trying to break out of his suit that you see every so often. There are mini-games, like the last game, but they're all hidden in the game itself. The in-between story sections do give you hints on how to find these, though. Finding cupcakes on cameras or clicking specific pictures is fine, but who the hell caught dialing wall tiles like a phone without a guide? What the hell? Either way, playing these games are simple. Get to the exit type games that you want to break, through the walls of the game itself and glitch out. Yep. You gotta glitch it to actually beat it. You collect some balloons and a cake and going through some of the earlier mini games on like day 1 and 2, and then you use this cake to find crying children outside of the walls of the games. After giving all these kids cake, you eventually give relief to all the spirits that the killer murdered and release them. This gives you the good ending. What's the difference between the good ending and the bad ending? One has a light and one doesn't on the image that you get for ending the game. Yippee. Yeah, this sucks. You do unlock an extra night with some unlockables though, so that's kind of cool. FNAF 3 is just one of those games. The games that aren't bad but aren't great either. It exists. It's a FNAF game if you love FNAF, but it has a bit of a lower quality feel to it compared to the last 2 games. The story is actually the best part out of the game itself, and one of the best storytelling aspects of the series so far. However, the rest of the game isn't great. Springtrap is fantastic at hiding on camera, but looks goofy while killing you. Him peeking out through the doorway as you stare him down is just silly if I'm honest. And yes, you can beat the game this way, by the way. This is an actual strategy. Just stare him down until 6 o'clock. It's great. Oh, it's fantastic, but not really. The Phantoms can't kill you and lose their fearsomeness really quickly too. The gameplay is easy, and while the RNG can be a bit of annoying, it doesn't interfere with you dealing with Springtrap if you know what to do. Not as much anyway. The minigames are also kind of annoying to get, without a guide, but they have a really small payoff too. Yeah, finding them will almost require a guide because random string of numbers isn't exactly a great hint for dialing the wall and getting... I'm still kind of mad about that. It is hard to describe though, because at the end of the day, there is fun here to be had. The game being easy doesn't directly mean bad by any means. It just doesn't do enough of the concept. The phantoms are interesting and Springtrap could be terrifying, but it just ends up not being the case. Promising on paper, but execution could use some work. I wouldn't recommend this over the other FNAF games personally, unless you absolutely love the other FNAF games. Okay, now for the big one. I'm not gonna lie, I hate this game. Least favorite in the series, if I'm gonna be honest. For those of you who don't know, I wussed out playing this game originally. Yeah, the footage I used was borrowed, partially because the game stressed me out so much that I ended up not being able to play it. So is that the case now? Kind of, but not really. Let's get into this one and give my opinions on the matter, shall we? Let's do this with my own footage. Let's do this. Let's take on the nightmares. Time for a rematch. So once again, the storytelling is actually pretty decent this time around. The story is basically the origins of Golden Freddy. At least I'm assuming as much. It's just what it seems. He was originally a small child, tortured and ultimately killed via accidentally by bullying. Mostly by his older brother. His older brother is an asshat for sure. Basically, the older brother would lock up the younger brother in his room, leave him at the restaurant with the suit animatronic hybrids of Fredbear and Spring Bonnie. Then towards the end, on his own birthday, this poor crying child was crammed into an animatronic mouth, and due to the moisture of his own tears, the spring suit snapped. This ultimately killed him, and now he possesses the Golden Freddy animatronic. There's this whole thing about this, and it's debated. He might not be Golden Freddy. But then what would the point of this story be exactly? It does nothing to expand on the initial concepts if he isn't possessing Golden Freddy. Anyway, while I don't think the storytelling is as good as it is in FNAF 3, I'd say it's pretty good regardless. The in-game stuff is where it gets a little confusing. Are you playing as the older brother tortured by the visions of nightmares? Are you the victim of 89 and just hallucinating this? Well, maybe not. This area shows up in FNAF's sister location later on, proving that this is an actual real-life location. Ugh, this makes my head hurt. There are secrets I'll get into in a bit, but for now, this game is a bit confusing lore-wise. However, the concept is horrific. You are basically a young child, and your job is to run up to pitch black hallways and see if there's an animatronic there. These things are horrible too. Shark-like jaws with rows of teeth and other menacingly designed things. These aren't subtle. They're built to be nightmares. This concept is just the worst. You have to listen for breathing from the animatronics. It's an electronic-like noise. Then the most annoying alarm clock sounds happens at 6 a.m. The designs are pretty good too, and the Halloween update helps this a lot. This makes Bonnie and Chica look like jack-o'-lanterns, like monsters, which is really cool. Foxy turns into Nightmare Mangle, and Plushtrap turns into Balloon Boy Nightmare style. This is another thing that is absolutely scary, but I'll explain it in a bit. Nightmare, Fredbear, and Freddy don't change at all, but the Nightmare, which is a black bear, turns into a nightmare version of the puppet for some reason. This may seem like nothing, but it's important to note that Lefty shows up later in the series, and it looks a lot like the black bear nightmare thing. Lefty also has the puppet stuck inside him. Oops. Regardless, the Halloween update is mostly just a redesign to make the game more Halloween feeling. And it works! Now, while I normally don't really like the animatronics when they look terrifying from the get-go, I'm not going to lie, this isn't a pizzeria that you're in. This is A, nightmares that people are experiencing, or B, a test chamber to scare the living daylights out of children Anyway, so yeah, them actually looking scary from the get-go is perfectly fine here. It works. To actually play the game, you have to run up to one of the two doors and listen. You hear nothing? Turn on your flashlight. This may actually push back one of the animatronics from attacking you. If you hear the breathing noise, then you need to close the door. If you hear breathing and turn on your flashlight, you die. If you close the door and Bonnie and Chica aren't behind it immediately, they will be when you open it back up, leading to your death. It may seem weird, but cheats kind of help you understand the mechanics a little better on how this actually works. I like having them on, because I can actually see the animatronics moving around the map and understand a bit more on how the game plays. Foxy gets in and hides in the closet, forcing you to run up to it and closing the doors until he settles down, turning into a plush. If you don't, he'll eventually kill you. Freddy's the odd one out. He starts summoning smaller versions of himself on the bed up behind you. Scare them away with your flashlight, or they will summon Freddy for a big bear hug. Eventually, you start dealing with Fredbear. He runs all over the place, which you have to listen for him to enter one of the hallways. When he does enter a hallway, you have to basically run up and close that door relatively quickly, or he'll get you. He can also replace, Foxy and Freddy every so often as well. Once Fredbear enters, he is the only animatronic you have to deal with. He moves around, and like I said, he will occasionally replace Foxy or Freddy, or replace Chica or Bonnie. He basically does the job of all four animatronics, but he's one animatronic. Deal with him like the other animatronics and should be fine. Just listen for his movements to figure out which animatronic he's replacing. Nightmare is just a more aggressive version of Fredbear. Is this any fun? Kind of. You get into repetition really fast here, though. Once the initial fear is gone, this game is kind of dull. Probably more dull than any other FNAF game. That's probably not a good thing. Oh, there's also fun with Plush Trap. This is another mini game. You have to wait in a dark hallway as Plush Trap, or Nightmare Balloon Boy, slowly makes his way towards you. You have to turn on your light when he is super close to you without actually getting killed. Do this, and some time is knocked off of your original night. I did this without sound one time, but you're supposed to actually listen for him. Nightmare BB replaces him in the Halloween update. Every so often when you look back to face off against Freddy, you can actually see some hospital equipment or flowers up near the bed. I didn't see any of these that I'm aware of, though. In the minigames, when the Crying Child, you can find a TV show from 1983 giving you a date on kind of when this happens. You can also go and see Purple Man, too. And that's it. You can unlock things by playing the game and beating it, but that's about it. The cheats are fun to play with, though, and I found the night skip on PC version. Yeah, I cheated to beat the game. Once I got bored, I was all done with the game, which is never a good feeling when you're playing it. Yes, I got bored. This isn't a great game. The gameplay is great for the scares, but once you get past that, this game is just boring. Don't get me wrong, all the FNAF games kind of get a bit repetitious, but this is the worst one of the repetitious side of things. Yes, the story is good. Yes, this is the most terrifying game in the series, making it stand out more than FNAF 3, but that's about it. If you lose the fear factor in this game, it becomes boring. Sacrificing gameplay for fear is not a good thing at all. I'd still recommend this over FNAF 3. At least this game does something interesting with the concept, but still, the only thing breaking up the normal nights is fun with Plush Trap, which is actually kind of fun and really good, but it's still just a mini game. It won't be the main thing you do in the nights, but you can unlock it after beating the main game, which is kind of cool. I do recommend this game over the third one. I cannot stress that enough. But I do not recommend this game over the first and second FNAF games. This might be a good starter to the series with the high fear factor, but outside of that, I'm still going to argue that this is one of the lower ones of the series. Well, that's all the time I have to talk about FNAF. Kind of. I'm actually going to be doing FNAF World and the free update. Yeah. When I originally wrote the script, I was not planning on actually playing FNAF World for this little callback to FNAF, but I did. I don't know why, but I felt compelled, and I did. And I played the update. And there's that. So, yeah. I'm going to have a dedicated video to FNAF World and its free update. Later on, I will combine Sister Location, Pizzeria Simulator, and Custom Night all in one video afterwards, but that is for another time. Take care, everyone. While I still recommend trying these games out, feel free to ignore the third game, and maybe the fourth too. Also, like, subscribe, comment on the video. It does help out my channel immensely. The bell also helps out a lot. Take care. Bye-bye. Warning. This video contains a lot of flashing lights. This could cause some, epilepsy issues and seizures and whatnot. So, warning. Wow, this is a weird one, guys. Like, there are a ton of people who have never played FNAF World in their life. I did, but back in my, original review, I was kind of forced to because I was stuck in the game over.
Oh, we could take you back there for old time's sake.
Oh, I'm already reviewing the game.
There, all nice and warm.
Damn. Luckily, I've already beaten this game.
Yeah, this was my first time in the game over. Not the most pleasant time, but it happens. Regardless, I never really did have the time to talk about this game's history, did I? This is one of the more obscure FNAF games, and that's because it came out rushed. Scott himself showed off the game looking pretty good, all things considered. The gameplay that you're seeing now. When the game actually came out, there was a massive graphical downgrade for what was shown. Eventually it was recalled, and Scott ended up refunding people. A few weeks later, the finished game showed up on Game Jolt, and is the only place you can legitimately get the game. It's free, too. Now, I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but perhaps it being free is the punishment? I don't know. Oddly enough, this game got some free DLC as well, and then the game was never discussed again. Outside of me, of course. I'll play the game so you guys don't have to. Haha! This isn't FNAF game anyway, rather it's a spin-off, a fan service type game. The concept isn't bad, but there are reasons none of the other games are played on my little YouTuber hellscape here. Also, there's a reason this video has a warning. Oddly enough, Scott's YouTube thumbnail is the final boss here, so let's do this. Let's take on Scott Cawthon himself. Time for a rematch. So let's talk about the plot, and there isn't one. I mean, roll credits, right? Seriously, the plot is a basic things are happening, so go stop the bad guy, and it doesn't get any deeper than that. In fact, me saying that kind of makes it sound deeper than it actually is. You start out and Fredbear tells you that something is happening on the flip side, which is never brought up again. That's really about it, unless you want to go through some of the secret endings. There are little writings about the animatronics during loading screens, but that doesn't really get deep either. Some of which are just there because it feels like they need to be there. Ugh. So writing is a mega bust, but the game, at least the newer release, looks pretty nice. The graphics and the animation are constantly in motion, which is also nice. The music is pretty good too, and the environments look amazing. The characters are mostly cuter versions of themselves, and there's a lot of fan service here. Yeah, almost every animatronic from FNAF 1 all the way up to FNAF 4 are here, not counting the Halloween update. Yeah, the Halloween update isn't canon, newbies! Anyway, I think the cute, chibi versions of the animatronics look really good. The enemies often alter or recolored versions of those particular animatronics are also charming. Some of the enemies are just random blobs or animals, or in one instance, a giant, tasty-looking cake. Hell, there's even a machine gun snowman boss fight. Not that you can really tell while playing the game with how bright things are flashing around the screen, but he does indeed have machine guns. Oh yeah, that warning is definitely real. When you get into tougher fights, the screen will flash constantly with attacks and effects all over the screen, making it hard to really watch. Even if you can stomach the flashing of the screen, there's so much visual noise during combat that it is hard to sometimes tell what is happening. This is especially difficult since the options for combat show up directly next to the character whose turn it is to move. When the screen is flashing, shaking, moves left or right, it's hard to actually see the buttons you need to see or read to move properly without memorization. Outside of that issue though, the gameplay is fine. It may be hard to see what moves you actually have to do with all the visual noise, sure, but there's only like 3 moves per character. Once you get a move you like to use, it doesn't take much to just spam that one move for each character. The more characters you get, the better options you have. Late game characters simply have better moves, so gaining later characters is important. Though you can beat the game with early game characters, apparently. You have several types of moves. You can attack one character, maybe damage a few nearby, with Bites or Spring Lock move, which is potent in late game. You can heal with certain songs, cupcakes, and gift boxes, which are basically extra lives for each character. They die and a gift box will revive them. It is a bit OP if I'm honest, since not only does it revive a character, it fills up all of their HP as well, which is just awesome. There are also attacks that can attack everyone. You can summon storm clouds, which can lower stats and actually damage, pizzas, fretlings, and shooting stars to attack pretty much everybody. Then there's the utility moves like summoning an army of laser endos to add more gradual damage, or the Mimic Ball to let you copy moves. The Mimic Ball is super useful. What's better than one strong attack? 2, of course. Doubles healing moves too. You can also raise or lower stats as well. Speaking of the Mimic Ball, you can actually find computer chips and companions to equip as well. I found that just one actually adds the Mimic Ball constantly, as well as adding the shield, which is really nice. The chips add some type of effect, helping find playable characters, stopping certain moves, buffing out stats, or lowering enemy stats. It's great. Unlike the chips, which you find kind of strewn all over the place, the companion characters you buy from Lolbit, a Funtime Foxy variant. The companions range from helping you attack to assisting you. I normally have ones that deal damage or heal over time. You also have the UFOs to attack or use eyes to drain boss health gradually, making the boss fights easier to deal with. It's simple, but everything checks out here. Now, if there was a reason to utilize all of these crazy cool gadgets outside of boss encounters. Similar to your characters, enemies just get stronger moves over time. Some will have instant kill moves like Unscrew, but for the most part, these are somewhat rare until later in the game. Outside of that, all the enemies can be destroyed using the exact same strategies over and over again. You may face ones who are annoying with Jump Scare though. Yeah, Jump Scare is a move which basically stuns your target. Oh yeah, you can use it too, but it lasts longer on you than it does on your opponents, naturally. The only real thing that changes up the gameplay level by level is the layout of the overworld. Yep, that's it. You have a little Freddy avatar as you walk around the overworld. There are mazes, fake objects, and glitch objects to deal with. Most of the mazes are fine, but underground your lighting sucks. Luckily there's a map function that you can use to help you find your way, but the map kinda sucks too. The last dungeon is a funhouse-like maze though, and this is both visually and physically disorienting. Sometimes tents send you to weird places. The place is beaten when you recognize objects can be fake here too. This wall leads to a tombstone, which leads to a fake trees and a boss fight. A few fake walls later and you're out. Finding a key and a tougher version of all the boss fights, then you basically get to the final boss, which is slightly different depending on your mode. Normal mode stops with this giant mechanical owl thing, while hard mode has you fight the owl and Scott himself, the creator of FNAF. Interesting. You also have glitched objects. You can find them to progress, and touching one brings you to some weird landscape. It's a maze, but there's no enemies, just a maze. The deeper you go, the less pixels you deal with. Just don't go too many levels down as the game warns you, or else. Or else what, you may wonder? Why, it's one of the many secret endings of the game, of course. Yep, just fighting Scott isn't the only ending. This is the lake and Old Man Consequences. You can only get here via the last glitched object, and this place is actually very hidden. You can talk to the old man, or you can glitch into the lake for another seizure warning. Or you can get this ending via Ultimate Custom Night, I guess. Huh, weird. Another ending is making Fredbear talk to himself. Huh. You also have the clocks ending. You have to wait several seconds after Fredbear is done talking on the very first screen to even have a chance at this, though. I cheated a bit to get to this ending. I was exhausted when I remembered it was a thing. It does directly reference FNAF 3, though, which is really cool. The last ending is fighting the secret boss fight, Chipper's Revenge. This is harder than Scott, but can be taken down with basically the same strats. This is also the most interesting ending via gameplay-wise. Doing all this does very little, by the way. It just adds trophies to the title screen. Is it worth the pain of possibly replaying the game if you don't do things specifically to get one ending? Hell no. Now, there are some secrets worth finding. Remember when I mentioned the Mimic Ball computer chip? Oh yeah, this is great. So to get some hidden chips, you'll need to go into harder mazes, but the best stuff is in the glitched-like level. If you find the right object, grinding up against it will push you past the physics and send you in an area that lacks collision outside of an invisible wall. This is where you can find some of the best gear in the game, but the enemies here are insanely tough too. They share some of the moves with late-game boss fights. I'm talking about the owl statue and Scott himself. They aren't as tough as these bosses, but for regular enemies, they are the toughest in the game. Lastly, let's talk about the grind for all the characters in the game. What a load of bullshit. Even with the Find Characters computer chip, this took hours. Days even. The last character may show up early, or if you have shit luck like I do, he may not show up for even days depending on how much time you have to play video games. If Fredbear is the last character to unlock, just cheat. If you really need to get that ending in which he paradoxes himself. Super easy to hack the game and cheat, by the way. Alright, let's shift gears and talk about the DLC for a second. It's free with the game and came out sometime after the fact, which is probably more interesting than the main game, sadly. You have to beat the game first to access it, but the DLC is just better than the main game in general, just because most of the DLC ditches the RPG mechanics. See, the game goes straight meta, talking about how FNAF World is a flop, that Scott is creating something truly awful. You need to figure out what. Hacking into the Halloween update from FNAF 4, yes, that update, you find several minigame-like spin-offs that Scott created using coding for the other characters. These other characters include Chipper, Coffee from Desolate Hope, the Halloween update animatronics, and the avatar Scott used as the final boss of FNAF World. That does actually come from one of Scott's games, just to be clear. To free their coding, you have to play these minigames that are spin-offs of the FNAF series. There's Foxy.exe, a flash horror game built like a shit creepypasta. You play as Bonnie and just pass by wonky-looking cats while an annoying voice coaches you. Interesting. There's Foxy Flyers, a 2D bullet hell game in which Foxy and some female animatronics fight Killdozer. Killdozer is a boss fight / antagonist from A Desolate Hope. This one is simple but really fun, all things considered. Then there's Freddy in Space, a small Metroid-like game in which you play as Freddy. His gun starts out small but can be upgraded, and you eventually fight Scott acting like a spider version of Mother Brain. You unlock a lot of characters here depending on how many upgrades you get or don't get. Foxy Flyers is a similar situation, whereas Foxy.exe thankfully only has one character. Then there's Chica's Rainbow, a tough-as-hell platformer that are like those Kaizo-like Flash games from Newgrounds. Blech. The Rainbow, voiced by Jimmy Neutron, makes fun of you more and more as you die, and eventually gets tired of you and kills you herself. If this happens, you restart the game's checkpoints be damned. Whole game, just gone. Which is hard enough to do as is, mind you. Also, turning your voice off pisses her off regardless. Oops. Once you unlock a large batch of characters with frankly OP powers and abilities compared to the previous animatronics, you start out to look for the final boss fight. Yeah, I cheated here again. I'm tired of the RPG side of the game. Regardless, after a huge and very annoying maze, because you can't even use the map feature here, You end up fighting Chica's Rainbow, which is kind of cool. Afterwards, you get a little teaser of Scott's actual next game, Five Nights at Freddy's Sister Location, which is kind of an awesome reward, all things considered, at least back in those days. Overall, the DLC is actually pretty fun. It isn't so fun that I recommend the entire game for that, but since the game is also free, it wouldn't be harmless to give it a try either. The issue is you have to get through the main game to get to that point. Kind of. There is actually a cheat to get into the Halloween update first. Just saying. But, yeah, this can really test your patience if you decide to actually do this legitimately. Although the cheat to get into the DLC part first is also somewhat legit, because you don't have to hack the game for it, just saying. The level progression is boring, as fights don't get any more interesting outside of slightly tougher moves the opponents have. The story doesn't really exist. The visual noise of fights gets to be too much, and replaying the game to get all the endings just isn't worth it in the end. Nor is the grind for all the characters. Some of the endings and secrets are worth a look. The visuals and music are great, not counting the noisy battles, and the mazes can be kind of fun most of the time. The gameplay is also pretty solid. They say a game that is bad is at least somewhat entertaining, just in the wrong ways. A game that is mediocre is just dull, which some people claim is almost worse. Every positive this game has a point in which the game lets you down as well. As far as I'm concerned, the game is just a load of meh. It isn't super bad, but it isn't really good either, making it kind of a dull experience. It exists, it's playable, there is some good here, but there's a lot of bad here as well. This game scores a middle of the road 5 out of 10 from me. The game is meh, and I would never recommend it normally, unless you really want to experience the game. However, with the game being free, there isn't really anything wrong with checking it out if you're a FNAF fan or you like dull, simplistic animatronics that are designed to be easier than Pokemon. Or maybe Freddy in Space looks amazing and you really want to play that and are willing to play through the dull RPG side of things for it. Either way, that's all the time I have for talking about this one. If you like the video, like, subscribe, comment, hit the bell for live notifications, and take care, my minions.
Hey, Demon Dog, I'm free to go, right?
No, you cheated on your game. You can't just cheat and get out of here.
Oh, hey, I found this paper with a level skip on it. This just lets me go. I guess I'm leaving. Bye.
Hey, wait a minute. That's not...
Freedom.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, today we're going to be talking about some indie film by the name of Toy Story. Anybody ever heard of it? Probably not, but it was an interesting film, all things considered. Alright. In reality, I probably don't have to explain what Toy Story is. It was an incredibly popular movie that spawned a series after all. The original movie was the first fully computer animated movie, putting Pixar on a large map and getting everyone excited for Kingdom Hearts 3 when Toy Story showed up there. And I'm in that camp. When the original Toy Story came out, I was super excited to watch it. And when I did, I fell in love. Not like in love with one of the characters. I fell in love with the film, guys. Come on. Now, I'm not here to talk to you about the movie in depth, but the video game that came out during the 16-bit era. But you're also probably wondering why. Well, I'm talking about this mostly because Tomb Raider and Gex are coming out in a collection. Yep, I had nothing but issues trying to record one of these, so I may as well just wait off on both while the collections come out. However, another popular PlayStation 1 platformer was Toy Story 2. Yeah, the second one. Not necessarily the first one, but I figured I should cover this game first. Besides, I absolutely love the movies after all. Well, most of them, the first 3. The fourth one was fun, but not great, and the Buzz Lightyear spinoff was absolute garbage. Either way, when I was a kid, I wanted to play Toy Story for my Super Nintendo. And if you know what? Somehow I beat the game. Yeah, crazy, huh? I'm not exactly sure how. Maybe it was the unlimited continues. I must have wrote down the codes. It's hard to say. But yeah, eventually I memorized the levels enough to win the day. Either way, I'm actually going to go focus mostly on the Sega Genesis version for this game this time around. Why? There's one extra level. However, on appearance, I will discuss the SNES and even the Game Boy version very briefly. So without further ado, let's do it. Let's take on Buzz Lightyear of Star Command. You know, Buzz Lightyear, the world's greatest superhero, now the world's greatest toy. If only the Buzz movie didn't randomly retcon all this. Anyway, let's get into the story. Toys are alive in this movie's universe, and they all have meanings and issues just like humans. Woody belongs to this kid by the name of Andy, and Woody is his favorite toy. He's the leader among the toys as well, and everyone goes for him for advice. However, due to Andy's birthday party, there's a new toy in the block by the name of Buzz Lightyear, which the game makes us race for whatever reason. Woody's reign is threatened. Woody even has a nightmare about Buzz in this game for a boss fight, which is kind of interesting. Anyway, eventually Woody knocks Buzz out the window. The other toys try and kill Woody to stop him, but Woody gets away in the game thanks to Rex and goes with Andy to Pizza Planet. On the way, Woody's attacked by Buzz, leading to another boss fight, and the two have to now team up to get back to Andy's house. Invading Pizza Planet in disguises, they do well, but Buzz takes off into a claw machine thinking it's an actual rocket ship. Yeah, the game kind of brushes over this, but Buzz actually thinks he's a deep space explorer. His story is actually better than Woody's in the movie, if I'm going to be honest. However, the game ends up focused on Woody. I'll probably get the most mileage out of Woody's situation in constructing levels from the movie. Anyway, Woody has to fight his way into the claw machine, play Doom for some reason while helping the aliens, and then fight the claw machine as a boss fight, all of which are game exclusives. Afterwards, Woody has to fight through Sid's house. Sid is a kid that comes out of nowhere on the game, but gets Buzz and Woody from the claw machine. In the movie, he's actually Andy's neighbor, and is shown early on blowing up one of his own toys, painted as a young punk of sorts. Either way, his house has levels. You'll have to run around as Woody with his head burning, find Buzz and fight some mutant toys, and even escape on Sid's skateboard from his dog. Lastly, the game has you chasing down the moving van. See, Andy and his family were about to move in the movie. There are several levels involved here, but mostly this will be about Woody using RC and the rocket to move more or less back into the moving van, or at least back into Andy's hands. Poor RC, he's just left on the road to die in the game though. Shame, he's a good toy too. The movie has a fantastic story, and it is an amazing film after all. The game has an abridged version of this, adding some weird story points to create levels the movie wouldn't have provided. Overall though, I don't mind the story here. Yeah, it isn't as good as the movie, or presented as well, but overall, I think it works out. So, there are times that the Super Nintendo version looks and sounds better, and there are plenty of times the Genesis version beats it out in presentation. When dealing with brighter colors and sounds, the SNES in level environments are rendered really well. However, darker places, the Genesis wins. In toy animations, for the most part, I think the SNES looks slightly better, but Woody himself looks better in the Genesis and in the level end screens because he actually moves a lot more. Sound quality, I think the SNES wins out, while the Genesis has better cutscenes, though they are both kind of bad either way. Basically explaining the story, you have text and a few stills from the movie to present the story, but the SNES has fewer stills overall. The graphics are pretty decent on both versions though, using the digitized 3D models and turning them to sprites much like Donkey Kong Country. Visually, this game does look pretty good with a lot of the movie references, and even just having the toys moving around in the first level while not trying to kill you. These nice touches don't save the Game Boy version from looking like hell and playing worse than both other versions. I didn't get very far in the Game Boy version, but I think the SNES and Genesis sound pretty good and look pretty good all things considered. It doesn't matter which version you go for, they both look pretty decent and sound pretty good too. So, playing as Woody, he is the only playable character other than maybe RC, you can jump and whip your drawstring. That's about it. See, as a toy, Woody has a drawstring activating his voice box. In the game, it's used as a whip, sometimes like Earthworm Jim would use. But this will, at most, only incapacitate foes temporarily. You can also swing from hooks with the string and whip objects into the air. However, to use an object as a projectile, you need to whip it while it's already in the air. Yeah, you have to whip it off the ground and then whip it again while it's already in the air. This is incredibly clunky in case you're all wondering. Aiming the object is also really tough, hitting it in the air is just annoying, and it isn't like Woody is super fast on any of this either. Oh, and let's talk about RC. Twice, 3 times in the Genesis version, the game has you controlling RC, but instead of directly controlling the car in the control scheme that makes sense, you control his wheel. Yeah, pushing up doesn't move RC up in any way, shape, or form. It pushes him forward. Pushing right doesn't get him to move right. It only turns his little wheel, and he turns right from his perspective. So, more or less, you are up in the air watching RC from above. If you turn right, he does too. But he turns right for where he's facing. So if he's already facing towards the right of the screen, he'll go straight down. Yeah, this gets tricky to use. The level that is kind of a Doom clone also has some weird controls like this, and it's super annoying. It's not impossible though. Yeah, you'll eventually get used to it. It is technically playable, but I wouldn't call it good either. The platforming segments aren't too bad though when it comes to gameplay. Now, the levels are a bit of a different beast altogether. Each area has you dealing with a couple of levels and a potential boss fight before giving you a password. All the game doesn't say. You get passwords at the end of every area, though they aren't terribly long or anything, it's just a 5-number sequence. With enough time, dedication, and energy, you can eventually beat the game. However, you will not like the levels afterwards, let me tell you. The first area is fine. You have to find the army men and the radio in the first level. Then you kind of whip them a little bit. Then you have to put away Andy's toys before he shows up. You then race Buzz, which is just a standard platforming section. And you fight Nightmare Buzz as a boss fight. There are plenty of times the camera doesn't really show you what's up ahead though. And you will take damage, but none of it's terribly difficult yet. The second area starts with that horrible RC car section that I told you about beforehand. One of the two anyway. Then you have to help Rex while the other toys try and fight you. And then you end up in a riding scene on top of Rex, dodging all sorts of shit. This can be seen as unfair. There's some stuff coming at you that you won't know about until after you're already taking a hit. And yeah, you won't be able to beat this level without some quick memorization or, trial and error. It's going to be trial and error. After another fight with Buzz, the real one this time, you find out about having to whip objects in the air and then whip them again after they're already in the air, which is annoying, but Buzz also isn't all too difficult. Another password and you're breaking into Pizza Planet. You need to duck when people walk by as you're walking around as a cup, but this is literally just a straight shot. The insides of the claw machine will damage you though. Yeah, the insides of the claw machine, I swear, is near impossible to get by these stupid fans without taking damage. That may not sound like a big deal, but finding health and lives becomes very scarce very quickly in this particular area. Health also doesn't regenerate after levels. So if you get too much damage while inside the claw machine, wait until you find the boss. Ugh. If you enter into a boss fight with one hit and one life, expect to need your password very soon. That's how this game gets you into buying it over renting. Anyway, past Fan Blades and you enter the Doom area, which has a bit of a picky time limit unless you find the secret hole that you can throw aliens into. Yes, you collect alien toys, one at a time naturally, and you deposit them back into the area with all the aliens under a time limit. However, there's a secret hole you can stuff them into, pun fully intended, in the last room of the level, which cuts down time by a lot. Then you fight the claw machine. This is a huge difficulty spike. And the worst part of the game, easily. This fight sucks so hard. See, you need to bounce an alien toy up, and then when they're already in the air, expertly hit them again into the claw at the exact right time, or you lose a life. And I'm not joking either. You have to hit the claw after it picks Buzz up in the right time, basically at the apex of the claw's height before it starts moving away from you. If you miss or hit it too early or even late, which is incredibly easy to do, mind you, you will most likely lose a life. Chasing down the claw and hitting it with an alien is already hard to do, but doing this while the thing is moving towards the exit really fast is even worse. Plus, this just moves Buzz closer to the exit. The last few grabs are so fast, if Buzz is even remotely close to the damn thing, the claw machine will actually grab him and you'll miss a life. What's the big deal though? Simple. While the claw can damage you and kill you that way, if it collects Buzz during the fight, you lose a life, regardless of how much health you actually have. The claw is the toughest part of the game, bar none, and most likely draws hate from anyone who's played the game back in the day. Afterwards, the 2 levels in Sid's room are gauntlets of difficult terrain, and randomly moving fireballs built to steal your precious health away. This ends with a tough auto-scroller. Then you have the moving truck. There's a first-person RC section in the Genesis version that's not found in any other version. It is easy, looks like garbage, so moving on. You get another top-down RC section, which sucks, but was way harder as a kid than an adult. The final level is another auto-scroller, but you move up and down as you're flying with Buzz now, which again is super easy compared to what I recall as a kid. Look, part of the difficulty is the game just not healing you in between levels. Mix this with cheap shots from enemies that you can't see until it's too damn late, and bam, you got a bit of a tough game. The claw can also calm down a bit. Ugh. Hitting this thing is incredibly difficult, and since it can basically nix one of your lives per miss, this is just pure frustration. Especially since it's super easy to miss, having to hit an object into the air and then again while airborne just to attack. The worst part is, some of these levels are pretty creative too. Riding on Rex or Sid's skateboard toy should be fun, not frustrating. Plus, it is the worst at the claw. This fight is so hard compared to the rest of the game, this is almost not worth suffering through. Ironically, in this day and age, you can just look up most of the passwords online and skip the fight if you really want to. Couldn't really do that back in my day. Oh no, I'm old. Well, I'm as old as the Game Boy, so yeah, I'm getting up there. Regardless, the other versions don't have different levels, just less levels. That's probably why the Game Boy version is somewhat looked upon by some people as the best version. It isn't, but I don't blame you if that's your reasoning. There's just less levels. It's the best version. Done and done. So, there's no real reward for beating the game. You see a horribly abridged version of the movie's ending, and that's about it. There's hidden lives and stars you can get for a possible continue, including, some that are hidden inside the claw machine, but that's about all the secrets you're going to be able to find. And there are less and less as the game progresses. Look, this game is kind of bad. The presentation and charm is easily the best part of the game, and they even mess this up in the cutscene department. But the music and graphics work well enough. Look, the story works, but it isn't super great. The gameplay is simple, but it can be an issue during some levels, and the levels just suck in general. Even the good ones aren't that great. If Woody didn't have the delay or aiming issues with his whip, if he could just hit bosses without smacking an object up into the air and then whipping it again, if the game healed you between levels, I'd probably be more forgiving. But no, not only is this game not super fun, but it gets to high levels of frustration in some of these levels, especially when you're dealing with Pizza Planet or Sid's house. The game is more than playable, and there's some novelty in playing the said game. But with no rewards, hardly any secrets, and a difficulty that's very high, especially around the claw machine, the game isn't looking so hot. The game looks nice, and I'll give some sympathy to the writing, and the gameplay overall functions okay, but there are some massive issues. So my final rating of the game is a 4 out of 10. If asked, the game isn't great or even good, but that also isn't the worst game out there for the Sega Genesis or SNES, I'm sure. However, from what I've heard, the sequel is a lot better received by fans, so I'm eager to start that up. Until then, like, subscribe, comment, ring the bell, and I'll see you next time, my minions. Take care. Warning, I'm still under the weather. Warning. Yeah, guys, just to let you know, my voice might not be 100% on this review, but I want to get to it. So, not entirely back, but I can talk at the very least. So, let's talk about Toy Story 2 for a bit. I love the original Toy Story, a great concept and story for a movie with a lot of personality and nostalgia. So what happened with the second movie? Well, it was still great. Yeah, it was a fantastic film, though I'd still say the lesser of the original Toy Story trilogy. Still, way better than Toy Story 4, Buzz Lightyear, the spin-off movie I'm not a big fan of. I think Toy Story 2 works well with a similar amount of charm. One thing I always thought while watching the film, though, was that Toy Story 2 could make a pretty decent video game, all things considered. However, I was so burned by the original video game that I never really considered playing the sequel. I played a lot of N64 games too, but not this one. However, at the end of the day, the PS1 version is actually considered to be the best, and a PlayStation 1 classic. Something I've kind of wanted to work with more, PlayStation titles. Well, I never played the game. Many people did. This game ended up being a bit of a cult classic with, a pretty large following. And out of all the Toy Story games, this one is often the one most recommended. Well, some people also recommend Toy Story 3 as well, but this one is the one most people want you to play. So is it really that good, or are people blinded by nostalgia? I have a feeling it's someplace in between, but we won't find out without playing the actual game first, so let's get to it. While the story has many villains, Stinky Pete, Zurg, Al from Al's Toy Barn, this is a simple rescue mission from Sheriff Woody. Oh, I'm not dumb enough to say Woody without context, but he is the more popular character here, so let's do this. Let's take on Sheriff Woody's rescue mission. So the video game kind of starts partway into the movie. The movie plot starts with Woody getting a tear and needing fixing while Andy is gone. Thanks to a yard sale that Woody is trying to save toys from, he ends up in it himself. That is where Al shows up wanting Woody for some unknown reason. Woody is basically stolen, and Buzz is up to the rescue while trying to get him back. The game then follows Buzz in his adventures, and mostly goes through his point of view, but basically Al is a collector and is wanting to sell Woody. Al is, this big collector of Woody's Roundup toys, actually, and figurines, which have become pretty rare and valuable, which is why he stole Woody in the first place. He wants to sell it to a Japanese museum. Meanwhile, Buzz and the other toys are on a rescue mission, though you may not see it since they keep offering you challenges and races for Pizza Planet tokens in-game. Regardless of in-game shenanigans, eventually the rescue team makes it to Al's Toy Barn, breaking in and actually having a second Buzz Lightyear in the movie for a bit. The game really only has a single boss fight with him though, and it pretends his shenanigans are just Buzz doing things, which is kind of a bummer. Eventually, at least in the movie, Buzz and the gang reach Woody, and Woody seems to want to stay with the new Roundup toys rather than go home. However, eventually Woody is convinced, but not before Stinky Pete gets involved. After some action scenes, the day is saved and all go home. Now, in the game, Stinky Pete is just kind of shows back up in the plane with more cowboy villains, but Buzz takes care of them and gets Woody and Jessie out of the plane. Overall, and realistically, the game doesn't really cater to the story of the movie, only following it somewhat vaguely. Also, some of the things that don't make sense, like some of the toys talking to Buzz directly, like Bullseye or the RC car. Hell, at one point in time, the game makes it look like Jessie is going to be an enemy, but then has her in the level giving you a quest for a token. Still, I like this approach. The game focuses more on fun than overall story, which for a platformer is perfectly fine, but still included a bit of the story for the movie too. It may not make sense, but I think this works for a tie-in game if you want to make it fun, so I'll give it credit where credit is due. So I'm also going to compliment the looks of this game. I think the toy models are pretty good with 2 exceptions. I think Jessie looks ill for sure. Mr. Potato Head, Slinky, Rex, they all look fantastic though. The other model I dislike, however, is indeed Buzz Lightyear. Yeah, something about his face doesn't sit right with me, and in first person it even is worse because you see the reflection of his face in his helmet. The fact there is a reflection in his space helmet in first person is pretty cool though. The enemies all look pretty good too. Most of them are Zurg inspired, while the later enemies are also mostly Wild West based baddies, working with Stinky Pete. These all look pretty good while still looking like toys. Not the buzzards though, they look like they're something from a different game. Even sound like they're straight out of Banjo-Kazooie when they die. Oh yeah, Buzz actually blows up other toys here. Some of them are random quest givers, are also just random toys you find in the wild, which is kind of cool I guess. Andy's Army Men, Rubber Ducks, a UFO looking for the dang space alien toys, wind-up chicken toys, and little tyke toys. Fun. There is one boss fight that I'm not really a big fan of design-wise. Not all of them, as they're toys as well, which is cool. But one is a jackhammer with a face on it. That's really weird. Kind of like a precursor to Forky from the 4th movie now that I think about it. Anyway, all good here. The soundtrack is really decent as well. The songs are on the short side, but they all sound pretty damn good. As long as the quest-giving toy isn't nearby, we are fine to hear the music. Buzz's laser and fights sound good as well, but as mentioned, quest givers won't shut up ever. They always are trying to get Buzz's attention to an annoying degree. It does get grating listening to them if they're in a small room with you. But this doesn't happen too often, just often enough to be noticeable. The minis look tacky as well, just simple images with no flair or life. Outside of the movie viewer, which is the binoculars from the actual Toy Story movie. And that's really cool. So if you ever wanted to sit down and play a game where you actually feel like Buzz Lightyear, this is the game for it. Buzz here plays like you'd expect Buzz to play. He has laser attacks, his wings can be used for a double jump, and even a wing spin attack. He even has a first-person mode for precise shots with his laser on aerial opponents, though this stops you dead in your tracks, which could be an issue. Not only that, but Buzz kind of walks around like his feet are made of butter. He takes a while to get into speed, and he doesn't stop on a dime either. Then, when the platform wants you to be a bit precise, things get a little bit rough. The camera also can be a bit of an issue as well. Don't get me wrong, the camera does mostly work, but it snaps back behind Buzz almost all the time, which can cause some issues in certain areas. This can get really annoying since Buzz is required to grab ledges very often to climb up some of the platforming areas, and he doesn't do this very well. Yeah, you have to be facing a platform perfectly to get Buzz to actually grab the damn platform. This can lead to some issues on some of the trickier segments. Sadly, while Buzz can do a lot, the gameplay has a lot of issues that rears up at least once per level, somewhere anyway, and that's just basic controls. See, in some of the levels, Mr. Potato Head can unlock extra equipment for Buzz, like a damn arms dealer, as long as you fetch him his actual arm for him. Yeah, that was a weird sentence. None of these are, the belt from the actual movie, which is a missed opportunity in my opinion, but they all have some advantage, but they're all a bit awkward to control too. The jet boots are incredibly difficult to control, the grappling hook is slow to move, the barrier makes you run more like you're on butter, lovely. Then there's the homing discs, easily the best upgrade actually. Then there's the hover boots, which, wait, this literally could have been the belt from the damn movie. Ugh. Anyway, the boots are just weird once you realize how they work. They aren't bad. Still, most of these upgrades are a pain to actually use. Luckily, the ones in charge of level design seem to have known about these issues rather well. The open levels are mostly really enjoyable to explore and play in. See, there are no bottomless pits, and even some of the more climb-heavy levels have shortcuts that you can activate when you get a fair enough amount. This is actually really good. The most you'll lose for falling due to, the camera or Buzz's issues is time. It may be annoying, but it's manageable at the end of the day. My favorite levels are Al's apartment, which has a ton of cowboy toys, eager to stop you from saving Woody and getting the Pizza Planet tokens. I also like Andy's house, which isn't too stressful when it comes to, getting the usual collectibles, but eventually they become more commonplace. Yeah, the only issue with levels is that they get a little predictable. There's always a simple boss fight. There's always a challenge to collect 5 objects in the level. You will always have to collect 50 tokens for a ham, and you will always have to get a body part for Mr. Potato Head in the first level of each area. There's always a challenge from another character and a random puzzle or platforming challenge not involving other characters to get a token. Each area has 2 levels, 5 tokens to collect, and 1 upgrade, ending the area with a bigger, more complicated boss fight. Just a side note here, when I said 5 tokens, I'm talking about 5 tokens in each level, so there's actually a grand total of 10 tokens and 1 upgrade in each area. I apologize, that was just the way I wrote it, and yeah, that was stupid of me. Carrying on. The bosses are the worst part of the game, however, as the game doesn't make it clear on how to fight the bosses correctly. The plane isn't too bad, but the second boss is a slime monster that is particularly challenging, having to shrink the damn thing. The issue is it regrows super fast, and it's always on your ass, making it difficult to hit with the lasers without taking damage yourself. Some bosses, like Zurg, need to use a specific move, which the cutscene, a clip from the movie, would suggest Buzz's laser would be enough. Nope. Zurg needs you to use a charged up spin attack because he's immune to the laser for some baffling reason. The normal stage bosses are often more simple, but sometimes you still almost always need to get a hit to do decent damage, which is never good. The worst part is, the 3 most annoying stage bosses all show up in the last 3 levels. Well, they're also the final boss in the game. They all gang up on you. Ugh. Given dying doesn't set you back at all in this game, as long as you have the lives, which, yeah, I had plenty of lives by this point in time. You should be able to realistically handle any opponent. I never once lost all my lives either, so there's that. Game is kind of easy that way. Tough challenges, sure, but combat-wise, you're unlikely to have much trouble, as long as you know what moves to use. Moving on, this game doesn't really have too many secrets. You basically unlock more and more clips from the movie the more progress you make in the game. The only real secret is that if you get all the Pizza Planet tokens, you get a special clip also from the movie, and that's about it. It's a simple reward for 100% completion, but it's a worthwhile one. At least it was back in the day. This was a cool reward when the game came out, before the home release of the actual movie itself. Having clips from the actual movie before the home release came out, on VHS and DVD, was really awesome reward. Until that VHS actually came out. Or DVD. Look, VHSs are a bit out of date anymore, but they both released almost a year after the game and the original movie came out. So yeah, there was VHS releases for this one. It's an older movie. Having clips from the movie before the movie came out, though, that's a really cool reward for movie-based games. It's a bit obsolete. Now, yeah, sure, but, back in the day, that was cool. Besides, 100%ing this game is not terribly difficult. It can be annoying, but I'd say the journey is worth more than the destination anyway. Yeah, go get everything, because that's what this game really is about, collecting things. Alright, before I wrap this review up, let's shift gears and talk about the Game Boy Color version of this game, which may as well be a completely different game. Unlike the console game, the Game Boy version is a side-scrolling platformer, which tries to stick with the collect-a-thon theme the console version has. To sum it up, the game doesn't work at all. Nothing is really conveyed well in this particular game, and you can't really figure out what you're supposed to actually be doing. I got lucky figuring out the first level after a while. I blew through the second level well enough, but the third I couldn't figure it out at all. Not only that, but Ham and Rex seem to attack me, and that's just a cardinal sin in general. You actually have to laser Rex to stop him from damaging you, making him a regular enemy in the game. Now, the game manual does say he's just scared, but why does a laser attack, which kills other enemies, calm him down? Nah, he's a straight up villain now. Either way, this game is just bad. Buzz sucks to control. Figuring out how to progress the levels suck. Level design sucks because you can't seem to avoid taking hits. Maybe the game does improve after level 3, but I'm not patient enough to go into depth with this version. If you want to see another review that goes more in-depth to the Game Boy Color version, try another YouTuber, but my patience was blown quick. Well, the Game Boy Color version is definitely a bust, but the console game is actually really fun, which I was kind of surprised about. Kind of. I did hear the game was pretty decent, which is why I really wanted to give this game a shot, but I was still surprised at how good the game actually is. I'd say it's great, a solid 8 out of 10. Though if you thought I was going to give it a 7 out of 10, I'd say, yeah, I wouldn't blame you. The game is good, but again, based on how more or less unforgiving I am, I'm not doing a 7.5. I bumped it up to 8. Deal with it. Either way, I do recommend this game if you're looking for a collectathon platformer and happen to like Toy Story 2. This works really well. Sure, the charm is lacking, the gameplay is annoying at times, but the fun, for most of the time, is there. The game is charming in many places. The level design is really solid. The story is weird, how they handled it, but it works well. Finding clips in the movie hasn't aged well, but it was cool back in the day. Yeah, I wouldn't say the game is better than, say, Mario 64, A Hat in Time, or even Banjo-Kazooie, but it's still a straightforward but fun time overall. If you have a PlayStation 5 and subscribe to their online subscription they have, then by all means, try this one out. If you don't, I don't think bootlegging it would be super bad here. Oh yeah, I'm walking away recommending this one. But eventually, I'll probably end up reviewing Toy Story 3 at some point in time or another. However, a particular Sega Genesis add-on is calling my name, and that will be the next review. But until then, guys, hit the like, subscribe, comment. I do apologize for being a bit under the weather still. My voice is mostly back, but it's not 100% back. So I apologize if I sound like utter hell. Until then, take care, my minions. Bye-bye. I can't do the laugh. I'm sorry. So while the Sega Mega Drive, or Sega Genesis, however you want to call it, was doing really well for Sega as a console, Sega wanted to work with some brand new technology. The newest stuff was CD-ROM technology. And while it may sound like I'm talking about the Sega Saturn and just named it wrong, no, this is the Sega CD. It was more or less an expensive as hell CD drive that attached to the Sega Genesis and allows the Genesis to actually play CD-ROM based games, which was kinda awesome. Well, it was supposed to be awesome. However, the Sega CD was just too expensive and lacking many games that interested a lot of gamers. The Sega CD at launch was expensive. In fact, everything I read up on suggests the add-on was more expensive than the original console. And I get it, the TurboGrafx, a competitor console, was doing something similar. The Sega CD also added a ton more memory. But the TurboGrafx failed as a whole. Also, I found out recently that the TurboGrafx, at least the American version, not the PC Engine, but the TurboGrafx, came out in 1989, meaning I'm as old as the TurboGrafx. While the TurboGrafx did fail spectacularly, the Genesis worked out, of course. The Sega CD, however, fell into obscurity. Well, it's time to look at the games and see if it was really worth the price at the end of the day. After all, hardware is only as good as the software, right? So let's take a look at some of the games on the add-on itself, excluding Sonic CD, which will get its own in-depth review later. So let's do it. Let's take on the Sega CD! So let's look into the platformers first, and yeah, outside of the Sonic CD, there was only really one that I saw interested me. And it's a game that I saw about back in the day, Wild Woody. Wild Woody is an interesting game. A platformer that stayed exclusive to the Sega CD even after all these years. Well, it can honestly stay that way. The story is that a totem of mythical powers is split up into pieces. The pieces fly into different comics and pictures. The bottom of the totem brings Woody, a nearby pencil, to life to collect the pieces and more or less save the day. Woody seems more like a parody of The Mask from Jim Carrey, but less funny and more annoying. Too much energy for me personally. Then the game actually starts. You are a pencil. You can jump. You can draw as your main abilities. You can jump on enemies and erase them as they're all drawings. But it doesn't work. Rather, it only works part of the time. I don't know if you need to be exact or what, but a lot of the time, I can't actually erase them. When I do, it's great. When I don't, I'll end up taking a ton of touch damage trying to do so, punishing me for bad game design. Assuming that is bad game design. It could be that the CD's messed up, who knows. The levels have a ton of enemies too, making this very difficult to dodge attacks and fight back. The pictures that you can draw totally help, but there's limited ammo for them. This mermaid, for example, makes enemies have heart attacks. This mermaid's actually the only thing I knew about the game going into this, if I'm honest. Saw an old cheat code you could do to see her, mammary glands. That's the only thing I ever heard about this game until now. Too bad the ammo of these drawings is incredibly limited. You need paper as well as Woody to be somewhat larger. He gets shorter when he uses them. Then you need to find more pencils to grow, which looks awkward and possibly like an adult action. I'm just saying, lovely. The boss fight wasn't too bad though. Overall, I didn't care for this one, but if jumping on enemies and possibly grabbing ropes was easier, then it would be fine to play. If it comes back with fixes, maybe I'd play it again. Or if I can actually get it running correctly, assuming that that's not the way it's supposed to be run. I hate to say it, this game is so obscure, I'm not actually sure if this is just the game or if I'm doing something wrong. Who knows? Now it's time to look at fighting games. This is a genre I'm not super familiar with, if I'm going to be honest. I know about fighting games, I just don't play them. I had a friend come in and take a look with me on some of these, and it was kind of a disappointing experience, I'm not going to lie. Let's look into the most popular fighting game on the console, Mortal Kombat. I'm not too familiar with the game myself, but my friend certainly was. It played perfectly fine, all things considered, looked decent for the time, and while I don't think it matches up with the arcade version, it worked pretty well. Come to find out, it is pretty close to the original Genesis version, with some musical tracks changed, and a code to turn the gore down, which is kind of dumb. The real cool thing is, the CD-ROM also played music, which had some new remixes for the music. I said music multiple times there, and I'm not going to change it. Mortal Kombat music was a big deal back in the day. Hell, it still is. Alright, let's try Fatal Fury, the second most popular fighting game circuit on here. Yeah, it's pretty bad when Fatal Fury's the second most popular one here. No offense to Fatal Fury fans, but most people from America aren't super up to date on SNK fighting games like Fatal Fury. But it has its fans too at the same time. It isn't like Fatal Fury isn't popular, but most casual gamers probably won't recognize the name overall. And overall, this port sucks. Looks good, you can jump to different planes to dodge, but the game runs so slow. My friend and I couldn't get into it at all. From what I hear, this is literally the slowest version of the game, making it the worst by default. Well, that sucks. Now, Samurai Showdown, another SNK fighting game, is much less popular, but sadly this is one of the better ones. I'm not sure if it's the best version of the game though. It works though, and looks pretty good all things considered. I had fun with it, and so did my friend, so hey, at least we found one fighting game with some fun to be had. However, there are a few missing characters and no referee to speak of, so that kinda sucks. No fatal finisher moves either. Lastly, we have Eternal Champions Challenge from the Dark Side. This one is also fun and functions as an advanced port and a full-blown sequel to the original. I didn't unlock anyone, I suck at the game, but there are tons of new characters in this game, which is awesome. Too bad Eternal Champions is already an obscure fighting game to begin with. It was made in-house by Sega and is actually pretty fun, possibly an underrated gem, making the Sega CD game even more underrated, and also more of a gem. I said try this one out if you're a fan for the first one, and I've always wanted a sequel. If need be, pirate it, since Sega doesn't seem too keen on re-releasing the games for this add-on. Next, let's talk about FMV games. There were a ton on the Sega CD, including the most popular FMV game, Dragon's Lair. But I didn't play this version a lot. It just looks like a watered-down version of the arcade original, which could very well be the case for some of these for sure. FMV, or full-motion video games, are basically a game in which it shows you a video footage, and you have to interact with the footage to play and progress. Think about QuickTime events in, like, Bayonetta or Resident Evil 4, and then pretend that's the entire freaking game, and you'll know why I'm not a fan. Now, Night Trap is a bit more potent of a name. If you've heard of this game and haven't played it, I bet I know why it came up in a conversation. There were 2 games the Senate talked about when they met about video game violence. One of them was Mortal Kombat, which we've already talked about. The other was Night Trap, though the senator never actually played the game. He talks about the game encouraging you to kill young girls. Well, no, that doesn't happen. You can't even kill the girls. If the game, finds out that you're letting them die, it gets upset. Your job is to watch cameras much like FNAF, but this time you activate traps. The traps only work in the middle of the room, and you have to catch these vampire monsters so they don't kill the kids in the house. The game actively punishes you if you watch the kids too much, but will also punish you for not watching them as well, as they can change security colors on you. Basically, if you are unaware the security color has changed, the traps will suddenly just not work, which is very annoying. The entire game is annoying. There's an HD version which fixes some of these issues, and maybe I'll play it one day, but for now I'm only looking at the Sega CD version, which sucks. But at least Nightwatch has a cult following, despite my distaste of it. Does Time Gal stand up to the challenge and succeed? Not really. This is a lot more like Dragon's Lair, where you watch the scene and press a button suggesting you on the interface to progress. The issue is the interface gives you less than a second to press the actual direction, so you basically have to memorize the scene to even progress. What's worse is the scene you get right away is random. I let my friend play and the game started out in a completely different area. Oops. Also, some of the scenes are somewhat suggestive, so there's something. I like anime, but the dubbing could be better too. The Mighty Morphin Power Rangers game is very weird. It is also like Dragon's Lair, but nothing changes if you mess up. You have a health bar, sure, and you are prompted to do their moves from the screen. However, your mistakes or successes mean nothing in the grand scheme of things. They play the abridged Power Rangers episode that plays in the background no matter what, unless you lose. The game story goes through the Green Ranger origin, which is probably my favorite arc, while also giving you the origins to the original Power Rangers, so that's kind of fun. This is fine, a fun little distraction if you're a Power Rangers fan, but overall, somewhat on the dull side at FMVs, which is already dull in my opinion. I didn't get very far in this one, but Lawnmower Man, a title so weird I had to try it out, is also an FMV game very similar to Dragon's Lair. It is, like some of the others, brutal and unforgiving, but this one is a trip for anyone willing to memorize the patterns here. This guy just turns into a ship with legs, and I'm not sure why you die and see a lawnmower face. The story doesn't make sense to me, honestly. I'd say give this one a try for the weirdness, but I didn't get very far in here either, so yeah. Speaking of Lawnmower Man, the game is actually on both the SNES and Genesis as well. The Sega CD is home to a decent amount of ports. Basically, there's a lot of Genesis games that got ported over to the Sega CD, oftentimes with updated visuals or some extra trinkets and levels. I basically talk about some of these with the fighting games list already, but I'll cover some more here, like a game I might want to fully review one day, Earthworm Jim. Earthworm Jim is a strange game that was all the rage back in the 90s, but I didn't know it had a second game or even know much about the career-ending third game. Basically, you're an alien, Earthworm, in a large suit armed with a machine gun-like laser of sorts. You fight some weird enemies in boss fights. I personally didn't get very far, I suck at the game, but I hear there are exclusive levels only found in the Sega CD version, so I might keep this one around a bit longer. I also hear that Echo the Dolphin and its sequel are some of the best versions of those games on the Sega CD. I mostly hear it is easier due to more checkpoints. However, they have different soundtracks and people seem to not like the newer compositions, so that's a bit of a bummer. Again, I'll have to deep dive into this one eventually. Final Fight, meanwhile, is pretty good. Yeah, the CD version is about as close to the arcade version as you got back in the day. It had all the playable characters and all the levels. It mostly didn't have as many enemies on screen. My friend and I played some fun co-op too. I hear this version re-released recently on one of Sega's mini consoles though, So that's kind of cool to hear. Check it out unless you just need the actual arcade version. Now, let's talk about Spider-Man vs. Kingpin. I've never played the game, but from what I can tell, this may be the best version of the game for sure. It's slightly open world, you hunt down supervillains and stop Kingpin, who seems to have a nuke. It's fun, but very difficult, as I got absolutely wrecked by Electro. The Sega CD version has animated cutscenes that, yeah, these don't hold up too well. An effort was made, I guess? Still, maybe check it out if possible. So far, so good. And then we get to Radical Rex. Oh boy. This game is already not the greatest out there, and here we have a port no different than the original Genesis port. Oh sure, you can listen to the soundtrack, but that's about it, really. The game's kind of lame, though. I used to rent this back on the Super Nintendo back in the day, shockingly enough. I didn't get very far, and I think I got farther this time around, but yeah, I'm not going to sit here and play through this one. Okay, let's finish this by talking about Mickey Mouse.
Oh boy, there was a nice history on both SNES and Genesis. But what about the Sega CD?
Well, he got a port of Mickey Mania, The Timeless Adventures of Mickey Mouse. Yeah, it's a long-ass title, but a decent platformer on all consoles at the time. Technically, the best version of this is on the PlayStation, a testament to how late this game actually released on all of these consoles. I think I was gunning for an N64 when this came out, though. Still, a lovely looking game, and until the PS1 version hit, in PAL regions anyway, this was the best version of the game, and the best version we got stateside. Alright, time for everyone's favorite moment of this review, random games! Games that didn't belong in any other categories. These are just 4 games I thought would be cool to play and talk about a bit. Bram Stoker's Dracula, a game that's based on a movie that I've never seen. I know, uncultured swine and all that. Look, I know Keanu Reeves is in it, and that's about it. Regardless, you basically walk to the right and beat up bats and vampires. Yes, with your fists. It's kind of like a beat-em-up game, but I do know this isn't like many other games based on the movie, so that's just weird. Also, jumping on this bridge without dying is next to impossible, making this game hard as obsidian when it comes to completing it. Next. Here we have Star Wars Rebel Assault, a game originally for the PC, but ported to the Sega CD. But I didn't make it very far. You start out training, and for some reason moving to the left or right is just an absolute struggle, making me die right the hell away. Not sure what's wrong, but let's just move on. At least the game looks nice. Let's try a different Star Wars game and play chess? Wow, been a while. Well, this is a simple chess game, but every time a piece is taken, an animation plays. Some of these are slightly brutal too, with Darth Vader murdering Chewbacca or R2-D2. It's a trip to watch. Also, why is Luke a king? He's literally worthless in this game. Somehow Leia is the queen, which makes sense literally, the words king and queen, but not on an actual chessboard. The chessboard, the queen is the most powerful piece, bar none. Vader being a queen next to Palpatine makes sense. He's also the one getting shit done, while Leia was more important to protect. So she should have actually been the king. Also, why is there no Han Solo in this? Next, let's look at the Batman Return games on the Sega CD. I thought it was based on an arcade cabinet, but come to find out it's actually Batman Returns from the Genesis and the SNES, but with driving sections. The driving sections are super fun, but hard at the same time. I never even got to the beat-em-up platforming sections, or I would have put this on ports. I didn't actually realize it was a port until after I was already kind of writing the script and working on it, and yeah, that's my bad. Sorry, guys. Last, we have a treat. Oh yeah, I said 4, meant 5. No problem. Totally can count. I didn't play very far into this, but I wanted to mention Snatcher, an early Hideo Kojima game that I would love ported in English more often. The only place to get this game in English is literally on the Sega CD. this is one of the few games I would recommend immediately to people. The story is wild, and the gameplay is pretty simple. It's a point-and-click style adventure game, but with a controller. But it's still worth a look, especially if you like Kojima games. The writing, you know it's going to be crazy, and you know there's going to be a lot of movie tie-in based ideas. So definitely give that one a look if you kind of know Kojima and his work. So overall, looking back on the Sega CD, it had some decent work put into it. It has some of the best versions of classic games like Earthworm Jim, Echo the Dolphin, and the sequel, and Mickey Mania, at least for the time. There was fun to be had with some of these fighting games too, but there were a lot of ports that were just the same game, but with the CD-ROM adding a physical soundtrack. However, that doesn't justify buying another copy of the game, and without the internet to tell you which games were advanced ports and which ones were just regular ports, yeah, that's a problem. Some of the exclusive games suck too, and the FMV games are just kind of fun, but only in short bursts. Given I didn't play everything on the Sega CD, I only picked out a handful of games. The only two exclusive games on the console worth a damn are the English version of Snatcher and Sonic CD, which I'm going to get to next week. So the Sega CD at the end of the day wasn't really worth the extra money, nor were the games. If you happen to own one, it wouldn't be bad to have some of these games. However, as it stands, people were disappointed with the damn thing, and with some ports being exactly the same, people not understanding which ports were worth it, we may never get those extra levels from Earthworm Jim, see a fixed port of Wild Woody, and I'd be shocked if an updated version of Snatcher ever came out. Unfortunately, the good of the console will die out because the bad was just too much for the thing. Obscurity with the add-on, and a shame too. I had fun with this deep dive with the add-on. Originally, this was supposed to be part of the Sonic CD video, but I looked at too many games, and yeah, we ended up with a larger script, and eventually this turned into a full-blown video. Sure, they were disappointing, but still I had fun kind of checking them out regardless. I recommend you should try some of these as well one day. Hey, I'm not saying play everything I did. I didn't even check out all the games on the console, but it's nice to play some of these for sure. But that's all the time I have for this beast. Like, subscribe, comment, and ring the bell for live updates. It really does help my channel, and I appreciate you guys for watching my content. Until next time, my minions, take care. See you next week as I take on Metal Sonic. Hey guys, first things first, I apologize for this being slightly late. The holiday season was very stressful on me and not exactly pleasant. So unfortunately, I'm kind of recovering from that, and the stress allowed my sinuses to get infected again. Plus, the stress also kind of hurt a bruised rib that I got from coughing so much from the last thing that I caught. Hi, dog. Oh yeah, the dog had to go to the vet. So, I do apologize that this is a bit late. So, moving on. So let's talk about Sonic CD for a moment and give my personal history with the game. Basically, I had heard about the game from various gaming magazines. Some of them described Sonic CD as one of the finest platformer games of all time. Now, I didn't give it much credit, but that's a large bill to pay, isn't it? Like, as a guy who wasn't great at 2D Sonic, was this game as good as all the other Sonic games? Like, maybe one of the best Sonic games of all time? I had to try it eventually. Sadly, and eventually, thanks to a collection on the GameCube, I was actually able to play Sonic CD and had another place to play all the Game Gear titles as well. Because I had those on Sonic Adventure. Yay! Don't get me wrong, the collection also let me play Sonic Fighters and Sonic R, so that was kind of cool. But Sonic CD was actually a disappointment to me. Not to say I thought it was a bad game out the gate, it's just something I really wasn't into. I tried the game again with the HD version that released a bit closer to the modern day consoles. This I played after I had already started my YouTube channel, and I had already beaten Sonic 1, so Sonic CD was actually the second Sonic game that I ever beat. I still didn't like it, but that HD version, along with all the other versions, are a part of the Sonic Origins pack now. And thanks to DLC, so is all those Game Gear games I just mentioned. Haha! Technically, these games would be more than $10 if bought on the 3DS eShop, RIP. So technically it was worth it, I suppose. Most of the Game Gear titles are pretty good, excluding Sonic 2, 8-bit, as the game's nearly unplayable on the Game Gear. Shame they didn't port the Master System versions. While I like the Game Gear versions just as much, or better than on most of these anyway, Sonic 2 notwithstanding, it would still be a nice touch. Also, some of these have 2-player modes, which is nice. Bonus, you can now play as Knuckles on Sonic CD, which is weird. Weird that it wasn't included from the start. But he wasn't in the HD version originally either, though Tails was. Also, Amy Rose is now playable. I like this inclusion, as she can use her hammer for attacks and speed boost, which is nice. Anyway, $10 is a little steep if you have or don't really like the Game Gear titles. I wouldn't blame you if you didn't. Regardless of all that, though, Sonic CD is still an interesting title, and while I'm not the biggest fan of playing it, I figured it was worth a talk about it regardless. It all started after Sonic 1. Yep, development of this game came soon after Sonic 1. It was supposed to be some improved port of Sonic 1, but ended up being its own game, unlike a lot of the other games that got ported over to the Sega CD. It released almost a full year after Sonic 2, and honestly even had a handheld counterpart in Sonic Chaos, albeit unofficially. Maybe it's just my headcanon. Speaking of headcanon, the guy who directed Sonic Mania, the one who recreated the entire Sonic engine from scratch, did make the HD version of this game. Yeah, this is the version we'll be looking at that was ported and included in the Sonic Origins collections. So we will begin there. While this game wasn't super popular, the characters from it very much were, including Amy Rose and the title villain for my review. So let's do this. Let's take on Metal Sonic! Round 1. Alright, let's get this show on the road, and the story is actually pretty simple for Sonic CD, but unique even for a Sonic game. A small planet, called Little Planet, actually, appears above this specific lake every so often. Sonic goes to check it out, but Eggman is there using the planet's time displacement to take over the planet by going back in time. Sonic, of course, goes to stop Dr. Eggman, but the new to the Mad Doctor's arsenal is the most popular Sonic clone, Metal Sonic, the one we all seem to love, even though there's like, what, 4 or 5 of these things now? Metal Sonic also kidnaps a female hedgehog who's following around Sonic, named Amy Rose. Although while she seems to love Sonic, he doesn't necessarily return the feelings. Also, fun fact, she was named Rosie the Rascal, and in the American cover, she was actually called Princess Sally. So, that was interesting. Sonic must run through the planet and even time itself to take on both Dr. Eggman and Metal Sonic to install a good future for the planet. Yeah, nothing too special, but Little Planet is an interesting concept for sure. While the plot isn't super complicated, I'd say it's pretty good for a platformer of this era. However, what I think sells the game the most is the charm and presentation of the game itself. This game looks pretty damn good, given it was running on CD-ROM technology in 1993, but this game has almost an obnoxious amount of color and visuals. Even the original game had an FMV animation for Sonic starting and ending the game, though the Origin exclusive animation is cute as well. The levels follow a more nature feel, and then get more and more mechanical as the game progresses, though some of the concepts are very creative. This music, or vine-based level, Stardust Speedway, looks amazing, though the Bad Future version is... Oh, I don't have footage of that? That's right. So, here's the deal. You can go to the past and the future versions of each level. This means there are technically 3 versions of each level. Also, side note here, I did have footage of the Bad Future. I had to replay the game. I wrote this on my previous playthrough. That's my bad. The present is normal Sonic level. The past is more washed out color and primitive looking. And the future is dark and depressing. This is pretty cool, but it gets better. Notice how I said I didn't have footage of the Bad Future in Stardust Speedway? That's because I destroyed the robot generators in the past of each act of that level. Destroying a robot generator, a secret mission more or less, that I'll discuss later, causes the Bad Future to turn into the Good Future. This adds a 4th version of the level, and the Good Futures have very vibrant colors. If you do this for every single act in a level, the boss fight will also take place in a good future. If you don't do this for all the stages, the boss fight will happen on the bad future version. I found every robot generator on Stardust Speedway, so that's why this kind of happened originally. But I did eventually actually play in the bad future just a little bit on my second playthrough. Which, yeah, that footage works fine. Also, the music changes too, so if you're listening to the Japanese soundtrack, it changes up between past, present, future. For some reason, the American OST and the Japanese OST are slightly different. The only song that's better in the American OST would probably be Sonic Boom over You Can Do Anything, and even that is debatable. The American soundtrack is okay, but there's no point in giving it the old go if you have the option for the Japanese soundtrack, which is incredible in every way. Look, I love Sonic 2's soundtrack, but the more I listen to Sonic CD, the Japanese, OST anyway, I just think that may be better overall. It is such good music, it is insane. My favorite track is indeed Stardust Speedway Bad Future, which plays facing against Metal Sonic. But the rest of the OST is amazing. The rest of Stardust Speedway's music included. Palm Tree Panic has amazing music no matter which version of the stage you're in. Collision Chaos has great future music in good and bad versions. Title Tempest has a great bad future track. Honestly though, all of this is just great, and the music changes depending on the past, present, or future. Present is the regular music for every stage. Past has the more basic version of that, and the good future is a more upbeat version of said track. The bad future tracks are more techno and do their own thing. This isn't always the case though, as Wacky Workbench sounds like a more techno and fierce version of the present music, so maybe I am wrong. They all have similar pieces here and there. Quartz Quadrant is a good example of the present music being better than the good future version in my opinion. But they're both still pretty good. Look, this game looks amazing and the game sounds amazing. I'd say the worst thing is the level themes somewhat blend in just a little bit. But that's like the only complaint I have with the presentation. That could also be because I haven't played the game enough too, so it could just be me. Either way, this game has a legendary presentation and charm, baby. So, when talking about the gameplay, I know this is going to be shocking. I can't believe it myself, but this game plays just like a 2D Sonic game. Yeah, I know. The original game would have been marked down a bit here, though, because the spin dash was horribly nerfed. This was most likely in favor for the Super Peel Out, a move in which Sonic will build speed and shoot forward. Yeah, I bet you that sounds familiar. The spin dash did this too, but without leaving Sonic vulnerable while doing so. The issue is the spin dash was slow in the original game and not really practical for gaining speed. Luckily, the HD version has the original spin dash as well as the Super Peel Out, so you can do both if you wish. Though spin dash wins out for me anyway. However, for some baffling reason, if you just want to actually play the Sonic CD original with the Nerf Spin Dash, you have that option too, which I found out by complete accident. I had to re-record almost the entire game at one point, and while doing so, I ended up finding this option, which I guess is kind of neat. I'm glad Genesis Spin Dash is default though. If it wasn't the HD version, I'd have been bashing the gameplay quite a bit and taking a point, but now, it's fine. No, it isn't the gameplay that's going to hurt the HD version of the game. Don't get me wrong, there's some great Sonic levels here. The first level, Palm Tree Panic, is really good. Tidal Tempest is a good version of Labyrinth Zone, and Stardust Speedway is amazingly fun. Quartz Quadrant isn't terrible, but it's a pretty nothing stage overall. Wacky Workbench is kind of annoying, but I wouldn't call it bad either. Collision Chaos is frustratingly annoying level with pinball and bubble gimmicks teamed up to be a pain in the ass. The final level isn't all that great either. That mixed with some bad boss fights really brings out the flaws in the game. I'm guessing that's what turned me off completely. Yeah, the boss fights are pretty lame here. The first boss is a robot with spring-like bumpers for arms. Yeah, this was dumb. One just has you playing pinball. One, you chase Eggman around and then fight his bubble ring, which keeps you alive. And then the treadmill fight. You run on a treadmill while Eggman drops bombs at you. It's pretty pathetic, honestly. The only real great fight here is actually the Metal Sonic race. You don't really fight Metal Sonic, you race him. But he is so distracted with actually hitting you that it isn't too hard to actually beat him in the race. It's difficult to survive, though. Too bad Eggman doesn't use that instant kill laser ever again. The final boss is poorly designed too, though. You have to actually take a hit to damage Eggman's new vehicle, which is just bad design. Then the rest of the fight is underwhelming at best. With some bad, some mediocre, and some good levels, and some lame boss fights, the level design isn't the worst thing ever, but it's a shame it isn't better. So let's talk about the time traveling for a bit. I hate trying to time travel. Here's how it works. You pass a signpost that says past or future, and that's where you're trying to head to. You have to build and then maintain a certain amount of speed to actually travel. This doesn't seem too bad, but the level design makes this very difficult. Oftentimes you're supposed to find some area in which you can manipulate Sonic's speed until you actually time travel, but this takes a lot of exploration. If you get the speed needed but hit something or run into an enemy, you lose the chance to travel entirely. Also, that signpost is now dead. You can revive it by time traveling and then going back to where you were originally in that original time period. Yeah, that sounds fun. That's absolutely not fun. No, it's annoying. You need to go to the past, so you try and fail. Now, you need to go find another signpost. And it could be the best thing to do is to travel to the future, then back to the present, and then finally back to the past. All to reset the stupid signposts. Why go to the past? Well, that's where you're going to get the good ending from. You need to travel to the past and find these robot generators located in said past. Some of these are damn well hidden too. But yeah, destroy all of these and not only does this kill all the robots on the stage, but it helps get the good ending. So it's not just, for the best ending per se, it does help you with the level too. The future is absolutely worthless. It's a nice touch that, there's a bad future and then it turns into a good one if you kill the robot generator. But that's really all there is here. It makes the future somewhat worthless, and all of it's a pain to even get to most of the time. Luckily, you have time emeralds to collect. If you have 50 rings at the end of the stage, you'll see a giant ring you can jump into. Sound familiar? Yep, ripped straight from Sonic 1. The levels are built like Sonic 1 as well, with 3 stages instead of 2. Anyway, these special stages send you to a pseudo 3D like special stage. Sadly, these are also very annoying to deal with, and I hear later ones can cause eye strains with the designs of the actual area itself. The point of these is to destroy all these UFOs running around. You can find some with power-ups like increasing your time or speed-up shoes, but that may not help you much in these. If you hop into water, your time will decrease incredibly fast. Faster than Sonic, that's for sure. You need to dodge hazards, walls, and water to get to these stupid UFOs. However, the 3D arena messes with you, and your depth perception will make you miss hitting these damn things when you feel like you should have hit it. You will have to jump to these things too, and, you don't really have enough time sometimes to make the second jump to destroy it before you pass right by the UFO. Yet again. These special stages are not designed well, in my opinion, and make little sense, so good luck with getting the good ending. Yeah, it's not fun. Overall, despite my animosity towards the game, I don't think Sonic CD is a bad game. I think it mostly rubs me the wrong way more than anything else. I don't like it, but I have little reason to honestly hate it. The story is good, the presentation and charm are through the ceiling, and the gameplay, at least in the HD version, is a great classic Sonic game. It's the level design issues and the hoops needed to jump through to get to the best ending that I dislike the most. Overall, I think the game is good. It isn't the finest platformer of all time. I wouldn't even say it's the best Sonic game of all time, but I'd still say it's good. If you already have the Origin Collection, then play it, try it out. If not, I still recommend the collection for being a decent set of ports anyway. However, I still recommend trying this out. If you can get the HD version, that is. I would give the original version a 6 out of 10 personally. But the HD version? A solid 7 out of 10. It isn't terrible. It isn't the biggest must-play game ever, but it's a solid good time regardless. However, that's all the time I really have to talk about this cult-followed Sonic game. If you liked the video, leave a like, comment, subscribe. These really do help out my channel quite a bit. The next time we talk about Sonic, it'll either be a spin-off game on the Game Gear or Sonic Crackers. Yeah, no one's gonna get that joke. Real deep cut there. Next time, I'm either talking about Mario or Resident Evil 3. Until next time, my minions, take care. Bye-bye. At least I can do that. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Today, this is going to be a bit of a short one. A short one while I work on other projects and get things ready for my next couple of reviews. I am still kind of in the Sonic territory because the next review after this is going to be an obscure Sonic arcade game, and then I'm going to lead into the 32X and Knuckles Chaotix. Then I'll be done with Sonic for a bit and I'll work on other projects. But this is a short but a fun one. Ladies and gentlemen, I was able to play the Simpsons arcade game made by Konami. Ah, the memories. This wasn't my first time beating this game by any means, and I'm not going to lie, I didn't really want to play through as Marge, but hey, better than playing as nothing at all. I had to pause there for a moment because I just realized that I made a Simpsons reference. It feels like I'm wearing nothing at all. Ned Flanders, yeah, that's classic. Didn't realize I did that. That's my bad, honestly, but hey, it is what it is. This game has a lot of memories for me, though. Beating it with several random other kids in a small arcade in a small town that I grew up in. Those machines were all sold, sadly, and I never had enough money to grab this when it went digitally on sale on consoles a while back either. Unfortunately, without emulation, this could very well be considered lost media. And that is indeed how I got it running at this point. Hey, if another digital copy goes on sale, I'll be one of the first people to pick it up. But for now, this is the only way I actually have access to play the game realistically. It isn't like I hate the show, you know, The Simpsons. After all, actually, I loved it. Well, back in the day, I loved it anyway. I loved the early seasons, all 20 of them. Eventually, I did stop watching. Seemed like it got a little stale, I suppose. Still, I watched a lot of The Simpsons growing up, despite not really being old enough to really understand all the jokes and jabs. But it was a brilliant show. What better way to do a cartoon than basically doing an off-the-wall sitcom that wasn't the Jetsons or the Flintstones? An adult cartoon, anyway. I forgot to write the word adult, and now I'm kicking myself. Primetime television. And make it a bit more mature than those shows, though, the Jetsons and the Flintstones. And even those primetime shows, yeah, voila. You got one of the longest running animated shows of all time. Really, mostly competing with SpongeBob on that whole front. One of the days I'll have to play some SpongeBob games. For now, The Simpsons had a large amount of video games, just like SpongeBob. But one of the best, albeit shortest, was this old arcade game. So let's do this. Let's take on Mr. Burns! So let's recap this story. And the Simpsons were just, walking around. And Smithers, yeah, works at the power plant, Smithers, suddenly robs a jewelry store. Huh. So for those of you who don't know, Smithers, he's pretty mild-mannered and not an armed robber with bombs. Normally, he's the assistant to Mr. Burns. Anyway, the priceless jewel that he nabbed ended up in Maggie's mouth as she sucks on it like it was a pacifier. Maggie's the baby of the Simpson family and more or less the main reason for this adventure. The Simpsons, in my case Marge, heads off to save Maggie from Mr. Smithers, beating the absolute crap out of anyone in her way. Eventually, after a lot of chase scenarios, zombies, a bear, and even a dream world, the family managed to hit up the TV studio and find Smithers heading for the power plant nearby. At the plant, they fight Smithers, and after beating him up, the family takes on Mr. Burns in a mech suit. After defeating Burns, the family grabs Maggie and head home. A simple plot, of course, and Burns as the bad guy does kind of make sense, but overall this doesn't really follow established characters at all. However, there's a reason for this. The game was developed pretty early in the show's lifespan. Smithers even has his blue hair and white lab coat still. See, there was an error in the first episode he ever appeared in. He was portrayed as having darker skin and blue hair, but originally was supposed to be yellow like most of the other Simpsons, and had gray hair. They fixed him quickly, but the game still uses most of that original design. Hell, Smithers mostly wears green instead of white normally. Obviously not in his first appearance, though. Overall, I don't mind the plot, though, despite the issue with Smithers himself, because the rest of it does really work well. Maggie sucking on a priceless gemstone, that girl was always trading pacifiers, and the family working to save her works really well as a plot for a, video game. Burns would probably want that gem for himself, and he's pretty greedy, so it does kind of make sense. Smithers stealing it for him, maybe not, but the Burns thing, absolutely. Meanwhile, for an arcade cabinet in 1993, these sprites look amazing. They look a little off sometimes, don't they? But, they were working with, again, early colors and designs. Overall, they did a fantastic job. The only real issue I'd have to say that I have is that the boss fights are all original designs to my knowledge, excluding Mr. Burns and Smithers. Or at least, so I thought. Doing research, this first wrestler guy did actually show up in an early episode, very briefly. This Krusty Balloon at least looks a lot like Krusty the Clown, even though it is somewhat of an original concept. These mobsters and this drunk guy are original, though. Although the Kabuki Warrior and the bowling ball, yeah, they're original too. So I was mostly right. Oh well, the locations feel like both The Simpsons and video game tropes, so I guess that's okay. Downtown Springfield, the cemetery, the woods, pretty standard stuff all things considered. The TV studio works great for creative ideas though, and the Dream World was absolutely a trip. Moe's Tavern was great though, because it was more underground and a lot cooler than in the actual TV show, but it was at least a place from the TV show. So that does actually work out. There are a ton of cameos from other Simpsons characters though, so that works out well too. Even Rabbits from A Life in Hell, a comic Matt Groening used to write. I apologize if I butchered his last name. But he did help create The Simpsons, and that comic was one of his early works after all. So it's actually kind of cool to see these rabbits as a nice little cameo. Marge almost had rabbit ears too. Actually, if Marge is electrocuted in this game, you can see how she has rabbit ears underneath her hair. Yeah, that was dropped in the show, but it lives on here as an Easter egg, which is also totally awesome. Kinda glad I got stuck playing Marge for this playthrough just so I could show that, so yeah. While the boss fights aren't super recognizable, it is still really cool to see how much love and detail entered into the game. Especially since some of these are really obscure now, right? Yeah, these details. They're obscure, and I love it. And as such, I do feel that this game is incredibly charming. The gameplay isn't super original, though. You have a variety of jump and standard attacks with the weapon of choice. All the characters roughly play the same, and some of the characters have team-up moves, but overall nothing too different. Bart is a skateboard, Lisa is a jump rope, Homer just punches people, and Marge uses a vacuum as her attacks. Overall, this game plays similar to another I used to play a long time ago. Yep, this game is made from the same company who made a lot of the TMNT arcade games, which is perfectly fine. It is pretty simple, but something you get weapons like garbage cans or hammer to use. Yeah, they're powerful, but they're a bit unruly at the same time. But overall, that's it. You can grab these weapons or just keep pounding everybody else with your weapon of choice with the character of choice. I am saying things way too complicated for a game that is this actually simple. It's a simple beat 'em up, people. You press a button, you fight. That's it. You can pick up weapons, you fight with it. That's it. So, I apologize for my overly convoluted explanation. Overall, incredibly simple to pick up, but kind of a difficult to master style beat 'em up for 4 players. Even though I didn't showcase any of that crap, I only played with one character. It's great. It's great. It's great. I'm having fun with this review, guys. I apologize. Moving on before I become completely animated here, the levels do make things a bit more interesting. The first level is just downtown Springfield, though there is a random firefighter as a mid-boss for no particular reason. Yeah, he doesn't show up anywhere else, so I'm counting him as a mid-boss. The real boss is the wrestler, though, and he's pretty simple but kind of tough. He hits hard, but he's easy to kind of predict, too. The amusement park isn't too terribly tough either. There are different enemies here. There's a teacup mid-boss fight, which is kind of fun. The boss is a lot bigger and even easier, all things considered, though. It's the Krusty Balloon. It stays in one area, and you can go up and beat it up. It's pretty easy to dodge, and it actually makes it easier to do damage on it, so yeah, it's way easier to fight. The cemetery has actually zombies doing the Thriller dance and an elevator fight towards the end. Moe's Tavern is also really interesting because you can jump up on the pool tables in the bar and fight there. The two bosses from these areas are pretty standard, though. The cemetery has the two mobsters teaming up, almost like Bart and Homer can. Moe's Tavern ends with a fight with some random drunk guy whose alcohol levels are so freaking high, he actually spits fire. Jeez, dude, I thought Barney had drank a lot. Which, fun little thing, Barney cameos in this level is trying to help you guys out, but he's drunk, so he ain't doing squat. It's fun. I love it. Next is the forest area with all sorts of new enemies, including a Bigfoot-like creature that looks a lot like Homer, a reference to the actual show. This ends with a fight with a bear, and the bear actually appeared occasionally beforehand, similar to the two mobsters. They showed up in earlier levels as well. Dreamland is my favorite level, though. You fight Marge-like heads, empty suits handling radioactive materials, donuts, saxophones, a Bart Devil or two, which shows up when you die, and a giant bowling ball. It's great. Easily my favorite level, with the bowling ball fight being 3 phases for some odd reason. This place is really fun, though. The final act is, the TV studio. They have you fighting ninjas, probably a callback to TMNT, and a giant robot as a mini-boss with an alien nearby. The boss here is a shogun from Japan using a spear and ninja minions. He's actually really tough. There isn't another level, though. After this, it's just a series of boss fights to the end boss. Smithers is just a bomber. He isn't too taxing to take out by any means, but Mr. Burns is a beast with a mech suit. This thing shoots nukes out even. He has several different forms and phases, some more bulky, some faster, but overall it's a decent final boss fight for this game. And overall, while the opponents are a lot tougher than they probably should be, this is a quarter muncher after all. The levels do work really well. So is this game loaded with a bunch of secrets? Not really. There's a couple of weapons that you can find throughout the levels, maybe some health pickups that you might not have known about in trees or whatnot, but for the most part, no. There are some mini-games in between 2 of the levels you can play, though. They're exactly the same. You press buttons really fast and either fill up a balloon or smack one of the Simpsons awake for a high score. Yay? Look, this is an arcade game. A game which is built to be fun, but also drain quarters. This is a simple but very short game. Overall, I did like it. I still recommend playing this classic if possible, though there is an iOS remake I hear, and I hear it's pretty good, but not as many levels. Nothing beats the classics, am I right? Regardless, getting a hold of the classic is very difficult at the moment. I still recommend it. I say it's great. The plot is a little weird, knowing Simpsons lore, but nothing bad. The only real issue is replaying the game doesn't really come to anything. You play until there are credits. Maybe you try for a higher score, that's just about it. That's to be expected from an arcade game beat 'em up, though. Just keep in mind it's an early 90s beat 'em up. And you'll probably have a lot of fun. Nice to see it still holds up after all these years, though. However, if you aren't a Simpsons fan, then there may be a bit of an issue here. I still say the game is fun, even without the Simpsons background, but you lose a lot of the charm. Then the game goes to good or even okay rating with how simple but fun the gameplay actually is. Rating an arcade game is kind of weird if I'm going to be honest, especially a third-party arcade game. Yeah. Still, as a Simpsons fan, solid 8 out of 10 rating for sure. Like I said, this was a short one today. Next time, I may explore something a bit more obscure, but just as short because it's another arcade game. There's this old Sonic arcade game that never made it out of Japan to my knowledge. And I messed with it. I played it. I've already written the script. It's down the hatch, so it will be coming out next. Until next time, like, subscribe, comment, hit the bell for live updates, and we'll see you next time, my minions. Eventually, we will hit The Simpsons again, but for now, we're going back to Sonic. I just had to take this little detour because, now that I got the emulator working, kind of, again, I could only play as Marge, I had a lot of fun with this. I really wanted to play this again, so hopefully they'll bring it back to the consoles one day, and when that day comes, yes, I will buy it. Till next time, my minions, take care. So this is a fun one. Sega Sonic the Hedgehog. You have to make sure to say Sega and Sonic as if it was like one joint word, or else it doesn't work. Inspired by Marble Madness, this game hit the Japanese market in 1993 and never came out again. Ever. Never, ever. Kind of a shame, too. Sega Sonic, as one word, did feature a few other arcade cabinets and games, but one of them was a space shooter and the other one was a popcorn maker minigame. The last of them, or the first of them, I guess we'll call it, was more or less a board game with, it's basically a pinball table, but it wasn't like an actual, pinball table per se. I know, it was kind of a weird situation. It was just a tabletop game. There you go. And there was the canceled game, the Sega Sonic Bros, which was a puzzle-based game. Yeah, none of those interested me too much, as interesting as they may be. However, there is one that I wanted to play, and it's naturally the platformer. This game has 2 characters in it, Mighty the Armadillo and Ray the Flying Squirrel. Names you should somewhat know, as they're in Sonic Mania Plus. However, my interest is mostly with Mighty, as he's also playable in another obscure game named Knuckles Chaotix. I'm planning on playing that one relatively soon. This is actually Mighty's first appearance, and while this game never made it out of Japan officially, there were plans to bring it stateside. One of those plans was a port for the 32X. Yeah, I'm going to be reviewing that relatively soon. The 32X is a Sega Genesis add-on, and yeah, should be my next video. Maybe. Hat in Time might beat it out. Regardless, this never panned out. They also wanted to bring this game with the Sonic Gems Collection 2, a collection for the GameCube I mentioned in my Sonic CD review a month back. Again, this didn't exactly pan out as they couldn't get the movements mapped well to a controller, an issue that I'm also going to have to talk about. Honestly, there's always been talks of re-releasing this game in some form or another, but it literally never happened ever, which is a shame. The only way to actually get this game outside of Japan is the old R-matey method, which brings issues, namely controller support. See, the original arcade cabinet had a unique controller, one button, and a trackball. This does not move over well in emulation. Oops. Sure, I can move, I can kind of get the characters running in certain directions, but I was never able to get them moving consistently, how they were supposed to. Sure, I had infinite quarters, sure, I could mostly beat the game, I'd say mostly, but I couldn't play the game correctly, and no, I didn't fully beat it. I'm only talking about the game this time around, rather than giving it a full review. Still, I'll talk about my points as best I can, so let's give this the old college try. Let's do this! Let's take on Eggman Island! So the story kind of goes like this. Taking a page out of Arcade's book, Arcade from Marvel Comics, Eggman has decided to hunt down Sonic and even managed to catch some of his friends. He sends them to Eggman Island, an island he captured and repurposed into a large death trap-like maze that the characters must now navigate to escape. There aren't really any boss fights to speak of or anything like that. It's just Eggman watching you do all the work to get the hell off his island, which isn't exactly easy to do. While I never made it to the true ending, the 3 do get to Eggman, who basically blows up the entire island. They escape and he gets stranded. It's a simplistic plot that I'd expect from a 1993 Sonic game, but it does keep somewhat original from the series, which I'm actually okay with. So when talking about the presentation, this game actually looks really good. The music and sound effects are pretty decent, and there's even voice acting. Not bad at all, although the arcades just have more power in general, so I guess, yeah, it's to be expected a little bit. Hot Pursuit is a pretty decent track, and I like Trap Tower, but Ice and Water just sounds so ominous. It's still a good track, though. Run 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 is a decent track, and Eggman's Tower has fantastic high-energy Ps. The end credits theme is pretty decent, too. The only real issue is none of these tracks really match up to anything the other OSTs have, when it comes to Sonic, making this overall weaker in comparison to something like Sonic 2 or Sonic 3 and Knuckles. Spoiled by good Sonic music, but I'd still say the short but sweet tunes aren't bad either. Maybe a bit high energy, but it was a quarter-munching arcade cabinet after all. Yen munching? That sounds so alien to say. Regardless, the game looks really good, kind of makes up for it. Overall, the graphics are really impressive. Again, an arcade cabinet had more processing power than a console did, as the cabinet only had one game to really work with. Still, the game has a certain level of graphics that look impressive and hold up today. I don't know if the voice acting is good or not. Doesn't sound bad, but yeah, I'm not really familiar with the language or dialect, so that kind of hurts a little bit. I know the story thanks to watching a translated Let's Play, I'm not going to lie. So, when talking about the gameplay, the trackball and single button combo is very interesting. Basically, the trackball would roll around in the arcade cabinet controller area, and the faster it goes, the faster your character goes. Luckily, Ray, Mighty, and Sonic all play roughly the same. The single button allows you to jump and attack, not that you attack a huge amount. It's mostly for finding secrets on the stage. Jumping is much more important. You basically run and jump your way to victory. Translated to controller, however, and I personally couldn't get this to work at all. I could move the character, sure, and I could jump perfectly fine. The running part was sadly the issue, and there are a lot of areas that the game expects you to run in order to pass the level. I kind of could do this, though. I can only get Mighty running here diagonally using a mix of my keyboard and controller. Ironically, without the controller, I can't get them to move diagonally at all. Then when they do move, however, these characters move fast and are prone to heading right off a cliff, if you weren't very careful or just dumb like me. Either way, I'd say the gameplay isn't bad from what I could get working. There really isn't anything you can't deal with if it works perfectly fine, in my opinion. Alright, I'm going to go over the levels individually. Volcanic Vault is a neat little lava run section and some jumps that aren't too bad to make it over. Icy Isles is fun with collapsing platforms and ice blocks that have you dodge, as well as icicles trying to destroy you. Desert Dodge is miserable if you can't run correctly. This stage took forever to get through due to sand traps, but I imagine it's a bit easier with correct controls. Trap Tower has running from a lot of things and a lot of climbing from actual fire, which is the most memorable part of the stage for me. Landside Limbo has more precise platforming and some nasty death traps, but it isn't bad if you have enough money for the credits. Wild Waterway is really fun and actually has enemies to face off, though I don't think you can destroy them like the regular enemies in other Sonic games. Eggman's Tower is a gauntlet of running and climbing with buzzsaws coming out of walls and walkways collapsing. The issues I have at the end of the level, however, is when Eggman sets off the bomb. You have to beat this section or restart the entire game. I hate shit like this, honestly. It doesn't matter how much money you pump into the machine, you die here, you reset all your progress. This is actually very annoying. Don't get me wrong. I could have probably beaten it if I could actually run correctly, and that's not the game's fault. But still, resetting all progress, game overing in an arcade game due to this should just be a cardinal sin, especially with how much money you could pump into the machine just to get to that point. I mean, come on. Imagine pumping an arcade machine full of quarters only to have the game give you the middle finger at the end. Still, overall, I'd say the level design is fine outside that final test being an instant kill for how far you are in the game. There is a single boss fight in the game, around the middle, and it works pretty well in the context of the game itself, so that's cool. No final boss, though. What's that? I said there were no bosses earlier? Yeah, I kind of forgot about this guy. It's not that hard, honestly, even with my controls not working, so oops. But yeah, he's there, he's cool, I like it, it's fine. So if you play the game pretty diligently, you can find secret ring stashes in the levels. I didn't know this during my playthrough, but you can attack pieces of the wall and environment to get more rings. This only increases your score, but it's still fun that there are hidden goodies and treasures hidden around the stage for you to collect. Overall, I think this is worth your time if this game ever releases in the future officially. However, emulation is difficult for unofficial means, as well as for Sega themselves. That's basically the only reason this game doesn't release, and hasn't released yet. That trackball does not translate well to controllers. That being said, due to this, I can't really give the game a final score either. But, you know, if I was going to score it with the issues I had, I'd at least say it would pull a 7 out of 10, which is still pretty good. It's a short but fun experience, and I hope this does get officially released here in the United States, as well as other countries. Japan, too, since the cabinets are, probably expensive to buy at this point. I am glad I could at least play the game to some degree and talk about it for you guys. Plus, this introduces Mighty the Armadillo, which works well in my favor. The next couple of projects I'm doing is a 32X review, followed by Mighty's other playable appearance in the 90s, Knuckles Chaotix. Although I'm really close to finishing Hat in Time as well, so I might do a rematch for Hat in Time somewhere in between then. Until then, thank you all so much for watching. Like, subscribe, and comment. Hit the bell for live updates, and I'll see you all later, my minions. Take care. Yeah, I'm doing better at breathing. Okay, bye-bye. So, this may come as some surprise if you, watch my videos. Totally a surprise here. But I love platformer games. Be it 2D, 3D, doesn't matter. I haven't played them all, but something about the charm of Hat in Time really drew me in. I wanted to play this game as quickly as I could, and I ended up getting it for the PlayStation 4. This was a bit of a mistake. I should have waited for the Switch release. At the time, I figured the DLC would be hitting the PS4 fairly quickly, and I was just dead wrong. It took forever to get the DLC on consoles. So much so that I'm playing Hat in Time on PS5 instead. But the DLC is released, and it's time for a rematch. Oh yeah, I reviewed this game some time ago, and I've changed my methods of reviewing since, so I've been slowly re-reviewing some of the older games that I played beforehand. Played a Hat in Time fairly late in my original second season, and I wanted to play the DLC for a separate video, but here we are, doing it all together in something a bit different. Now, not only am I tackling the rematch video, but I'm also tackling the DLC, if I didn't make that obvious beforehand. It's going to be all in one video? Hooray! And there are 2 packs of DLC here, so boy, this is going to be a bit of a longer one. I'll rematch the original game first, though, taking on the Mafia like before. Then I'm switching gears to tackle the Snatcher and deal with the Seals in hard mode. Lastly, I'll be taking on the main villain in the Metro level and their thieving cat criminals, which my actual cat would probably fit right in. So let's talk development. This game was developed as a passion project by Gears for Breakfast. They were about 6 people, give or take, kickstarting this project. The team had never met in person, only did so after the game's release, so that's kind of interesting. The game itself was made due to a lack of collectathons. Yeah, 3D Collectathon Platformer is a platformer in which you do missions and explore for shiny plot-related items to finish the game. The levels also have secrets and collectibles around the level to help you out. This was kind of started by Mario 64 and cemented with games like Banjo-Kazooie. However, at the time of development, there was a serious lack of these kinds of games. Even 3D platformers were less exploration and more linear at the time. However, Hat in Time released around the same time as Mario Odyssey, and that's a spiritual successor to Mario 64. Oops. Another game released around that time was Yooka-Laylee, a spiritual successor to Banjo-Kazooie franchise, so yeah, the competition was really steep. Seems like a Hat in Time did make it out of that situation well enough though, so there is some type of fan base for the game for sure. So, let's do it. Let's take on the Mafia! Time for a rematch! You know, when I originally reviewed this game, it was pretty new at the time. I didn't want to spoil things like the Snatcher or Mustache Girl to be revealed. That's the only reason the Mafia got the headline spot in my review. In my defense, the Mafia are indeed the cause of the initial issues in the game. You play as Hat Kid, a kid traveling through mostly space, but it also seems like she's traveling through time. She uses timepieces, large mythical hourglasses, to travel with. However, thanks to the planet she's passing by, a Mafia goon manages to track her down, in space, and tells her that she needs to pay a toll for passing by Mafia Town, even in space. She tries to ignore him, but he punches his way into the ship, and thanks to that leak in the hull, Hat Kid and a lot of her timepieces fly off into the planet. At first, Hat Kid does meet Mustache Girl, becoming friends, but while battling Mafia goons for timepieces, eventually the two break apart. This happens after Hat Kid defeats the Mafia leader, and Mustache Girl learns of the power of the timepieces, able to possibly travel through time. However, Hat Kid feels she needs the pieces to power her ship, so she doesn't want to give them up naturally. This causes a bit of a rift. Rift. Now, it doesn't help that Hat Kid ends up saving Mafia Town from lava flow that Mustache Girl most likely caused, so there is that. Next, Hat Kid ends up in Deadbird Studios, where there's a heated movie competition between what appears to be an owl and a penguin. Oh yeah, there's actually stories with each relative level. Basically, when you go to one level, they have their own kind of story situation. Then when you go to the next one, it's a completely different story. Since they're using timepieces as props, you will have to, at first, sneak into the studio. However, both birds eventually discover and hire you for their movies. DJ Grooves is all about that rhythm and music-based movies on the moon, while the conductor films old Western-style action movies on his train. The winner of the competition ends up as the boss fight in the end, as they learn about the power of the timepieces and tries to keep one for themselves. Next area, and you end up caught by a ghost-looking guy called the Snatcher. He hands you a list of jobs to do, and you have to do them to get your soul back. He has you gathering timepieces from Queen Vanessa, his old love interest, fighting a possessed outhouse, delivering mail, so on, so on. Eventually you end up fighting him once all your odd jobs are complete. He's tough, even breaks the fourth wall to cheat the game, and still ends up going down. What a fun character. He gives you one last timepiece and tells you to leave his forest for good. Lastly, in the main game, there's the Alpine Heights, which are pretty fun. It doesn't seem like there's going to be a connective story at first, just a big area to explore, but the more timepieces you collect, the more these flowers start to emerge and cause issues. The final boss in this story has you dealing with these flowers, spreading a disease that makes the goat people very aggressive. Kill the flowers. After that, the final level in the game, well, the base game anyway, is an alternate reality created by Mustache Girl, who came in and stole all of your timepieces while you were a little busy. Oops. She has everyone lined up ready to judge them if they're bad guys or not. Issue is, no one in this game is perfect, and she basically accuses everyone of being a bad guy. Hat Kid being the sole exception, but even Hat Kid isn't exactly happy that Mustache Girl stole from her and is, more or less, being a bad guy. A fight breaks out, and eventually all the villains of the game come in and support Hat Kid, calling Mustache Girl a bad guy and telling her to get lost. The fight continues with all your former enemies chipping in to help fight Mustache Girl, forgiving Hat Kid of all the fights they had, apparently. Eventually, Hat Kid does defeat Mustache Girl, resets everything, bringing people back to life, because, they heroically sacrificed themselves to help, and all is well. Hat Kid chooses to give one timepiece up to Mustache Girl, or not, and the former enemies all want Hat Kid to stay, now that they're all friends. She brushes them off, and leaves, missing them already. What a cute little story. They really did the Mario 64 thing and put every level having its own story. However, they did it better here since the stories actually interconnect at the end of the journey. These are fun stories with great character writing, and stays really simple, which is true to, the original platformers of the day. Moving on, let's talk about the presentation. Hat in Time is amazingly charming, but it isn't perfect. The graphics are somewhat stilted, especially with the facial animations. However, outside of this, the graphics are perfectly fine for an indie game. It matches the art style pretty well. It isn't the most realistic looking game, but yeah. It is a bit of a callback to the N64 games, but the graphics look a bit more cel-shaded, like a GameCube kind of style. I personally love it. It leaves a certain sense of nostalgia, and I can love that. Doesn't stop the blocks from these beautiful time riffs looking ripped straight out of Mario Sunshine though. As for the music, I love it. There isn't many tracks from this game I don't love. The main title theme makes me think of an adventure like a Zelda track. All the boss tracks are amazing versions of the level music, and some of the remixes you can unlock are great too. Honestly, the music in this game is so damn good. The Mafia Town track without the mob boss is pretty good, and Deadbird Studios has an excellent track for sneaking into the damn place. Picture Perfect is also a fantastic track along with the remix. Trainwreck of Electro Swing? Oh, I'm a sucker for enjoying Electro Swing remixes, so of course I love this. Battle of Award 42 is an excellent boss track, and I adore it so much. One of my favorite in the game, along with Your Contract Has Expired. That last one is so good. I actually like the original over the remix on this one, though the remix is not bad by any means. Clock Towers Beneath the Sea is such a beautiful melody, playing in all the time riffs. I love this track too. The Scootin' version is a bit faster paced for people like me. The other riff music are haunting, but somewhat intense. Reminds me of cave themes from Super Mario World in a way, but they sound little alike regardless. This all goes great, but You're All Bad Guys, which is broken into 3 parts, is also one of the best boss fight tracks ever, in my opinion, showcasing how intense that final fight actually is. I am sorry for ranting about the music, but I didn't get a chance to talk about it the last time I reviewed this game. I feel the OST is incredibly important to bring up. Why? You can buy it off of Steam for about $10 American. Sure as hell did, and I think you'd like it too. It is a robust OST with a lot of different styles. That and the music kind of gives this game a bit of an identity, and I love that too. So, when talking about the identity of the game, this game plays a lot like Mario 64, but a lot faster and a tad bit more technical. You play as Hat Kid and you can really jump. She puts Mario to shame. She can jump up, long dive jump, cancel the jump and jump up one last time, and then run up any ledge or wall that you're going up against as long as you aren't diving. You can do all of this in one go without touching the ground. This allows some massive jumps, all things considered, which is crazy. Hat Kid can also attack either through her umbrella or a dive bomb which homes in on an enemy as long as you're above the enemy. Hat Kid can also wall jump and can run up walls jumping off of them to get to the other side of an obstacle or on top of a taller wall. See, there's a lot here. It really is a lot. There is even more though. Hat Kid can change hats, which is really fun. Her normal hat helps find hourglasses. I rarely use this. No, I use the others, which have powers from ice-based ground pound, speed up, time stop, bombs, even making invisible platforms usable. Not enough? She can also equip badges which either boost her stats, allow her to use abilities quicker, or, do some garbage things to her stats, and they even give her a hook shot, which is awesome and damn near mandatory. Actually, it is mandatory, sorry. It's not damn near, it is mandatory in a lot of different levels. This is a lot for a platform to keep track of, but the game helps ease you into things before sending you to one of the insanely fast boss fights. And yes, once you kind of get used to things, around level 2 or 3, they do throw in some really fast boss fights. The first one's kind of easier. So the levels all do totally different things. It's crazy. Almost to the point they seem developed by different people. Seriously, what is this nonsense? I mean that in a very endearing way though, as this game is one of the most varied platformers ever. Let's see if we can break it down. Mafia Town is pure platforming. You sometimes have an open city, you sometimes have more of a linear quest to deal with. You go from finding things and collectibles to hunting down someone dressed as an alien. Since I said that a little fast, you are dressed up as the alien in that situation. Oh, and you're also fighting the mafia leader in a 2D fight. This is the closest we're ever going to get to see the formula we see in Mario 64, where the level is almost open world, but sometimes it isn't. It's pretty simple. And like I said, the boss fight is a lot easier here because you're only on a 2D plane. Deadbird Studios is entirely different. First mission here, and you sneak around the studio like you're in a platforming version of Solid Snake. Next, you pick missions from the Conductor or DJ Grooves. With Conductor, you have to solve a mystery as well as get to the end of his train in a high-action stage. DJ Grooves has you exploring a city stage where you find and gain support from fans, and then you have the parade mission where you have to go through the rooftops lighting fireworks. The hard mode version of this sucks, by the way. The level then ends with you sneaking back into the studio and fighting one of the movie directors. I pretty much often fight the Conductor as the boss. Next level, and it's Subcon Forest. This place sees you caught by the Snatcher, the owner of the forest. He steals your soul. He has you doing odd jobs for him, and you can unlock more by being caught by him multiple times. Some of these jobs are wild, too. Dealing with Queen Vanessa turns the game into a horror game. The boss fight with the possessed outhouse is interesting, and no, I'm not joking, there is a possessed outhouse boss fight. And then there's a more exploration-based ones. Eventually, you complete all of these and fight the Snatcher himself, in the same arena as the outhouse. But the fight is mostly different and intense. It's almost like the outhouse was kind of a faster fight and getting you ready for the Snatcher, who, yeah, he don't hold back. The Alpine Skyline is open world where you pick your poison in which platforming challenge you want to take on first. All varied enough, but pure platforming. These are a bit linear, and this level ends with you exploring and finding flowers to kill. Don't worry, they're evil flowers and are very dangerous. The last level is a difficult platforming challenge with a boss fight with Mustache Girl. She's powered up though, and yeah, she moves really fast. This is probably the most anime-looking fight I've ever had in a platformer. You eventually have to work with all the other villains to defeat her too, which is really fun. This game ends on a high note for sure. So outside of collecting hourglasses, the main collectible, the game has plenty of other collectibles to find. First, the one that you'll see the most of are pawns. Pawns are more or less currency. Well, some heal you, but mostly they're just currency. You can use these to buy a few things, mostly badges from this shady badge dealer. The badges are mostly useful though, so collect away. Not all of them are, but most of them are. Some of them make the game harder for whatever reason. You'll also need pawns to repair parts of your ship and set up artifacts. Finding artifacts in levels allow you to display them in the ship. This also opens up rifts in various levels and the ship itself to collect more hourglasses, so they are kind of important. In some of these rifts, you can even get pages for stories. These stories give you more background for characters and levels, like the Snatcher's background story or how Mafia Town was found. You can also find yarn and rift tokens. Yarn helps you build hats, which is always great since they give you more abilities. Rift tokens are a bit different. They allow you to play slots for prizes like, musical remixes, new colors, and some flair for your hats, making them a bit more interesting. Nothing says ice powers like a Santa hat. Yay! Also, you get a chance at the slot machine when you beat time rifts too. So if you're thinking, well, I don't really need to go after all the hourglasses, at least these optional hourglass time rifts do reward you with something else. So that's kind of cool. Speaking of flair, if you like flair, changing up Hat Kid's hats or even costume, you could get the first DLC pack, Seal the Deal. The Snatcher shows up in Hat Kid's ship and opens up challenge mode for you. Challenge mode is tough and unlocks some really cool things for sure. So you're rewarded, but beware, some of these levels are actually really tough. This also unlocks a shorter level, a big-ass cruise ship. This ship is more of a pain as the area is massively huge and you'll want to learn the layout really quickly. The first hourglass is broken and you have to explore all the areas of the ship to find all these tiny little pieces. Not too awfully bad, but the second mission has you doing odd jobs around the ship. This challenge sucks. You have to learn the layout really quickly or fail trying. Basically, the jobs consist of an object activating within a time limit. You have a certain amount of time to find said object, and then you have a certain amount of time to take that object where it's supposed to go under the same time limit. The game does spawn in arrows to kind of help you on your way, but you have to figure out really quickly and on your own that the red ones are jobs that just started, and the yellow ones pertain to objects you have in your hand. Oh yes, multiple jobs spawn at the same time, so good luck. You can carry multiple items, but that always runs the risk of, just dropping crap. Last one is fun though. The ship sinks thanks to Hat Kid, and she has to basically save everyone on board. There is a time limit towards the end, however, thanks to Conductor being a bit impatient, which is cool. And as you probably guessed, there are familiar faces in this level. Doesn't mean much overall, however, only the Conductor really makes an impact in him having all his grandkids there and you constantly having to save them. Still, making the ship massive just to pad out the fact that there's only 3 hourglasses to find is a bit much. Somewhat fun in the last one though. Well, the number of hourglasses you can get here is actually about 5. This has some rifts too. One that's a nice platforming challenge and one that's a load of barnacle. It's a brutal, tough to survive, difficult to find all the pages for, and a test of skill and patience. But there are no checkpoints here. This is a bit of a problem. See, this is a longer than normal rift, a memory rift. And these are normally easier going. They rarely have checkpoints, but you rarely will ever need them. Because, yeah, there's some enemies and sometimes you might die, but they're typically not this long. This one is massive. What the hell? And it has no checkpoint, so that's fun. Somehow this isn't a part of... Oh yeah, this DLC also brings out challenge mode. Yeah, we already talked about that. If the game's too easy, you can always go to challenge mode. But this is challenging enough in and of itself. Jeez Louise, come on now. But some of the items that you get from challenge mode are kind of cool. Check this out. I got this really retro N64 version of Hat Kid for a clothing option. So that's kind of cool, yeah? Yeah, this DLC is not going to be for everyone, that's for sure. The second and last DLC pack is just a level with a lot of content. They really did well with this one. You're in a metro station with a ton of trains. The trains are just train cars attached to giant cats. And yes, they're adorable, but yes, they will run you over. Still adorable, though. This place is pretty big, but distinct enough that I never really got lost, which is awesome. The story begins and you mug somebody for an hourglass after entering the metro. After this, you're introduced to the Yakuza-style crime syndicate, a group of cats that want all the hourglasses for their boss. And they're totally legit jewelry store. They totally run a legit jewelry store. You basically collect hourglasses only for the cat boss to steal them back from you, and then pay you for them with cash, which, I'm sorry, Hat Kid actually has very little use for. However, after collecting most of the hourglasses, Hat Kid jumps in and tries to steal them away, only to get caught and end up with a bounty on her head. Hat Kid works to escape the metro while the cats come after her, and the leader tries to rocket launcher her to death. But eventually Hat Kid ends up in an elevator. The boss finds her way back to the elevator too, though, and is about to kill her, but then the cops show up. One of them happens to work for the boss cat, but doesn't realize that you actually betrayed her. He gives you the last hourglass after the boss takes off, thinking that you'll just give it to her, and then you manage to escape with the last hourglass. Awesome. Not only is that story pretty damn good, but all these challenges are really fun, including the heist of your hourglasses back. This entire level is great though. You can also buy new colors, given, if you have enough pawns. You can buy new gear for your hats, and even get a few new badges that create a Game Boy or even a Virtual Boy filter. Oh, that one hurts the eyes. Jeez Louise. After you get all the hourglasses in the main levels and the DLC, you do have one last rift that shows up. And it's tough, but not too bad. It's a little too long, which is a problem again, but it's not as terribly challenging as the last one. There is a rift in the metro as well, which gives you a story about Hat Kid's Roomba, while the last time rift gives you a story about Mustache Girl, which is kind of nice. This DLC was really fun. After all that, overall, A Hat in Time is an interesting beast to talk about. I think the game is probably one of my favorite 3D collectathon platformers, but I'm also not quite sure. The game's writing works well with each level has a story concept and does well bringing it together in the end. The game is charming, and while the graphics sometimes don't look great close up, the art style is mostly charming, and the soundtrack is amazing. The gameplay is fantastic, and Hat Kid has so much mobility options, and the power-ups with her different hats, badges, just keep being able to do so many jumps in the air, it's crazy. All the levels are pretty different from one another and keep things really fresh and interesting, with each set of levels designed differently, but still leading up to an epic boss fight. The collection of all the hourglasses doesn't do anything to my knowledge, but collecting money can give you more badges, and finding artifacts gets you more hourglasses. Sure, the fun of exploring and collecting things mostly gets you more challenges, but some of these add backstory, and you can get a lot of cosmetic options from these too. Overall, while the game still has some flaws, I think A Hat in Time is a masterpiece. I love playing the game. I love all the levels. I love the OST. Yeah, I think I can say this is probably one of my favorite 3D collectathon platformers of all time now. The original game is a masterpiece, a 3D indie platformer that did a lot right to make a solid game, and I can't wait to play a sequel too, hopefully one day. As for the DLC, Seal the Deal does bring in a new level pack, but personally I don't care for the cruise ship-like level. It's massive and hard to navigate, and while two of the hourglasses are fine, one of them has to navigate through mini challenges on time limits. Bleh. Hard mode is kind of neat though, but I'm not sure that really justifies the $5 price tag for everybody. Some people will get their money worth here though. Challenge mode is pretty robust after all, and the final mission of the cruise liner was incredibly fun. Along the dialogue throughout, that was fun too, because again, you run into a lot of older characters. The Metro DLC is really good too, but it's just a level pack. Plenty of content though, and plenty of new colors to buy, like these sick-ass flames. I highly recommend the second DLC if you just like playing Hat in Time and exploring the levels, and only get the first one if you really want a tougher challenge. So, it goes, the base game is a 10 out of 10 with minor flaws, the first DLC is a cautious recommendation, and the last DLC is a heavy recommendation. A Hat in Time is a fantastic game, as long as you're aware it's an indie title and, you know, it's a 3D platformer. You know, if you know what you're getting yourself into, you should really enjoy your time here. Especially if you like the collectathon aspect of it. You're gonna love this game. But that is all the time I have for this game. This is a re-review, and finally hitting up the DLC of the game was a bit of a mixed bag, but replaying the game was just as fun as it was the first time, so hey, there you go. If you liked the video, please leave a like, subscribe, hit the bell if you haven't. Also comment. I'd love to discuss this game with more people, and maybe recommend it if you think you might enjoy it. You know, talk to me. Ask me questions. I'm happy to answer them. Take care, my minions. Hello, welcome to Sauron Takes On. Today we're going to be talking about the 32X. I have a few goals in talking about this little console add-on, and I'm going to hit them all. There aren't as many games for this machine, especially ones that I'm interested in, but I'm going to talk about the history and go over what the machine actually is. Afterwards, I'm going to go over some of the games in rapid succession, talking briefly about them. So let's get this show on the road. Let's take on the 32X! The 32X is an interesting history. Ultimately, it failed, mostly thanks to Sega's botched marketing ploys to try and defeat the PlayStation 1. See, the 32X released late November in 1994, and in early December for Japan. You know what was out in Japan by then? The Sega Saturn. Basically, the 32X was supposed to give consumers time to build up to a Saturn while not missing out on new games, or at least be a cheaper alternative to the Saturn. More or less, this device was a 32-bit processor that attached an upgrade as Sega Genesis from a 16-bit console to a 32-bit one. Not bad. The Genesis was super flexible looking back on it. Too bad the 32X didn't do well in the market. See, the Sega Saturn was already out in Japan. It didn't take long to release the Saturn months earlier than scheduled, just to try and beat the PlayStation 1, which ended up hurting Sega in the long run. Bit off tangent, but Sega didn't really tell a lot of retailers about their early release, causing a bunch of big name retailers to not even carry the damn thing. So yeah, the Saturn was hurt too. This also killed much of the pace of the 32X sales, and it was supposed to basically have the American market all wrapped up for a while, but nope. They even had a special console called the Neptune, which was cancelled. The Neptune was basically a Sega Genesis built in with the 32X already attached. But the 32X was such a poor seller, the console version didn't even make it to market. In Sega's defense, Sony wanted to do deals with them in the video game market, and Sega of Japan laughed them out of the building. Sony was out for blood when Sega announced the retail American price for the Saturn. Sony literally just undercut them minutes later by offering the PlayStation 1 $100 cheaper. At the end of the day, the little console add-on had a lot of potential, but at the end of the day, it lives in obscurity outside of some select ads in gaming magazines. The ads were really sexual in nature for something that really, it's just a console add-on, that's all it is. But yeah, they really made adult ads for this, and that's about all I remember of the 32X growing up. So let's get down to playing it, shall we? So let's start talking about the fighting games on the console, which kind of piqued my interest. And let's begin with the most popular fighter on the console, Mortal Kombat 2. Shocker, I know. The first add-on, the Sega CD, had the original Mortal Kombat, but it wasn't different enough from the original Genesis port. How does the 32X version of the sequel fare? About the same, honestly. This version of the game, unfortunately, isn't all that different from the Genesis version, which works a little better here since, the actual add-on was quite a bit cheaper than the Sega CD. The Saturn port is considered worse, though, and the SNES is considered the better port. But why buy this? Well, if you have the Genesis version, it still works on the 32X, so why buy the 32X version at all? It doesn't even come with a cool audio CD. Bleh. I guess the characters do look better, and the controls are tighter, leaning some to feel that this is an improvement to the SNES version. But the SNES version had better music, so whoops. Yep, unfortunately Mortal Kombat didn't do well, but what about the next fighter? Let's talk about Primal Rage. This is an interesting game, and hey, this has to be better than the Game Gear version, right? Well, of course it is. It's the Game Gear version. Not as good as the Saturn port, but this game is visually improved from the Sega Genesis port, which is actually really good. At least it improves some, and Primal Rage is actually really fun. It's a fighting game with dinosaurs that showed up in arcades and consoles way back when, only to vanish along with Midway. Still, while this is visually improved, there are better versions out there, and overall, while I have nostalgia for the game, there's also better fighters out there too. Also, quick note here, this is Sauron. He kicked my ass, something fierce. Proof that even when I lose, I end up winning. Nah, I'm just kidding. It's just a dumb joke. Don't take it too seriously. Let's talk about Virtua Fighter next. And Virtua Fighter has a much better port, near arcade perfect, on the Saturn. And most people will know that port is the better version. Like, that's what most people grew up with. Because if you actually managed to buy a Sega Saturn, you probably had Virtua Fighter with it. But the 32X got a pretty decent port too. I think the characters look a bit bad without CD support, but the 32-bit polygons do get the job done overall. I seem better at this game than other fighters. I don't know. I'm normally horrid at fighting games overall, but I didn't do half bad here. Though I still got wrecked up the ladder, but this is my first time playing the game too. Shame that the Virtua Fighter series was wrecked by Tekken at the end of the day, but I had more fun with this than some of the other fighters. Meanwhile, there are fighting games like Brutal Unleashed Above the Claw. This game is an absolute train wreck and an absolute shame. This game has you unlock special moves during arcade mode, which would be fine and is pretty cool on paper, but the difficulty doesn't scale. What does that mean? Well, it means that you start with nothing but basic punches and kicks, and every other opponent that you fight lacks that same handicap. The CPU has all the special moves, and will probably destroy you until you unlock some moves, which, yeah, good luck since you don't have any at the start. I got destroyed by the first fighter, and I was playing on easy mode. What the hell? Not only that, but I'm talking about the first opponent here. You know, the one who's supposed to kind of lead you into the whole thing. The CPU here is brutal, giving credence to the game title, I suppose. Pass on this one for sure, guys. That game is almost as brutal as needing both the 32X and the Sega CD to play a video game, which, yes, those games totally exist. Most of these games are actually updated versions of the Sega CD games, however. Like this one, Corpse Killer, a game that I kind of skipped over on my Sega CD review. I had a hard time even getting this up and running. Come to find out, there's a glitch where if you have a controller plugged into the second port, the game just doesn't work. Period. So that's fun. But, yeah, regardless, this game is nearly impossible to play with a controller on the 32X. I'm not sure if it's compatible with some of the other things, though, like the light gun or anything like that. I didn't try it. Zombies. Oh, boy. They look horrible in this game, by the way, which, yeah, what is this walking animation here? Seriously. What is this stupid shuffle? Or this one looks like he's a drunk skater boy. Ugh. Anyway, the zombies come at you in huge numbers, and bonus, some of them throw crap at you, which are, yeah, you're supposed to shoot them down. Bonus number 2, the objects are often very small, way smaller than the zombies, which makes it really hard to hit out of the air, especially while dealing with other zombies. Bonus 3, your aiming reticle moves at a snail's pace with the controller, which is great. Hard to believe this is an improved version of the Sega CD. Pass on this one, guys. Next, I couldn't really get the exclusive game to this setup. I do know at least one of the games that needed both the Sega CD and the 32X was an exclusive to this particular situation. It's called Fahrenheit, but I couldn't actually get my hands on it. What I did get my hands on is Night Trap. Oh yes, Night Trap is back on the 32X as well, with some updated features like a map screen, though I couldn't get the traps working this time around. Whoops. Still not a game I recommend, but the map is a nice touch, and moving the camera is much better, allowing you to see the bad guys way faster. Very nice touch. Too bad about needing both the 32X and a Sega CD to play this version, though. Still, if you're going to play this, the HD version on modern consoles is probably better. Not guaranteeing it, but probably better. Alright, moving on, let's talk about FPSs real quick. And yes, there were some first-person shooters on the console. The most well-known one was a port of Doom. This is considered one of the best ports of Doom outside of the PC original. Having great music, higher FPS than most of the other ports, this is actually not bad at all. The original Doom runs at 30 FPS, that's frames per second if you're wondering, and the 32X is a downgrade to a 15 to 20 FPS, but still a higher rate than a lot of the other ports. Just that alone makes this version of Doom better than even the Saturn release, which only ran at a whopping 12 frames per second, with frame drops. Damn. That is a lot of technical talk to basically say that Doom on the 32X outperforms the Saturn port of it, and even the SNES port. I think the only version that is considered better is the PlayStation 1 version, but that version lacks good audio, which the 32X wins out on, so this could very well be the best port outside of the PC version in the 90s. Alright, moving on, let's talk about Metalhead. This game is an interesting one as it was developed by Sega themselves. You are a mech driver. You ride a bipedal mech. Yes, this concept is badass. Yes, this game is fully 3D, somewhat akin to Star Fox. However, the draw distance is horrible, and the game is a bit slow. This game runs slower, but blasting other mechs in a city that belongs to terrorists is kind of fun. They even carpet bomb the city in Mission 2, but I didn't get much further than that. I hear basically every level is roughly the same map too, so repetition is still a problem. But I had a fun time for a retro game running on the Genesis, as slow as dated as it was. Should have continued. Should have been a really fun series. But nobody played the 32X, so nobody played this game either. Damn. T-Mech is kind of in the same vein. You pick a futuristic tank and wipe out other tanks in a destruction derby kind of shooter. Yes, a first-person vehicle shooter. You don't have a lot of options here, but you can ride a tank and destroy competition for points. As long as you keep winning, you keep moving on. It's two-player as well, but I didn't have anyone help me with this one. Still, for what this was, it was a fun time. The graphics are pretty dated though. But, you know, it has a nice arcade feel to it. Now, what you're really looking for in this video is something kind of weird, right? Yeah, this isn't a first-person shooter, this is actually a side-scrolling shooter. And I'm not entirely sure how it's pronounced. Colibri? Colibri? Yeah, Colibri. I'll just go with Colibri. Colibri is a side-scrolling shooter, which I thought would be kind of like Gradius, but nope, it's more Echo the Dolphin with Gradius elements. Yeah, a space crystal who basically created life on this planet has its powers sapped away by another crystal, and a hummingbird has to fix it. I got destroyed in the second mission though, so this game is actually pretty hard, and a bit unfair with how enemies can dogpile you, but fun for sure. Weird, but fun. Also, if you're searching for this game, good luck, because Colibri apparently just means hummingbird, so the game is basically called Hummingbird for the 32X. And, yeah, finding information on it is somewhat difficult, so good luck with that. Last but not least, we have Space Harrier. This one's a third-person shooter as you control a character from behind. This game helped coin the term third-person shooter as well as on-rail shooter. The original arcade release is older than me, released in 1985. This port, however, things get a bit weird with. It looks dated on the 32X, but this port is actually as close to being arcade perfect as a console could get during this date. You know, outside of the frame drops anyway. Yeah, if there were too many sprites, it drops in frames, but despite this, the arcade game looks slightly dated by 1995. Still, very fun to play on the 32X though. Alright, moving on at a pretty good clip, which I apologize for, guys. Unfortunately, the Sega CD lasted longer than this damn thing did. Let's talk tie-in games and bring up Spider-Man like a dig on the Sega CD. This time, however, this game is actually exclusive to the 32X. Yes, Spider-Man Web of Fire is an exclusive Spider-Man game in which Spider-Man takes on... Wait a minute, is that Dragon Man on the cover? Oh, he's the first boss fight? Oh, it's that storyline, isn't it? The one in which Spider-Man takes on the new Enforcers? Yeah, it's that one. This is the only time Spider-Man really fought Dragon Man, and yes, this is exactly the story that they pulled from. This is the story where the spider armor comes from, actually. It is in-game, but I never actually found it. I did rescue Daredevil, though, and use him to fight Dragon Man, so that was kind of cool. Gameplay sucks, though. Also, they added in some Hydra connections, and Dragon Man explodes when he's defeated, which is, yeah, that's interesting. Let's go left field and play a Star Trek game for a while. Yep, no idea what I'm doing flying this ship. Huh. This game is, something. Welcome to Star Trek Fleet Simulator. Honestly, I'm not a big Star Trek fan. It's more sci-fi than Star Wars, but I prefer the action fantasy elements compared to the intelligently written space explorers. Still, this seems like fun. I just didn't spend a huge time on this one overall. But it's a training simulator, so someone is sure to enjoy this. Also, this game kind of came out for a lot of different consoles, so there's that. Speaking of Star Wars, this is a home port of a Star Wars arcade cabinet. This one is really cool and bad all at the same time. The 32X version is just a lesser to the arcade version in every way possible, except it does have a 32X mode, which is kind of awesome. Sure, it extends the normal arcade time, something almost needed, but it adds more levels and challenges, which is actually kind of neat. Still, it's a shame that the game moves slower and has less polygons than the original game. But if you need a home version of the Star Wars arcade game, here you go. Alright, let's talk platformers, and skipping the obvious Sonic inclusion, I found two that are kind of interesting. Which, yeah, that's a word I'd use for tempo. This is interesting. Really weird, but interesting. First thing, this game is absolutely bonkers. But it does look amazing. These graphics still hold up, even today. The issue is, this game is actually so bizarre that, yeah, I had no idea you had to find a flower to melt these crystals in the first level, and I tried damaging my way through, which wasn't a smart idea. Either way, I didn't get too far into this one. Not as fun as other platformers I've played, but it's not terrible and worth a look at, as it's a 32X exclusive. Plus, like I said, the art style is actually really good. It's just really freaking weird, and the game doesn't really set up what you're supposed to do very well. Pitfall is also on the 32X. This is a port of Pitfall Mayan Adventure game that is also on the Genesis and Sega CD, as well as probably other consoles that I didn't really look up. I missed this during my Sega CD run, and it's a shame too, as this version kind of sucks. It has horrible frame drops, and while the colors are definitely nicer, it's just too buggy. On the Sega CD, it isn't too different than the Genesis version, or the SNES version for that matter, but comes with a soundtrack, again. This is Radical Rex all over again, isn't it? Jeez Louise. Either way, the game isn't fun, at least on here. Don't play the 32X version of it. Yuck. Alright, time to wrap this up with some oddball games, two of which I found really interesting. Let's take a look at BC Racers, which is another game that originated on the Sega CD, but you don't need one to play the 32X version. The 32X version is also much faster, and is the better version of the two, and was an American exclusive for some reason, despite the game being made in Britain. This game is fun, but cornering is absolute garbage on the 32X version. Bonus, there are no power-ups and little ways to get back into first place. You can also damage other racers, but they can and will damage you. And if your bike dies, you do too. Fun, but a tad bit unruly for those who actually want to play the game for longer than, a small little stint. Meanwhile, we also have Blackthorn. This game is widely distributed on the PC and SNES, but did have a 32X release, which is kind of cool. The game is similar to the OG Prince of Persia or Flashback, where it's more cinematography than actual gameplay. I recall seeing this in a Nintendo Power once, actually. This is fun, but overall not really my style of video game. Couldn't even figure out how to get off the original screen without a guide, so, oops. Overall, the 32X was definitely an interesting console add-on, upgrading the Sega Genesis much like the Sega CD did, but with a 32-bit processor this time around. The thing didn't last long, though, even compared to the CD, so there were far less games to pick from. But overall, I think the quality of games justified the price at least better than the Sega CD did. The 32X was also less than the $200, unlike the Sega CD, which was awesome, but yeah. Sega kind of released the Saturn so soon afterwards, or before in Japan, kinda killed the damn thing. Still, this is a neat little time capsule. I wouldn't say you have to go check it out right this second or anything, but this time capsule does have a little bit to offer. These quick looks are kind of fun. I didn't even hit up the entire library, but my time here was interesting and definitely worth it. I wasn't as disappointing as the Sega CD, that's for sure. Either way, there is one more title I'm going to look at, and I'm going to give it my full attention next time. What is it called? Sonic Crackers, the lost title of... Okay, that's only the prototype name. It's actually called Knuckles Chaotix. It stars Knuckles, but don't be fooled, it is indeed a Sonic game. Until then, though, I'm done for this video. If you want to help me, though, commenting, subscribing, and, discussing down below the 32X, man, I would love to talk more about this, I'm not gonna lie. So, even if, you don't care to help out my channel grow, come talk to me. I'm not doing anything else of importance. Until the next time, my minions, take care. Happy Leap Year and welcome back to Sauron Takes On. So, where to begin talking about Knuckles Chaotix? By bringing up that this is simply a Sonic game with odd gimmicks. Don't believe me? Check out Sonic Crackers. Oh yes, this isn't a brand deal with Keebler or anything. Sonic Crackers is a prototype build of Knuckles Chaotix, but it features Sonic and Tails. This is basically a build in which Sonic and Tails, instead of, following each other, are tethered together, bound by a chain. Oh, lovely. This is also some prototype levels from Knuckles Chaotix, meaning that Sonic Crackers eventually became what is known as Knuckles Chaotix at the end of the day. It is a shame, though, because while I don't think they need to necessarily release Sonic Crackers, I do think they should release Knuckles Chaotix. Yeah, this game is a 32X exclusive. Unlike every other Sonic game released, including Sonic CD and all the Game Gear games, this is the only game from this era to never be re-released. The only way to officially have this game is to buy the expensive original cartridge, the 32X that works, all the chords, and a working Sega Genesis. Good luck. The only real thing I knew about this game around the time of release is I saw a badass red Metal Sonic in the promotional material. So let's do this. Let's take on Metal Sonic! Round 2! So, man, I've read the manual plot and, what a weird story. So the Master Emerald forms a rock, some kind of weird island, that Knuckles thinks is a part of some lost civilization. There are powerful rings here, the not Chaos Emeralds of the story, and naturally Dr. Eggman is after them, even capturing some poor chameleon. This is Espio, and Knuckles saves him while Dr. Eggman takes off via Metal Sonic to the rescue. This is the weirdest T-pose for dominance I've ever seen. Anyway, Knuckles and his new friend somehow run into the other guys like Vector and Charmy, who are here for no real reasons. Like, there are reasons given, but they're weird. Espio is a researcher of ancient civilization and is jealous of Knuckles? Okay. Mighty the Armadillo from Sega Sonic the Hedgehog, a game I covered a month ago, is here just because he loves exploration. Alright. Vector the Crocodile is religious and believes in God, while also being kind and friend-seeking. I didn't realize he was listening to Christian rock in those headphones. Charmy is the fastest insect alive, breaking the sound barrier, while he also doesn't like being denied? Mature but moody? He's on the island for flowers. Yeah, why not? Bomb and Heavy were Eggman's mechanics, but for some reason betrayed him? Or not. They could just be slowing down the Chaotix team, realistically. Anyway, as the team hunt down Eggman and take out his machines, which are powered by these big rings, eventually they are attacked by Metal Sonic. After taking him down and killing the stupid-ass level select screen, Metal is powered up to become Metal Sonic Kai. Dang, this thing is badass. They defeat Metal Sonic Kai and manage to save the day. Though if you beat the game without the Chaos Rings, he comes back and kills a city somewhere? I didn't get this ending, so enjoy the still image of it that I found online. Regardless, the day is saved, but is the story good? No! What the hell is this mess? Vector is here because he felt the island showing up was some type of act of God. Like, really? That's his reasoning? Charmy is here for flowers, which I get, he is a bee, but what's up with all this crap about him breaking the sound barrier only to have him here for flowers? Look, the writing is all over the place. They're using power rings, which does make a bit of sense with Sonic lore, so the overall arcing plot kinda works. The reasons for the characters are simple, which works, but they're so left field and bizarre. I think the plot doesn't really work overall. There's too much here that was just kind of thrown in there for the heck of it. And that's not good. That all being said, the game sure looks cool, doesn't it? Espio looks great with his multicolor crouch for idle animation. Everyone else looks cool too. Well, Mighty just looks like Sonic, but everyone else looks pretty unique, which is awesome. Honestly, the graphics are pretty impressive here. Given a lot of levels can look a bit like color vomit when you are kind of looking at still images, but in motion, I did get used to it, so I don't think it's too bad. The boss fights look great too, a 3D style that works really well with the 2D sprites, making this some of the best 32-bit boss battles around. Hell, the final form for Metal Sonic here was the only thing I ever saw about this game, and it was so badass. I actually wanted to play this game just because of that. Also, the first phase of Metal Sonic fight is just him merging with the level select screen. Yeah, the level select screen has a lot of RNG, it really sucks. So I'm happy to actually break and destroy it. That alone is almost worth the entire playthrough. Almost. Let's talk about the music though. There are different tracks for the time of day. Oh yes, there are times of day in this game. They can alter pathways, but I didn't really notice the mechanics much outside of the overworld. As for the rest of the music, it's pretty damn good. Door into Summer has bouncy beat that reminds me of a beach. Doesn't play at a beach, but it has that vibe. I suppose the intro level is an island, so I guess it does work. Good tune regardless. Electronica is a good tune too. It plays in Techno Tower. Speed Slider works for the fast-paced carnival setting, but I wouldn't recommend the track outside of that. Evening Star playing for one of the day settings in the hub is really good. Seascape works well, and it has a seaside boat setting. It's relaxed and would be good in a Sonic lo-fi video if I'm going to be really honest. Yeah, I like lo-fi. What? What? No, I'm just kidding. I don't think anybody would be offended if I said that. Oh well. Actually, a couple of tracks work here for lo-fi if I'm going to be really honest. Midnight Greenhouse, for the level that works with the day-night mechanic, works really well and is a great track in general. Easily my favorite. New Moon isn't a bad track by any means either. Combination is fun and tacky touch? I'm not sure. Works with the frantic gameplay. Soda Pop is fun, but I don't recall where the hell it even played in the game. Last track I'll touch upon is Oriental Legend, which plays while fighting Metal Sonic Kai. A decent song for a final battle boss fight, but it could have been better. Overall though, this game actually looks pretty good, and the music is actually really good too. Shame not a lot of people have actually heard this OST. So let's talk about some good things about the gameplay before I get to the elephant in the room. All the characters do feel somewhat different. Some of them spin dash, while Espio has this weird Crash Bandicoot-like spin. Vector is slightly bigger and has an air dash, while Knuckles glides and climbs. Mighty is just Sonic the Hedgehog with a different skin, and Charmy is absolutely broken. Bomb explodes when hit, which can, damage you, and Heavy is just slow but indestructible. They're the joke characters and not really supposed to be good. Heavy's better though. Bomb actually harms you and himself when he's hit, so he isn't good in any way, shape, or form. At least Heavy can be useful because he's, again, indestructible. Meanwhile, as I said before, Charmy's broken. He has an air dash, and he can just fly. Charmy is the best for a first playthrough in my opinion. No matter how different the characters are, they're all bolted down by the stupid gimmick this game comes with. No matter what, you play as one character, which I pick Charmy mostly. This is the character you control, and you have a partner character chained to you like an iron ball. The other character doesn't directly follow your commands like Tails from Sonic 2. They kind of follow your lead, but for the most part you have to pull them. There are things to do with this though. You can summon them for 10 rings, you can get them to stop dead and use them to take off super fast. The issue is that in Sonic games, the faster you go, the less precision you end up having. And while this game allows you to get high speeds very quickly, you lack even more control. You aren't just dealing with one character, you're dealing with two of them. And if one isn't completely under your control, making things difficult, imagine having two characters to deal with when you're zipping around and zooming all over the place. But it's not completely unplayable either. Yeah, after my first playthrough, I played a bit to try out the other characters briefly, and I felt like I had improved and understand the gameplay and physics a lot better. It's still a stupid gimmick and was completely unnecessary. The game would be better off without it. It makes gaining speed more complicated and even harder to control. But it does work at the end of the day. Now, given there really isn't much to these levels at all, they're very simple levels overall, and there isn't too much about them. Botanic Garden isn't too awfully bad. It changes levels between the day and night system, which you can see what time it is in the central hub. This, of course, means absolutely nothing unless you play the game multiple times, or, die a lot, which is kind of unlikely to happen, but I'll get into that in a bit. The central hub doesn't change, so you might not even notice that this is a mechanic. Speed Slider is a big climb with a downhill slope. That's basically it. It's carnival themed, that's kind of cool, right? Techno Tower is more of a vertical scale upwards, whereas Marina Madness has boats that you need to hit switches that allow you to move to different places. Amazing Arena is probably the best level of the bunch. You have to actually explore and find a clock with a switch, and you need to press that switch to beat the level. This is also the only level with mini-boss fights, with a weird Death Egg Robo-style boss, but it's just arms. You have to dodge while attacking a floating head. There are boss fights, but you need to go through a lot just to get to any of them. This is the major issue with the level design in Knuckles Chaotix. You have to play through 5 acts in each major zone. Botanic Garden has 5 levels of the same damn thing before you ever hit the boss fight. It gets worse. You don't get to pick the levels you play, or even play them in a specific order. No, you have to hit a roulette wheel to pick at random. This sucks. You basically could blow past a level and get to the boss fight, or you might not even see one single boss fight until you're near the end of your entire playthrough, like I had to here. The boss fights aren't bad, thankfully. They certainly look cool. In Botanic Garden, the boss has you grappled to a claw, and you swing your partner at Eggman. Speed Slider has a merry-go-round boss fight that feels like it inspired a Cuphead boss. You jump around and attack while jumping on top of the platforms to avoid the bottoms. Amazing Arena summons enemies to fight, which is probably the only time you'll actually see the enemies, since they're more rare in the actual levels. Yes, these levels don't have a whole lot of enemies to fight. Marina Madness has a crystal shield thing that can also attack you, but you have to deal, damage. It's actually a really cool fight. Techno Tower has a clunky mech that you end up fighting. The final boss fight has you facing Metal Sonic in that damn roulette wheel level selector. You have to hit the wheel and roll the X option, as the other numbered options summon attacks. Afterwards, Metal Sonic becomes Metal Sonic Kai, a huge robot that looks amazing, and you basically destroy his arms. After his arms are gone, you avoid his laser. He shoots a massive laser at you, which is super easy to dodge. In fact, all these bosses are pretty easy due to the way rings work. You don't have lives in this game. You can die, sure, but you have to get negative 99 rings. Yes, the only thing killing you is death. Anyway, I lost a lot of rings, but I never actually died in the game at any point in time. So why didn't I die? Well, that's because there's a crap ton of rings in every nook of nearly every level in this game, making the game even easier than it should be. That's probably why they got rid of lives, honestly, because it is super easy to collect 100 rings. And yeah, this is all because of the special zones and bonus stages, though. There are bonus stages you can find throughout the levels if you have more than 50 rings. These areas constantly drain your rings, but you get a chance at even more rings and items. This sucks, though, as you could honestly leave with much less rings than you ended up starting the stage with. If you reach the end of the level with 50 rings or more, however, you get a chance for a Chaos Ring. The more rings you have, the better here. Basically, if you enter the stage with just as many rings as you had in the level proper, this means if you enter the big ring with, let's say, 110 rings, that's what you have on the special stage to try and get to the Chaos Ring. The rings drain slowly, but you can always collect more while running through these stages, and if you don't collect enough blue orbs, you just keep going. The stage basically loops indefinitely until you run out of rings or collect enough blue orbs to pass on. Each Chaos Ring requires 2 stages each, and you have to beat them both before getting kicked out. If you don't, you'll have to restart from stage 1. The only thing that will drop you out of these stages instantaneously and without warning is a bottomless pit that is incredibly hard to see. Yes, there are bottomless pits here, and if you basically have to constantly avoid them while collecting blue orbs and rings. These are the bane of my runs with these. I hate how long the 3rd ring took because there are so many bottomless pits to fall from, and those end your run for a Chaos Ring instantly. Everything else is super beginner friendly too, since again, as long as you have rings and don't fall down, you have infinite tries to get enough blue orbs. The stage just keeps repeating until you collect enough blue orbs in this maze-like area. Regardless, the normal levels shower you with rings, so this shouldn't be too awfully tough to get to these, because let's be real, these stages shower you with rings. No special secrets for getting them, you just get the better ending. But if you do get all the rings, they let you replay these special stages for more points. But the graphics are vector lines, making them way harder to navigate. There aren't very many power-ups to find in the stages either. Some make your character bigger or smaller? Yeah, not doing much there. Some swap characters around. Okay. The blue ring that you can get, though, is kind of cool. Basically, when you take a hit, you spawn out bigger rings, making them easier to collect and get your ring counter back up. Although taking a hit is sometimes rare, it does actually happen. Overall, Knuckles Chaotix is super flawed. It's both fun and frustrating at the same time. The story is just kind of dumb, while the presentation is pretty damn good. The gameplay is workable and has good aspects, but overall gimmick of being chained to another player character is needless and complicated. The levels are mostly bland and uninspired, but some are fun, and the boss fights are all pretty damn good overall. The secrets are interesting and fun, but they don't really do much of anything for you, including the power-ups and the Chaos Rings, which are somewhat difficult to get. Probably the most challenge you'll get from the game. I really didn't enjoy my time here, but I enjoyed parts of the game, if that makes sense. As such, Knuckles' first and only outing as a main playable character is a bit of a letdown. That still isn't an excuse as to why this game isn't playable on modern markets. While Sonic Blast for the Game Gear is, though? Come on. That's just unexcusable. The game is meh from me. Mediocre most of the time. It ranges from kinda cool to overly complicated mess. A solid 5 out of 10. And it's a shame too, because honestly, Knuckles is a great character and he would be fine in his own video games. Just not this video game. Still, cool timepiece to look into. That's all the time I have for this review, guys. I'm sorry if this is a bit shorter side, but there really wasn't much to this game. If you liked the video, please like, subscribe, comment. Until next time, my minions, take care. Oh, and like I said, happy leap year. Alright. So here's the deal. Mario shows up in a ton of 8-bit games, some of which are full-on Mario games, and some of which are basically cameos. I would have a hard time doing full-on dedicated videos on a lot of these games. I mean, how long could I possibly talk about a puzzle game, let's be honest? I'm also not very big on sports titles, and doing dedicated videos on sports games is a bit difficult for me. A man who doesn't really play sports. I understand him to some degree, but yeah, I don't really play sports. Lastly, there's also some really weird games that Mario has shown up in that I really, again, don't have a placement for, but also because, I wouldn't be able to do a full-on video once again. So, yeah, we're going to be talking about sports titles, puzzle games, and miscellaneous titles. Isn't that fun? Mario's been in a lot for his 8-bit days. However, we are going to be talking a little bit about the future because I'm doing not only Game Boy games, but I'm also going to be hitting up the Game Boy Color games as well. So, yeah, there's that. I'll try and give some recommendations of these games towards the end of the video or while I'm playing the game. We'll see how it goes. But But for now, let's do this. Let's take on Mario Spinoffs Round 1. First off, let's talk about Mario sports titles. Yeah, I know, it's weird to think about 8-bit sports titles, but with Mario. But yeah, Mario actually showed up in a lot of these. Given he did also cameo in Punch-Out, but I'm going to talk about that series in a different format. Or at least a different video, one of these days. I'm here to talk about all the other titles. You know how Mario had a ton of spin-offs during the N64 era about golf and tennis that kind of got a little popular? Yeah, come to find out, his illustrious golf and tennis career actually started here on the NES. So, starting off the sports titles, this is golf for the NES. Originally, this was considered Mario that you play as, but the issue is that thanks to Captain Rainbow, this is no longer called Mario. Still, I'm adding it here for a few reasons in which you'll see in a bit. Let's focus on this game, which is incredibly simple. You press the A button a lot. You use it to rear back your club, then again for accuracy on hitting the ball, using this slider over on the side. You can also pick a series of different clubs to help as well. Bunkers still sucked though, but sometimes I was able to make par, and sometimes I wasn't even close. Eventually I got too many points and the game kicked me out. For the record, if you don't play golf, you want the least amount of points possible. Getting over 100 points is just terrible, and I should feel bad for it. Alright, let's talk golf on the Game Boy now. Yes, there is a Game Boy version of golf. It's slightly different if I'm honest. For one, it's way more obvious that you play as Mario. This game isn't terrible, but it's incredibly difficult to really figure out where you're hitting the ball to. There's an arrow to kind of point you in the direction of the hole for the course. The issue is that you don't know if there's a lake or sand trap in the middle, and yeah, just hitting it directly towards the hole might be a little bit bad. Let's skip this one, shall we? Now that we talked about golf, let's talk about golf, Japanese courses? Japan courses? Well, this is interesting to say the least. It's a Japanese exclusive sequel to golf. Now, it's a bit improved over the original golf, but honestly, I'm not exactly a fan of this one. At least we know one thing for sure, that you are actually playing as Mario this time, which is what I mentioned earlier when I said you'll see why I brought the original golf up. Yeah, that's an awkward transition. Let's talk about US courses, which we ironically never got here in the US. This is another sequel, Japanese exclusive game. This one is actually more fun to play and has improved a lot more than the previous games. The physics makes a lot more sense to me. This is also definitely more Mario as well. Heck, this is basically the game right before the more well-known game, NES Open Tournament. And yeah, here we go, the most popular NES golf game, especially one that has Mario in it. Technically, Peach, Daisy, and Luigi are here as well. Nice. This game has the best amount of options and the most realistic golf physics, which, despite being really good, I still really suck at. Still, if I was going to recommend any of these older golf games to actually sink time and get good at, this would be certainly it. Outside of maybe the tie-in Mario Golf to the N64 or something? Yeah. Mario Golf 64. Well, I call it Mario Golf 64, but it's just Mario Golf. It does have a Game Boy Color version, but yeah, this is actually Mario Golf RPG Hybrid, which doesn't sound like it would be good, but it's actually kind of badass. I didn't really get into it since I still suck at Mario Golf, but this game is a huge leap in improvement. Trust me, I just make it look bad. I played some of the free mode option on this one, that way I could just play as Mario, and this feels much better to play than the previous games, but I still need to get used to the power meter overall. But yeah, I had a decent amount of fun with this one, and I hear the story mode is fantastic. Not shocking, but I recommend this and maybe NES Open Tournament over the other golf games, but they aren't terrible either. These are just the best ones out of the 8-bit golf games. But let's quickly move on and talk about tennis, another game I absolutely suck at. This game is brutally unforgiving as well, if I'm going to be honest. Here's the deal. The ball is incredibly small and hard to track. Not only do you have to chase it down, but hitting it is another story. You have to be facing certain sides or you'll likely hit the ball out of bounds. Mario is kind of a judgmental jerk against you too. He's the ref in these games, and he will call out if you land the ball on the line. He'll call out if you swing a little off. Yeah, he will absolutely point the finger at you. I'm guessing the other guy has the home field advantage. But he claims that it's in if the computer hits it on the line, which is very frustrating. I had to go fight Mario and Smash and destroy him as Bowser a couple of times after playing this. Seriously though, this game is just incredibly challenging and not very fun. The Game Boy version doesn't do much better. Mario is ruthless here too, but even hitting the ball is a beast and a half. Yeah, because it wasn't hard enough on the first game. See, if the ball is towards your middle, you won't hit it with enough force to even get over the net, which I suppose is true in both versions of the tennis. The issue here is that your character is too damn slow to really get to the ball fast enough, and the computer player is a master at tennis apparently. I'd say skip the NES and the Game Boy versions of tennis. You don't even play as Mario anyway, though there is another Game Boy Color tie-in to Mario Tennis on the N64. Alright. Talking about this game, it's not shocking. It's a tie-in to Mario Tennis. The Game Boy Color version is the best tennis game to play with Mario on it that is also an 8-bit. This time I played some of the single-player storyline anyway, and unlike the other tennis game, I actually had a lot of fun here. I managed to win some rounds with the player character, but training, yeah, I suck at that. And wow, for an RPG hybrid, there's a lot of text here. The story is that you study tennis at the school, and that's about it. I did not need 20 minutes of text just to kind of get to that point. You destroy opponents and climb the ranks and eventually get to face Mario at the end. At least I could play through a little bit of it. Hitting the ball is forgiving enough, but challenging enough to make this game super fun for a tennis game. The cool thing is that tennis and golf on the Game Boy Color are now on Switch Online service, so that's actually kind of badass. You can go experience these games if you have a Nintendo Switch and the online, and they have the unlockable secret characters too. See, there was a transfer pack thing for the N64, and if you had your Mario Tennis or Golf in the transfer pack, you could actually play as some of these secret characters on both the N64, which for some reason doesn't work on the Switch, and on the Game Boy Color, which for some reason does. And it has these characters already unlocked. Great. So, let's talk about baseball. And yeah, I'm not going to go over the NES baseball or anything like that. This is a series in which you're playing as Mario. But Mario did play a baseball game on the Game Boy. You technically play as Mario or Luigi in the baseball game. Skipping the NES version, this is actually kind of fun. See, I don't know if it's fun on the NES because I didn't play it for this video. Ha! You can control your team enough to catch balls and swing the bat hitting the ball, but I can't figure out hitting the ball very well. I assume I'm not hitting it well since I keep getting out almost all the damn time. And every good shot of the ball, the CPU just catches it like it doesn't really matter. Man, CPU is brutal here. Still, I wasn't terrible at catching them either, so it's kind of fun. Either way, while difficult, there is some fun to be had here with Mario's first baseball outing. But I wouldn't necessarily recommend this game over almost any of the other sports games. It's better than tennis on the NES and Game Boy. That's something. Yeah, and wrapping up the sports titles, I know I'm just kind of quickly blowing through these guys, but realistically, again, they're simple sports titles. I would have to say that the Game Boy Color games are pretty dang good. I would highly recommend checking them out. NES Open Tournament is pretty decent. I'd recommend that as well. And you could realistically skip pretty much everything else that I just talked about. They're not bad. Well, not all of them anyway, but yeah, they're not great either. But let's move on to the puzzle game, shall we? So after all these sports titles with Mario in the fray, you're probably wondering why there's a section of video games dedicated to puzzle games alone. Yeah, Mario has Dr. Mario, but if you weren't a puzzle game fiend or super into Nintendo games, you might not realize how many actual puzzle games Mario is in. Given one of these games Mario isn't even in, and it stars Toad and Wario. But still, I plan on touching down on every puzzle game connected to Mario. Besides, when else am I going to actually talk about Wario's Woods or Yoshi's few late appearances on the NES? Never, that's when. Until now. Let's go. Alright. Mario is barely in this one. A quick cameo at the end. But when else am I going to be able to talk about Tetris realistically? Tetris is the original puzzle game that came out on computers and eventually hit the NES in 1989. There was a lot of legal discourse, though. While Nintendo made the version for the Game Boy and the NES, they don't actually own Tetris. However, it didn't stop them from placing Nintendo cameos at the end of Tetris. And at the end of the day, Tetris is just stacking blocks. And every time you fill a horizontal row, it vanishes and you get points. It's simple, but really fun. The game pieces that you have to work with are randomized, and that's where the skill base comes in. Meanwhile, we also have the Game Boy version, which I've never played before, even as a kid, unlike the NES version. Is it better or worse? Well, I'd say better because puzzle games are just better suited to handheld consoles. And they're up and go nature, but worse because it's a Game Boy game. Ha ha! Still, the difference is so narrow that this version works perfectly fine, and the slightly slower nature of the game here might actually be better for you, especially if you're a new player. And while Mario isn't in them, I figure I'd hit up Tetris 2 and Tetris Blast, which are slight variations of the regular Tetris formula. Tetris 2 is weird and never caught on for a reason, given slight more physics to some of the blocks, while Tetris Blast is a slightly more explosive version. Nothing too serious, you're not really missing much here. Neither of them really beat out Tetris in popularity anyway, but if you like puzzle games, maybe you can dig these up somewhere. Tetris Attack. I think this is a tie-in to a Super Nintendo version of Tetris Attack, which, like that version, this is secretly a Yoshi game. It makes sense, as we'll see later. Yoshi does have several puzzle games on the Game Boy and the NES, so basing Tetris Attack on him works, I suppose. Unlike Tetris, however, this game has you switching some blocks around, and you destroy blocks that are pushing from the ground upwards. Your goal is to defeat enough blocks and keep the block wall from reaching the top, while getting all the blocks below a goal line, so to speak. Honestly, I did enjoy this a lot more than the regular Tetris game, so while I never played the SNES version, I can definitely recommend the Game Boy version for some fun. Yeah, let's see here. The classic Mario puzzle game, Dr. Mario. I wouldn't say it's the original puzzle game, I did already cover Tetris after all, but this was still very popular. Basically, you have pills with 2 sections of colors on them. If you line up 4 sections of colors with the same color, you eliminate the color sections. The point is to line up all the colors with corresponding viruses in the map, which are either red, blue, and yellow, just like your pills. It's simple, addictive, and I used to have a babysitter who had this game before I turned 6. It is good, but it's a puzzle game and it's just slightly Tetris adjacent. Now for the Game Boy version, which does a really good job bringing Dr. Mario to portable consoles. Instead of colors, you have, well, colors. Kind of. You have pills that are black, some that are white, and some with spots in them. You match them with the corresponding virus, which is actually easy to tell and see. I'd say the NES version is better, but the Game Boy version isn't terrible and works in a pinch if you wanted Dr. Mario, but on the go. Yoshi. Yeah, this game is just boring. It's Tetris adjacent again, but this is a stacking game. You move stacks and pair up 2 enemies for points. You can remove a stack if you're lucky enough to get 2 sides of a Yoshi egg somehow in the stack, which is actually harder than just keeping the board clear. You play as Mario and you flip around these plates to hold the stack of enemies. Yeah, this is so dumb simple, it's juvenile and really dull. Shame too, because this game was developed and created by Game Freak. You know, before Pokemon took over all their lives. This is also called Mario and Yoshi in PAL regions, which is actually a better title than simply Yoshi, if you ask me. Especially since you're actually literally playing as Mario, and Yoshi is just kind of part of the game. And here's the Game Boy version, which is basically the same thing as the NES version. There might be a few settings and modes kind of, gone. But the main gameplay is so dull, I wouldn't notice. Look, I don't recommend the NES original version. I'm not keen on recommending this one, Game Freak or otherwise. So after talking about Yoshi on the NES, let's talk about something else. Something a bit more rare outside of educational games. Oh crap, we're talking about Yoshi again. However, Yoshi is barely actually in this game. He comes in and steals Mario's cookies, making the title very confusing, and you mostly play as Mario baking more cookies. They're not Yoshi's cookies, they're Mario's cookies. What the hell? To play, you move the cookies either vertically or horizontally, which moves the entire row. Match a row either vertically or horizontally, and you clear that row. You clear the board to move on, and eventually you unlock cutscenes. This is cute and much better than just, Yoshi or Mario and Yoshi, whatever you want to call it. Cookies make things better. And yeah, this is also fun on the Game Boy too. Not super different, just less colorful, but it's still rather fun, and I highly recommend it either way. Alleyway. I think Alleyway is a bit older, but while you are for sure playing Mario this time, he's just controlling a paddle-like ship. I'm not sure what this... Oh, this is literally the Mario version of Breakout, isn't it? Yeah, this is literally just Breakout on the Game Boy, but you're playing as Mario. Enjoy? Okay, let's stick to the Game Boy and talk about Picross. A fun little puzzle game that, on the Game Boy, has Mario all over it. The first game is just puzzles, but the second game has some story mode to it. Too bad the second game was Japanese exclusive, huh? These games are where one of Mario's outfits hails from, though. From Mario Odyssey, the Explorer outfit. Yeah, comes from here. Anyway, Picross is just a puzzle game of filling in numbers. You use the numbers on the sides to figure out how many spaces to fill in each row and column, until you basically make a picture that's the solution. Mario's Picross did come here, but was very unsuccessful, while it was very popular in Japan, and Mario's Picross 2 is exclusive there for that reason. Both are really fun games, though. Yeah, I somehow enjoy Picross. I didn't know how to play until I picked up these titles. But now I do, and I kind of want to keep going back and playing more for no particular reason. Alright. Now it's time to talk about Wario's Woods. This isn't technically a Mario game. This is about Toad versus Wario in a puzzle game. But I'm probably never going to be able to talk about this game outside of this anyway. It is a puzzle game with Mario characters, so I'm going to count it. You are Toad, and you can run up and line up enemies and walk up walls. Nice. It's really weird to explain. You can't carry shit while you're moving up walls or, jumping around, and you will need to carry things. Your job is to move and pick up things like in Super Mario Bros. 2 and move them around. Line up 3 of the same color of whatever and remove them sometimes. And only remove them if you have a bomb of the same color. For example, you can't line up 3 of these colored enemies and remove them without a bomb somewhere in the lineup to destroy them. Remove all the enemies and beat the level. Birdo slowly drops bombs, but if you take too long, Wario shows up and drops things way faster, drops the ceiling, and even brings in new enemies to kill. What an asshole. Overall, this is slightly addicting, and while I'm not big on puzzle games, this one is pretty fun. You get a cutscene for, story purposes too. That's nice. Overall, when it comes to the puzzle games, honestly, they're fun. Warrior Woods is really fun. I like Picross. Alleyway is just breakout. Yoshi's Cookie is really fun. Dr. Mario is really fun. And while I don't particularly care for Tetris, it is stupidly popular. The only thing that I don't really recommend here is Yoshi. On both the NES and the Game Boy. Sorry, Game Freak. We'll have to look at some of your other games to find some positives. But yeah, if you like puzzle games that are kind of similar to Tetris or Tetris itself, go check out some of these. Honestly, Warrior Woods is kind of an underrated classic, and Picross is more like Sudoku, if I'm going to be really honest with you guys. Along with me. But I know I've been blowing through fun. It's really its own thing. Again, I enjoy it. And how else am I supposed to talk about cookies? This section, though, is a lot more interesting. This is the miscellaneous Mario spin-off section. And a lot of these are Japanese exclusive. So, this might be a bit more up your alley if you kind of fell asleep a little bit talking about Mario sports titles and Mario puzzle games. But I gotta start with pinball. Pinball is the first one up. I suck at pinball, but I have a lot of fun playing it. Mario is actually in this game and cameos in the mini games, which is kind of cool. You can unlock more boards, I think? I'm not sure. I unlocked the gold door, but I can never shoot the ball through the damn thing in time before it closes. Still, this is pretty simple pinball with Mario showing up every so often. This is way better than the second time Mario played pinball, but I'll deal with that in another video. So, let's talk about the Wrecking Crew. You know, the Wrecking Crew? The game where Foreman Spike shows up from? You know, Foreman Spike from the Mario movie? Yeah, he's an asshole here too. The Wrecking Crew is a game in which you play Mario breaking down a bunch of things while wrenches and eggplant people try and stop you. Your job is to puzzle out how to destroy all the objects while avoiding enemies of the stage. However, there's also fireballs. Yes, like the original Mario Brothers, if you're standing on a particular level too long, a fireball will form. The issue is, you can't jump. If you're caught between an enemy and a fireball, you die. To my knowledge, you can't get out of certain situations at all due to this. Bonus, if you do the level wrong, to my knowledge, you can't jump or reverse issues if you destroy a ladder too damn early. This is mostly puzzle, less platforming. Still, this is fun to play and mess with, and compared to other puzzle games, this one isn't Tetris adjacent. Also, the fireball things from Mario Brothers is a nice touch. Speaking of which, I've talked about Mario Brothers, but I've never actually talked about the original arcade Mario Brothers. I ended up talking about the NES version of my review of Super Mario Brothers, so I'll talk about the arcade release here, I suppose. Nothing too special though. You can run, jump, you can't change your jump once you actually jump, and you bounce enemies on platforms up above you. There are little introduction scenes for each enemy type that comes about, which I didn't know that, honestly, because this only shows up in the arcade version. This makes the game kind of fun. The graphics are pretty decent too, though Mario's colors are crazy in this game. Either way, this game is fun just like many other arcade games. Now, if only there was a direct sequel. Here we go. This is kind of interesting. Off the heels of the arcade, we're talking about Mario Brothers for the Japanese Famicom. But this isn't a normal port. This is the return of. Yeah, it's called Kita. Oh man, I butchered that. Kita? Yeah, that's the word that it's called. Katakita Mario Brothers. But the fans have dubbed this Return of Mario Brothers instead. It's a new version of the game built to be a food commercial? There's slots and a Koopa, which I have stills of, but I never actually found personally in the game. And that's probably because I can't read Japanese or really understand what I'm actually doing here. I can count in Japanese, I can't read it. So basically, this plays like Mario Brothers from the original arcade, except you can change your jump trajectory in mid-air. This basically breaks the game in two, since part of the original challenge was once you jump, you have to be okay of where you're landing beforehand. Bonus factoid, this game isn't specifically Japanese exclusive. It was also found in Europe without all the food marketing images. I couldn't find that version though. So let's talk about Super Mario Bros. Real quick. Did you know there was an arcade version of it? There were actually a few arcade classic NES games like this. This includes Dr. Mario, Pinball, The Goonies, Excite Bike, and plenty of others. It is nice that there was an arcade version of Super Mario Bros. Though. I was blowing through this game at a pretty good clip, but some of the levels felt slightly different, but also the same? Weird. Come to find out, even the different levels I played beforehand, because they mostly went into lost levels, which, that's probably why they felt the same, even though they felt different. Still, I did pretty well for a casual playthrough, but I've beat both the original and lost levels more than once. The basic idea is you can continue multiple times if you have enough quarters. It's nothing too special, but it's interesting to see an arcade version of this game. But I know why you're all here though. You want some weird stuff like we had with the arcade Mario Brothers, right? I got you covered. See, Super Mario Brothers has a weird ROM hack style game too. That's officially made by Nintendo. This game is about a radio show. Using level assets and graphics from the original Lost Levels game, aka Mario 2, this is a remake of the original Mario Brothers. What's the main difference? It has Lost Levels garbage gameplay now, and replaces some of the enemies with sprites of the radio talk show hosts. Yeah, this isn't terribly interesting playing, but without playing it, this is all just so bizarre and weird. But playing it, it was just like playing Super Mario Brothers. Well, with different sprites, and level 1-1 is at nighttime, but yeah, there's nothing too special, it's just a little weird, that's all. This next game I didn't play for very long, as I couldn't figure it out at all. It's a Japanese Famicom exclusive yet again, and this is, a sweater knitting game. You would basically hook up your Japanese Famicom, which is basically the equivalent of the NES, to your sewing machine and be able to sew Mario patterns. I guess that's kind of neat. It was called I Am Teacher Super Mario Sweater. The issue is, I again can't read what I'm actually supposed to be doing here. It probably also doesn't help that I don't have a sewing machine attachment. Yeah, I wasn't really looking to sew a sweater with this, I just wanted to talk about it a little bit. Well, moving on, since we can't sew, let's talk about racing. This game is a top-down racing game that you play as Mario in. That's pretty cool, huh? It was again a Japanese exclusive, but I was able to get it working this time around. The issue is cornering in this race is just garbage. Yeah, I played this a bit, but I really didn't enjoy it all too much. Fun novelty, but nothing more than that. Now the sequel, Famicom Grand Prix 2, has you racing Mario again, but this time the car shows up as a Smash Bros. Melee trophy. This game is more fun for sure. You're off-roading and the views from behind the car. You have a long track and certain time limits to get to the next checkpoint. This is actually a bit more like Mario Kart, I guess, but with a bit more complicated engine system. Some of these games even have shops to buy parts in. It's really interesting to think Mario had his foot in golf, tennis, and even racing way back in the NES and Famicom days, isn't it? This game did come out in 1988 after all. However, Mario and Luigi never actually show up in the game proper, just on the cover of the game, but the game tells you it is indeed Mario and Luigi driving. This is fun for sure, and if this ever comes to the Switch or something, I do recommend checking it out. It's pretty tough though. You know what this miscellaneous section is missing though? That's right, Game Boy games. Ah, the Game & Watch galleries. This is a recreation of some older Game & Watch titles replacing Mr. Game & Watch with Mario & Company. Given one of these recreates, Mario's Cement Factory, is the first appearance of Luigi canonically, which is kind of cool. They also have Game & Watch versions of Donkey Kong Jr., which are actually pretty fun overall. So these are worth a look. Game & Watch 2 gallery shows up both the Game Boy and the Game Boy Color. The only difference is a higher production value. Still really fun. Game & Watch 3, or Game & Watch Gallery 3, I guess, is a Game Boy Color exclusive, and that's the one that's actually on the Switch. It combines some of the features from the other two, but it has its own original games as well. All in all, these are all really fun. And unlike many of the other games, I do recommend giving them a try. I would also, again, recommend giving Famicom Grand Prix 2 a try if at all possible. But if I'm going to be really honest, the sweater game, there's no real reason for you guys to play it. I just kind of wanted to bring it up. All Night Nippon Super Mario Brothers, which is the radio show one, I never even mentioned the title whatsoever in my original section, and I apologize for that. It's called All Night Nippon Super Mario Brothers. And if I'm going to be really honest, you don't really need to go play that. It's just Super Mario Brothers, but meh. But it's weird. It's interesting to talk about. Super Mario Brothers Arcade isn't really necessary because you have the original Super Mario Brothers, unless you need infinite continues, in which case you can go play that on the Switch. Yeah, that's where I played mine. The Return of Super Mario Brothers isn't necessary to play either. Mario Brothers Arcade might be, though. And I do recommend the Wrecking Crew and a little bit of pinball as well from the NES. So there's that. Definitely go check those ones out. Overall, I can't recommend everything I played today, but I can recommend some of these games if you haven't tried them. The Game Boy Color sports titles are really good. The hybrid RPG sports titles with Mario front and center is a weird description, but it really does work overall. Picross is fun if you like puzzle games like Sudoku. Dr. Mario and Warriors Woods are great puzzle games along with the obvious Tetris inclusion. And frankly, Pinball, Wrecking Crew, and Mario Brothers, the original arcade version, are all really fun too. The Game & Watch galleries work well enough as well. They're kind of fun. And the second Famicom Grand Prix is really fun too. Everything else is interesting or weird to talk about. The tie-in radio show, the food commercials, they're fun, sure, but I can't say that they're worth a huge amount of effort to find and play either. The NES sports titles aren't terrible, but they didn't age well over the years. Maybe excluding NES Open Tournament, which is still a solid golf game overall. Yeah, no shocker, the Game Boy Color games, which are easily the latest games I talked about, are also the best quality games and have aged better than all the other ones. Still, I enjoyed talking about all of these Mario sports titles before Mario sports titles took off in the N64 era, and the racing games outside of Mario Kart. The only thing I really didn't get working was the Game Boy camera, which is a literal camera and printer setup you could basically get on the Game Boy. Still, I'm not going to lie, playing through all of these was super fun. I have never played most of these games before this video, and I can't wait to hit up the Super Nintendo next time I do something like this. However, I think I need to go finish raiding some tombs and killing some zombies. If you liked the video, like, subscribe, comment, hit the bell. All of that helps my channel. And until next time, my minions, take care. Hello everyone! So it's been a while since I've done a review video. I apologize. Tomb Raider has taken much longer to finish than I expected. Regardless, I decided to put out more content and do a quick rematch video with a few Kirby titles. Kirby's Dream Land and Kirby's Adventure. Now, I started reviewing Kirby games on my third season, and when I did separate reviews of both of these games. But I'm opting to combine them here. Regardless, I'm pretty excited to be hitting these games again for various reasons. But I think I'm going to start with Dreamland first. Kirby's Dream Land. Okay, let's make this quick. This is a short game. Kirby's development history is a tricky one. One, he's named after a lawyer. Isn't that something? Yeah, he's named after Jack Kirby, the man who defended Nintendo from Warner Brothers about Donkey Kong looking a lot like King Kong. Second, the creator, Sakurai, yes, the same guy who made Smash Brothers, created Kirby as a placeholder, but inevitably loved the design so much he just kept it in. Sakurai wanted Kirby to be pink in an effort to stand out, Miyamoto, the guy who invented Mario, wanted Kirby to be yellow, like Pac-Man. Pink won out in the end, but yellow is often a common second color for Kirby. Oddly, the debate lasted long enough for Kirby to be colored white on the North American box art. Either way, Kirby's Dream Land is a simple and short experience, so let's get right into it. Let's do this. Let's take on King Dedede. Time for a rematch. And that's about the story to Kirby's Dream Land. It's a simple story, but unique. King Dedede is a jerk and stole all of Dreamland's food. No one messes with Kirby's food. Kirby goes on a rampage and destroys all of King Dedede's forces, finds the King of the Penguins, and wrecks his day up. Kirby steals his entire castle, returning all the food and saving the day. It is a cute little story, which works really well with the demographic. The story is short, simple, but unique and stands out well enough, getting people to the point of what Kirby is all about. See, this game was made for younger gamers in mind. Keeping the story simple is great. Keeping Kirby's design simple so kids can draw him easier is amazing. Honestly, for a Game Boy game, this game has amazing animation. Kirby has so much damn personality, and King Dedede isn't far behind. Every boss fight is animated incredibly well too. Also, Kracko and Wispy are just a cloud in a tree, designed so well that they're classic villains now. Great. King Dedede is a fat and greedy penguin. It is an amazing villain, and honestly, Dedede will later become the most adorable little anti-hero the series has ever seen. The music is a classic Game Boy soundtrack as well. Green Greens is just one of those tunes most people who have played Kirby knows. The boss music is pretty decent here too, high-paced for action-packed brawl, while Bubbly Clouds is overly relaxing for one of the tougher levels in the game. Castle Lololo is a favorite of mine. I love this tune, while Float Islands is an impressive piece on the Game Boy as well. Mount Dedede also is a great tune, one that would be incorporated in King Dedede's music moving forward. All pretty good tunes. Could be the second best soundtrack for the Game Boy outside of Super Mario Land if I'm going to be real with you guys. At least for me, and so far, because I haven't played a lot of Game Boy games. But the ones that I have played, this is easily one of the best soundtracks. Alright, moving on to the gameplay. This is also incredibly simple. Kirby can jump, inhale enemies, and either shoot them out like a high-powered projectile, or swallow them. Swallowing doesn't do much, but shooting enemies and objects out of your mouth, apparently, is a fantastic projectile attack to Kirby's enemies. Huh? What do you mean, copy abilities? No, Kirby can't copy abilities around here. He can float through the air, though, which, I'm not gonna lie, the game won't let you float over everything, so beware of being too reliant on that. He can gain power-ups, which allows him to shoot fire, but outside of that, that's it. All this game needs, though, because it's still fun regardless. So, moving on to the level design, there are 5 major levels. The first is pretty simple level that you could fly over, with a boss fight with a big-ass tree. It's a pretty simple level, all things considered. The second level is Castle Lololo, which has tighter areas so you can't just fly over everything. The boss fights are characters from another HAL Labs game here too. The third level is Float Islands, which has some water elements which Kirby can spray water as an attack while underwater. The boss fight is a blimp. Actually, one of the tougher boss fights in the game, come to think of it. This is similar to the final fight from Super Mario Land. It's a fixed shooter, changing genres out of nowhere. Anyway, the second to last level is a bunch of clouds, forcing you to fly as enemies attack you from above, meaning you'll have to be pretty decent at flying to avoid damage. The boss is a storm cloud with one big eye, but it's a tough fight with, ducking mechanics and a decent amount of skill needed to avoid damage. The last level is just a boss rush with a little bit of new level. However, the boss fight, King Dedede, can be a bit of a challenge too. The main game does progressively get more difficult, but I wouldn't say the game is long or challenging as a whole. Still, it teaches young players mechanics and, lets them build skills, which is great. And trust me when I say, they're going to need these skills if they're going to survive hard mode. I haven't done much with this or even recorded it, but I hear this is one of the more challenging ones in the Kirby series. Enemies are faster and more aggressive, with Kirby having way less health. Ouch. Outside of that, you can get power-ups and lives for exploration. There are a few secrets hidden around for sure, My favorite is hidden in the moon on one of the levels. Nothing too special, but a nice tough challenge for more skilled players. Overall, Kirby's Dream Land is a 10 out of 10 game. Not because it's perfect, but because it accomplishes everything that it sets out to do and does it very well. The biggest issue of the game is that there isn't enough game to play. It's a testament to how fun the game actually is. The game is built for beginners in mind, and for the short, portable, being able to beat it in roughly a bus ride kind of experience. While there aren't too many secrets, there are some here and there, and the game is super charming and fun to play overall. A masterpiece. A true 10 out of 10 game. Alright, now let's talk about Kirby's Adventure. While I don't know much about Kirby's Adventure development-wise, I do know Sakurai had a different design mindset heading into it. First, this is a console game, and needed to be much bigger, and second, Kirby needed to stand out a little bit more this time. What was that thing that allowed him to stand out? Copy abilities. As for my personal history, this is the game that got me into Kirby to begin with. The only thing I couldn't do is finish off Nightmare. Who's Nightmare? Why, he's the true final threat to the adventure, of course. Yep, so let's get this show on the road. And let's take on Nightmare! Time for a rematch! So, the plot begins and Kirby learns that there are no more dreams in Dreamland. That sucks. Kirby takes off to the place of all dreams, the Fountain of Dreams. Let me just say dreams 5 more times. There he finds King Dedede bathing in the fountain. What an asshole. Dedede says something about doing people a favor, but Kirby doesn't listen. Kirby takes off as King Dedede took the Star Rod off the fountain and tore it into pieces and gave said pieces to his friends, aka his minions. Kirby takes off and beats the stuffing out of all of these friends, some returning from the previous game like Kracko and Wispy Woods. Most are brand new characters though, including Meta Knight, who sometimes attacks Kirby and sometimes helps him out. He's a rival character. You know, the classic anime rival character, the one who could be evil but also ends up being good, or anti-heroes oftentimes. Yeah, that's Meta Knight. He tests Kirby's might and spirit out, but he agrees with what Kirby is doing at the same time, so he sometimes assists him. He's also a boss fight. What a jerk. Anyway, Kirby eventually heads back to the Dream Fountain, now with a ton of troops guarding it, and faces King Dedede once more. However, yeah, Dedede was actually trying to help people this time around, becoming an anti-hero, something I mentioned earlier in Dreamland. And he was actually protecting everyone from the real threat, a monster by the name of Nightmare. Kirby is sucked into Dedede's mouth, an ability he now has, and shot at Nightmare with the Star Rod, which Kirby uses to break Nightmare's orb shell thing. Afterwards, Kirby fights Nightmare on the moon, blowing off a chunk of it, which is, yeah, considering the Sun and Moon are a boss fight from earlier in this game, I guess it kind of serves him right. Kirby learns that Dedede, while a jerk, isn't all bad, and the Star Rod is returned, giving people dreams once more. Yay! Dreamland now has dreams again. A simple story, but again, very effective for a younger audience. Heck, even slightly older audience may enjoy some of these twists, because there's actually twists in this game, ain't that something? You know, this game came out really late in the NES lifespan. Like, the SNES was already out for a couple years late in the NES lifespan. So naturally the game looks great. The animations are fluid and the sprite quality and design are top notch. The colors are usually somber but still look fantastic. And the new bosses are really good. Meta Knight is a dark Kirby in a mask, which is just really cool looking. Dedede looks great. The Mold Driller type boss is fun looking, and Paint Roller is kind of forgettable. Not a bad design, just not great. Oh, but Mr. Bright and Mr. Shine are really fun. They're the Sun and Moon who attack together. Such a cute design. The mid-bosses are good too. This game introduces them and there are a ton of them. Bonkers is an iconic Kirby goon with a hammer and coconuts. Fire Lion is actually intimidating. Mr. Frosty is adorable and dangerous, but some of these aren't too memorable, like Rolling Turtle and Bugsy. Still, a lot of fantastic designs overall. None of them are bad, and the music is bubbly and fun as well. Grape Garden Overworld being a personal favorite of mine. Vegetable Garden has great music for the start of the game and the levels proper, and Orange Ocean's levels has some great music too. Green Greens even reappears here, which is why I'm so familiar with it. Remember, I'd never played Dreamland growing up. I played this a lot though. The final boss music, particularly Nightmare's True Form, is pretty good too, though I lack the nostalgia for it since I only beat Nightmare in my later years. Regardless, this game is charming as ever, with a clean look and a fantastic soundtrack for what the game is setting out to do. So when talking about the gameplay, it mostly returns from Kirby's Dream Land. No big deal, but this is the game that adds copy abilities into the mix. Shockingly, there are 25 copy abilities, but you could guess they're incredibly simple and overall some of the most identical abilities ever. Freeze and Spark are nearly the same thing. They put an area of effect around Kirby, and the difference being Freeze turns enemies into projectiles, while Spark doesn't. Needle is also a bit similar to this. Meanwhile, Fire and Ice shoot out in front of Kirby, either destroying or again turning them into a projectile of ice. Crash and Mike function as screen nukes. Backdrop and Throw both turn enemies into projectiles in slightly different ways, and Light is just there to light up specific rooms. Sword, Parasol, and Hammer are all very similar as well, but slightly different as well. Now things get really unique, as Cutter is a great projectile, Laser is a projectile ability, but it's very different in how it works and reflects off of slopes. UFO combines Laser and Beam, as well as granting Kirby levitation, better than his hover ability. Beam is a slightly better version of Ice and Fire as it moves around Kirby for more coverage. And yes, Beam and Laser are two different abilities. Trust me, I already made that mistake. Tornado makes you a flying mess, just take off and destroying foes like a top. You know, it could have just been called Top too, just saying. High Jump, Wheel, Fireball, and Ball all change how Kirby move around and attack. And Sleep is just the joke ability. Technically, so is Ball. While lastly, Star Rod is the final ability that you use on the final boss. There's nothing wrong with these abilities, but later down the line, the games will start combining these and trimming down the fat, so to speak. The biggest issue is how easily you can lose these, though. Ugh. One hit and the ability just leaves you. You can get it back in some instances, but damn, this is annoying. What you have to do is inhale the ability back into Kirby, and that's basically how all of this works too. Remember in Dreamland when I said swallowing was basically just removing an enemy? Well, now if you swallow something with an ability, you get that ability. And if you lose the ability, the star it creates can be eaten back up. But one hit? This is rough if you like a particular ability. And while it isn't too difficult to find another ability nearby, what about the ones you like? I love Sword Kirby. And boy, this game does love having enemies come off you from off screen. Not only that, but the enemies respawn pretty quickly too. If you move away from their location ever so slightly, they will be back where they're at. This makes holding on to powers you get really difficult for such a simple and easy game. This can be found to be very frustrating. Outside of this issue, the levels are all pretty fun though. There are different things in each level as well. Some are boats, some clouds, you got some towers. Oh, the tower levels are fun. Having you climb up a tower with a neat little rounded effect, and honestly, the throwback level where Green Greens plays is a fantastic recap. Yep, there's a nostalgic level in Kirby's second game, recapping his first game, which is actually kind of funny. Either way, there are some fun levels. The boss fights are pretty good too. Wispy and Kracko are roughly the same. Dedede now inhales, much like Kirby. That's cool. The Sun and the Moon fight are fantastic though, and Meta Knight forces you to be Sword Kirby to fight Meta Knight, which is cool. That marks the only point in the game where you have to use a copy ability, by the way. Every other area can be taken out with regular Kirby, except for Meta Knight and the final boss. However, sometimes you need specific powers and abilities to traverse into secret territories. Sometimes these just hold lives, while other times they have switches. The switches will open areas into the overworld, which will often allow you to play some type of minigame or a mid-boss fight. The minigames are simple. One is a claw machine-like game, one has Kirby eating eggs and avoiding bombs, and one has you doing a Western-style quick-draw game. They're ways to farm lives, basically, while you can also find places for free power-ups and abilities. And some have arena fights. Arena fights pit you against one of the mid-bosses for a max tomato, the best healing item in the game. You also get the boss ability, which can be very rare, like, Hammerer. You can also beat the game 100%, you get a harder version of the game, just like the original game, which can be seen as pretty fun. So, overall, yeah, the game is fun. The plot works, the charm is through the roof again, and the gameplay is pretty good. The only real issue is losing your copy ability so easily. This mechanic is easily the worst part of the game. It makes things really annoying when you're trying to just beat a level or trying to get some specific secret that you need a specific power-up for. Oh yeah, that one's fun. Outside of this issue, the game is incredibly spot on and holds up pretty well, making a solid 9 out of 10, which is amazing. A great NES game. Alright, last but not least, Nightmare in Dreamland. Okay, let's go over some points of the remake, Nightmare in Dreamland. This remake is made to coincide with the anime, Kirby Right Back At Ya. Overall, it's basically the same game with a few differences, but real quick, let me talk about the anime real fast. Kirby Right Back At Ya is fantastic. If you want a cute, somewhat shonen, anime, Kirby Right Back At Ya is actually really, really good if you can go find it. Just wanted to kind of point that out because that's not scripted. I didn't talk about the anime very much. I just kind of briefly mentioned it, and I felt that was kind of wrong of me to do. So, yeah, Kirby Right Back At Ya. I do recommend it as an anime. 8 out of 10, I guess. Arbitrary numbers aside. First things first, differences in this game versus the original adventure. The minigames are very different. You can now rail surf, quick draw, but with a sword, and hot potato with bombs. The graphics and music are upgraded, yeah, other than, the tower that I mentioned that spins in the original adventure doesn't spin here. That's kind of stupid. But the graphics look more like the anime, and while I didn't record it this time, you can also play as Meta Knight in this game. Yeah, if you beat the game 100%, then beat it again, but harder 100%, you get to play as Meta Knight. I was crunched for time though, so I didn't get to do it. You also can't see Meta Knight giving you the power-ups in this particular game due to screen crunch and the game speed, so if you don't play the original, as far as you're concerned, he's just some asshole that shows up every so often. The HUD is smaller, so you only see copy ability pictures briefly, but Kirby also has hats now, which better represents the abilities. This is better than the original game for sure. The only thing better than this is a remake for the 3DS. Sorry, I had to say it like that because the way I wrote it was kind of wordy. Yeah, basically, Akira remade Kirby's Adventure, but for the 3DS. And it is Kirby's Adventure. It's a one-for-one remake, unlike this, but it just runs better overall from what I'm hearing. So, yeah, I don't have that version of the game, unfortunately. It's pretty much lost to the ether now. But, yeah, if you can find it, I'd spring for it just a little bit. Overall, very fun, but the issues of having only one hit and losing your ability is still an issue, and for whatever reason carries over to the Amazing Mirror, where there it's even worse. Ugh. Still a 9 out of 10 game. Okay, that wraps everything up. I played 3 Kirby games for this rematch, and I appreciate you all sticking with me on this. I recommend all of these games. Yeah, Dreamland's short, and Adventure has issues, but overall these games are still really fun. Not super challenging, unless you play the harder modes, but fun nonetheless. The harder modes do make it quite a bit more interesting for sure. If you liked the video, please leave a like, subscribe, comment, hit the bell, do all the other things that help me out a lot. I really do appreciate it, guys, and I, again, apologize for not getting an upload earlier. This is coming out in May, and, yeah, Tomb Raider took way too long. I'm sorry, holy crud. I did not realize how long that game was going to take. It doesn't help the fact that it took me forever to get the AC in the room, and everything's been trying to overheat. The cat's been a pain, blah. Regardless, I should be back up to normal speed relatively soon, so work also has a lot to do with that. If you really want more details, go check out my update that I posted last week, and I'll catch you guys next time. Take care, my minions. I'm also a little sick, so I can't really do my full laugh. Anyway, bye-bye. Pokemon. The biggest multimedia franchise of all time, which doesn't always have the best of games. People really overhype this franchise, though. First, multimedia franchise is an important phrase. It means a franchise that covers multiple medias. Pokemon isn't the most successful video game franchise, people. Has to get that out of the way. Just had to get that out of the way. Still not an excuse for bugs in their games, but there is a distinction. Pokemon makes a lot of money on anime, cards, toys, and manga. Regardless, despite selling low, a lot of people praise one of the games a lot that came out on the Switch recently. It's called Legends Arceus. Arceus. Sorry, I like Arceus better. I pronounce a lot of Pokemon names wrong, just so we're clear. And if you watch my Let's Plays of this game, I'm sure you'll agree it's kind of dumb of me to do this because I often know the correct pronunciation. Anyway, Pokemon is a place of many fans, both young and old. And I've personally been around for it since the beginning, Gen 1. But I've had a falling out with the series. Around Gen 3, I grew stale of the series, so I'm actually very unfamiliar with Gen 4. Which is what this game is heavily inspired from. This isn't really a remake, however. It's a unique game. But this could have been an apology for the actual Gen 4 remakes. They weren't all that great. The game itself is fine for people like me who never played Gen 4 before, but as a remake, it doesn't really do enough different to justify, the actual remake as a whole. Could have added a bit more from Platinum, just saying. That all being said, I'm very familiar with Gen 4 Pokemon, and while I've never caught them all, I have most of them in Pokemon Go, if that's anything to go by. Speaking of Go, mind if I vent for a little bit? Too bad. Pokemon Go is insane, isn't it? A buggy mess, but the concept is so fun, I still play it, despite all the stupid little issues. The issues being that Pokemon are way harder to catch than need be oftentimes. The game will randomly crash. Sometimes routes just don't work. Boy, that's a fun time. Still, collecting goofy little monsters is fun at the end of the day. And this game is, has that in spades. Legends Arceus is a bit different than most normal Pokemon. But it also has the collecting aspect in spades. I'll get into details later. But for now, I say let's start this bad boy up. Remember, I did a Let's Play of this game, so if you want more details of my thoughts and, various actions, you can get them there. I say, let's do this. We're taking on the almighty Sinnoh, but it seems like people are talking about Palkia or Dialga and Arceus. Yeah, alright. Let's do it. Let's take on Arceus! So, the story begins and your character is more or less time displaced. Basically, your character is from the future, flung into the distant past by Arceus. You meet a professor named Laventon. I never noticed the N before now. Jeez Louise, I said Laventon a ton in the Let's Play. Anyway, the professor lost some Pokemon that he imported from other lands. He asks you to help him and go catch them, which you do rather easily. See, the people of Hisui have a natural fear of Pokemon. They are dangerous, magical creatures, and Pokeballs are a very new invention. Your character is more used to these concepts and lacks the initial fear of Pokemon, so your character is a natural at catching them. That is actually a good excuse to have your character basically getting things done while nobody else really is. Interesting. Anyway, you're put into the team of explorers in an effort to learn all they can about Pokemon, filling out the Pokedex. Eventually, though, it is shown that the people of Jubilife Village aren't the only ones in Hisui. There are two clans, a Diamond Clan and a Pearl Clan. The Diamond Clan believes in a religion in which some almighty Sinnoh is a deity of time, and the Pearl Clan believes the exact same thing, but that Sinnoh is a deity of space. Yeah, this game isn't trying to hide anything with this, by the way. If you're any familiar with anything Pokemon related, Gen 4 wise, you know exactly where the story is going. Obviously, one of these clans is worshipping Dialga and the other Palkia. So, Sinnoh is the original Gen 4 region, which is where you're at now. But Sinnoh is obviously called Hisui back in the day, and the deities they're referring to yeah, will be well known as Arceus later in the game. More or less, the almighty Sinnoh is actually Arceus. Sinnoh is going to be the region eventually instead of, just the name of the deity. Anyway, these two clans aren't the friendliest and want to war over differing religions. That's interesting. But they all have issues. Some of their holy Pokemon are going nuts. Yeah, each major area has a giant Pokemon that either the Diamond and Pearl clan are watching over, and they probably got hit by lightning and are kind of going into a feral form. Your job ends up exploring each major area, talking with the Guardians and getting a ride Pokemon, then going after the sacred Pokemon that went feral. These are the boss fights of the game, and you use bombs of their favorite food to calm them down. It's pretty different than most Pokemon games, actually. Eventually, the village blames you for the issues out of nowhere. They do know you came from the sky, after all, I guess, and they kick you out of the village when the sky goes completely red. From here, you have to find a base of operations and figure out what exactly is happening. To do so, you need to visit the Lake Guardian Pokemon. They're legendary Pokemon that represent emotions. Anyway, you talk to them and prove yourself to get this chain. Using the chain, you can fight your way to the rift up on top of the mountain, and after defeating your former boss, you have a chance to fix things. The chain breaks, but it pulls out either Dialga or Palkia from the rift. You fight and catch them, and they aid you in fighting the next deity Pokemon, as they kind of went feral too. After catching the other deity, you end up with both Palkia and Dialga. You basically beat the game, sort of. There's some extra plot afterwards, but the credits roll, so I call it beat here. Overall, the story is simple and could be more fleshed out. Seriously, what is the point of expanding Pokemon this far into the past and then really doing nothing with it? It is, however, a neat idea to have everyone think that both Palkia and Dialga are more or less Arceus, and even fight over it, but they don't really push this concept either. The clans are very friendly with each other by the end of the story, and while each major area does have, smaller stories going on, none of them are really used to flesh out the lore. They are more about the Diamond and Pearl clan members finding peace and getting along instead of hating each other, and that's about it. It's great character writing, though, and I do enjoy these characters, so I can't complain too much, but the overall... Wait a minute, isn't this particular guy from, Pokemon Black and White or something? Huh. Anyway, the overall plot just feels lacking once you hit the credits. The payoff was just not there in the end. However, like I said, the character writing isn't terrible, with Adamant and Irida being pretty decent, and the clan are pretty well written overall. I will say it is heavily hinted that the people in the Galaxy team are mostly from Galar, and we're probably attacked by Eternatus, which is kind of fun. That would also explain why they freaked out when the sky went red, because, that's Eternatus' signature color, and that's probably why they kicked you out, because, yeah, Eternatus haunts their nightmares. The character writing and world building is pretty decent. I just wish the overall story did something more with the Pokemon lore. And they really didn't. Let me rephrase, everything is left up to interpretation. Which is why, again, I'm coming up with theories about Eternatus and all that. Let's talk about the presentation and charm of this game. It is Pokemon! I really don't need to say more, but I guess I'll elaborate. First thing, this game is heavily inspired by Diamond and Pearl, if that wasn't obvious. I love Gen 4 Pokemon, despite never really playing those games. What's more, I also enjoy the designs of the new Pokemon that Legend Arceus introduces. The Hisuian forms of the starters are absolutely amazing. I love Decidueye. Honestly, it's one of my favorite starters, and while I think his Hisuian form is a downgrade, personally, compared to the original, it's still really awesome. Typhlosion is a bit chiller and less badger angry, but I love the Spirit Flames. Those are really cool. Samurott got the best upgrade, however, being far more interesting to me as a dark type. Arcanine got an upgrade and looks even better. Electrode works well as a Pokeball design made of wood. Quillfish looks way better, but his new evolution's kind of goofy. Sneasel got the way better form and evolution, so yeah, Sneasel is eating really good here. Lilligant is a bit better here. Zoroark has been massively improved as a ghost type. I mean, I love Zoroark's old form, don't get me wrong, but this is insanely good. Oh my gosh. Goodra is more snail-like, which is interesting, and I learned to love it. Braviary is better as well as a psychic bird. Avalugg is the last one and is kind of boring, though his boss fight looked kind of cool. And the Pokemon going feral, glowing like that bright yellow, looks really badass. I kind of wish you could catch that form. Alpha Pokemon with glowing red eyes are also terrifying when you first run into them. I spent a long time afraid of the Alpha Rapidash in the first major area. Great. Alpha Pokemon are just bigger versions of regular Pokemon. But when wild, their eyes glow red and the music gets all sort of dark and scary. Seriously, people are excited about Megas coming back in the next Legends game, but here I am worried that I'm going to find an Alpha Mega Gyarados at a very low level and get destroyed. Speaking of the music is pretty decent, and you get different tunes depending on location and time of day. And the humans are all designed to look like, ancestors from Pokemon characters you might know and love. Basically, most of the notable characters look like they could be distantly related to various trainers from the series, while still looking unique enough to stand out. Overall, this game is charming as hell, and honestly, I could probably recommend the game based on that alone. But there are obviously some other things that I'd like to discuss first. Like the gameplay. This game doesn't play like any other Pokemon game, but from what I can tell, it also doesn't play so differently that it loses the whole base Pokemon concept. Basically, there are two types of styles here. One has you stalking and hunting Pokemon, while the other side has you battling Pokemon. The stalking side is stealth-based. You crouch down and walk near Pokemon. If the Pokemon sees you, it'll either run or attack. If it attacks, you can dodge roll to avoid attacks, which can be an issue if you get too many attacks at once. Some of these attacks follow you too. Great. Dodging is much more difficult than it really should be against some of these attacks, leaving me to get destroyed by Pokemon. You lose items when this happens, which really sucks. That being said, using stealth is really fun. It may not always be practical, but it's still really fun, and you can throw items to stun Pokemon as well as, bait. When the Pokemon is stunned or distracted long enough, it doesn't see you, you can throw Pokeballs at Pokemon and catch them. Behind them works the best. Or, if you want, you can toss your own Pokemon out and battle them instead. This allows you to weaken and catch Pokemon a little more traditionally. In battle, your character can move around and even be knocked down by Pokemon and attacks. Neato. Pokemon move differently as well. There's a strong style and agile style which comes into play here. Strong style boosts power of a move, but it takes more PP away and makes the Pokemon slower. Agile style sacrifices some power for some more speed, and it still takes more PP away. Basically, a Pokemon can attack multiple times over another Pokemon based on speed alone. You can absolutely get your Pokemon destroyed if your opponent is faster, especially if you're battling another trainer or end up facing multiple Pokemon. If you knocked out an opposing Pokemon, the switch in will probably have a chance to avenge their fallen ally before you can switch to a better Pokemon matchup. Either way, I think the change is actually great. This is the natural evolution a lot of RPGs made back in the day, and making things slightly more complicated really works for Pokemon. It's basically like comparing Final Fantasy to Final Fantasy VI, It's more challenging, there's more intricacy, but it's still turn-based at the end of the day. It's still simple game, by the way, Legends Arceus here, with simple rules, but it's more challenging than the other games in the series. That's all I'm saying. Simple isn't always bad, though. The game is fun, and while simple pick-up to play doesn't necessarily mean, it's going to be easy to master. Mastering the game is very fun and exciting, and that's what's important when it comes to the gameplay. Now, when it comes to level design, this game is actually open world, to a certain extent. There are larger areas separated by a few loading screens. Basically, you have one large open playground, and these playgrounds are actually really big. In each of these playgrounds, you also have a few goals. One is to catch Pokemon, which you get paid for, which is actually really cool. The second is to deal with a particular Guardian. Each area has a few Guardian Pokemon that you'll have to deal with, one of which will become a Ride Pokemon, and there's about one of these per area. Weirdeer is a just a faster mode of transportation that can get up certain slopes better than your character can. Sneasler can climb sheer walls, but is way slower than Weirdeer. Basculegion is more or less Weirdeer, but in water. Braviary is a glider and the best way to travel most of the time. And then there's the literal bear Ursaluna. Ursaluna helps you find items, sometimes rare, and sometimes can evolve a Pokemon, and sometimes material for crafting. Yes, you can craft in this game. You mostly build your own Pokeballs, potions, revives, and other items, sometimes to throw at Pokemon, sometimes to stun them, and make them easier to catch. Anyway, you get the newest Ride Pokemon, and then you go after the large Guardian Pokemon, which is going crazy and glowing yellow. These are very aggressive. You basically pelt them with a throwing item until they relax, meanwhile dodging their attacks and battling them every so often for a chance to hit them with even more of this particular item. This is unique for Pokemon, battling them in a unique way. If you stun them, you can still bring out your Pokemon for a bigger chance to do damage. The opponents are Kleavor, Avalugg, Electrode, Arcanine, and Lilligant, all of whom fight very differently, and then you end the fight with either Dialga or Palkia. The final boss takes what you learn and ramps it up a bit, which works really well. The increasing difficulty fits perfectly with this game. Of course, though, just because you defeated and caught Dialga and Palkia and calmed the time rifts down doesn't mean you're done with the story. Yeah, despite the game acting like this is done, afterwards you end up with a lot more tasks. Legendary Pokemon catching. You open up several quest lines to catch them all. Heatran, Cresselia, Regigigas, and even going back to catch the Lake Guardians, all of whom helped you earlier. This gets you more plates. See, you've been collecting plates, elemental in nature, which are oftentimes given to you by the Guardian Pokemon you've been defeating in battle. Well, you get them for battling and defeating legendary Pokemon as well. Eventually, after defeating and catching them all, you end up with Volo at the mountain summit. Volo is this nomadic traveler and part of a merchant guild. He, however, likes researching ruins and myths, though, basically shrugging off work. However, when you're, done collecting plates and you only have one left, the spooky plate, you find out that this entire mess is Volo's fault. He managed to gather Giratina, and a cast-out Pokemon that was banished by Arceus, the creator of the world, and use Giratina to more or less cause all of these problems. Now, Volo wants to battle you. After defeating his 6 Pokemon in Giratina, twice, with no breaks, you manage to get his plate. To verify, you don't battle Volo twice, you battle Giratina twice, so it's basically like an 8 Pokemon smackdown drag-out. You can then catch Giratina to study. You can then talk to Kogita, a woman of myth herself, and catch Tornadus, Landorus, and Thundurus with no real backstory. Actually, outside of Giratina, Dialga, and Palkia, and Arceus, none of these Pokemon really get backstories for any of this crap, which is kind of a shame. Anyway, you catch them, Thundurus being the biggest pain in the ass Pokemon has ever been of all time. Yeah, then you can go catch the brand new legendary Pokemon Enamorus. She's also a pain in the ass. You get hit a lot by things that you can't see in the Thundurus because Basculegion is so big that it's almost impossible to dodge all these attacks, but you can't stealth him, unfortunately, unlike the other two, which is why Thundurus is just... Oh, and plus you have to wait for a rare Thunderstorm, which I could barely ever get to spawn. And Enamorus also needs a ride Pokemon to deal with, but she's slightly less of a pain in the ass than, Thundurus. After that, you catch all the unknown hidden everywhere and gather the purple fire spirits to catch Spiritomb. Gathering all the Pokemon. Yep. This is how you unlock the secret final battle with Arceus. It's not all the Pokemon, though. Like, realistically, you don't have to catch every single Pokemon and complete the entire Pokedex. Because, yeah, you got some of the Mythicals, but you can still catch the Mythicals in this game. You just need help from the Gen 4 remakes and maybe Sword and Shield. Manaphy and Fion can be caught with a guide or using clues in the remake. If you have the remakes on the Switch, though, as well as Sword and Shield, you can get Darkrai and Shaman. These are mythical Pokemon. They're normally more rare than legendaries. Too bad they're all shiny locked. However, here's another thing too. If you complete level 10 on your research tasks, they're basically side tasks with every single Pokemon. Yeah, it's a hell of a task. You can get a Shiny Charm. The Shiny Charm increases the odds of finding rare color variant Pokemon known as Shinies. They shing, sparkle, sparkle when you get near them, and when you actually look at them, you can see, kind of like some sparkles coming out of them as well. All in all, there's plenty of content here to keep you busy, even if catching some of these are an absolute pain in the ass. Overall, pretty fun, though getting level 10 research, yeah, it's just busy work. Holy crap. What a pain. So, like many platforming heroes, Kirby has a bunch of spin-off games. Today we're going to focus on a few console and handheld spin-offs. I'm mostly just discussing spin-offs to talk about certain games that I can't get a full review on. Things like pinball or certain sports titles or even puzzle games. This time, however, I'm going to be discussing them in order of release. And I think I'm going to go with that throughout any spin-off videos that I do like this. I'll make sure to do better this time, including saying the name of the games. Okay, so for those of you who don't know, I did a spin-off video for Mario. I'm not exactly proud of that video. I rushed it, and it's not the greatest quality. Might even redo it, because holy crud. Anyway, I'll make sure to mention the year of the release and the platform the game is on as well. So, we got a decent chunk of games today. Let's get right down to it and let's do this. Let's take on Kirby Spinoffs! Round 1. And let's start with a game that isn't specifically Kirby, or directly related to Kirby at all. Okay, to be fair, this is a pinball game created by HAL Laboratory, the makers of Kirby. I'm only talking about this game because it has a spiritual successor that is indeed a Kirby game, so I figured I'd talk about this one real quick. So, Revenge of the Gator came out in 1989, originally for the Game Boy, making this a bit of a launch game, though this game didn't show up in my country until 1990. This was a simple pinball game that has some minigames and point-racking systems. The Gator will eat the ball if the, ball gets too low. The table itself is nice and has 2 screens to it, but there are some issues. The game is buggy and the screen switching is not smooth at all and very disorienting. Fun, but easily a skippable part of the Game Boy library. But how would take the mistakes that they made here and fix them in the next pinball game they made? Ah yes, coming out the same year as Kirby's Adventure, Kirby's first true spin-off launched into the Game Boy, Kirby's Pinball Land. And it's the successor to Revenge of the Gator I mentioned earlier. Kirby has a couple of tables to choose from here and conquer. Each table hosting a few obstacles Kirby has to climb over and take on a boss fight at the top of the table. Given I only sampled this game, so I only got so far on one particular table, but if you beat them all, you get to fight King Diddy, which is kind of cool. I ended up facing down the Sun and Moon bosses fights from Kirby's Dreamland, and then lost to Kracko. Kracko disables one of your flippers, making him really dangerous. 1993, and this game comes out making Revenge of the Gator completely worthless. Given HAL has other pinball games too, leading up to this. Either way, this game is super fun. Actually, Kirby's Pinball Land is often considered one of the best Game Boy games of all time. Often in the top 20 from what I've seen. After playing it, yeah, I can agree. Shame this one isn't on the Switch as of yet. It's really fun pinball game with actual adventure done correctly. So I do highly recommend giving this one a shot if you're able to. If you like pinball. If not, then obviously this is not going to be your scene. Still, impressive and possibly one of the best spin-offs, involving pinball anyway, ever made. Yeah, this is a bit of an interesting one. I saw this game advertised and it looked so unique. I always wanted to play it. It took a while for this to happen, however. It was a trip to Vegas in a specific hotel. They had a Super Nintendo which you could play for a bit of extra money. One of the games was Kirby's Dream Course, released in 1994. Well, 1995 for US and Europe. Anyway, I played this super weird, unique looking game and it was golf. Mini golf to be specific. Boy, I suck at golf. To be fair, this is one of the most unique golf games I've ever played personally. Your job is to smack Kirby into his enemies. It's pretty simple. When you kill all the enemies excluding one, the last enemy becomes the hole. That just sounds kind of weird saying it out loud. I can kill all the enemies very quickly, but dang, I can't get Kirby to roll into this hole worth a damn. That still sounds weird. There are copy abilities here as well. The only one I show here is Crash, but I have played on different consoles far enough to get to at least, Shock Kirby or Electric Kirby. Still, really cool that there's such a unique take on mini golf. And, yeah, this game is incredibly fun, as bad as I am at this. Beware though, this game is pretty unforgiving if you can't get into the hole with enough strokes. Basically, each stroke takes off a maximum tomato, and to get them back, you need to run into enemies or, get into the hole. Yeah, it's a bit tough, but I would still absolutely recommend this game any day of the week. Also, this was in the Super Nintendo collection. You guys know the mini SNES console that was, stupidly exclusive? That's where Star Fox 2 kind of, premiered finally after all these years. Yeah, Kirby's Dream Course was a part of that whole lineup of games, and frankly, it might deserve it. Moving right along, and it's time to talk about a puzzle game. Well, not as many as Mario or Yoshi or even Wario, Kirby does have a few puzzle games to his name. This one I completely missed growing up, and honestly, I'd never even heard of it until very recently. Let's see, this came out in 1995, the same year as Kirby's Dream Land 2. That's kind of cool. This game is for the Super Nintendo, and it looks oddly like a Sega Genesis game I played. Yeah, this is basically Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine. Huh, I never thought my first time discussing Puyo Puyo would be on the Super Nintendo. Puyo Puyo is a Tetris-adjacent puzzle game that is pretty popular in Japan, but when it came to the States, the developers thought it wouldn't go over well. They changed the anime-style characters to known characters. On the Sega Genesis, this was done by using Sonic characters from some of the cartoons. However, I thought Puyo Puyo was a Sega property, but I can see now that Sega only gained the title in the 2000s, which means there's actually some Nintendo versions. When the Super Nintendo version came here to the States, they clearly painted over it with Kirby characters. Interesting. Kirby's kind of a ass here, too. Holy crap. His dialogue, he's just kind of a jerk. Overall, this game is Puyo Puyo. If you like puzzle games, you've probably played Puyo Puyo. It's a competitive color matching game. The better the combos, the more you mess up on your opponents. That's the point of the game. Combo better than your foe and take them out. They call it having a game of Avalanche or Puyo Puyo. Look, this is a fantastic puzzle game, and it's on the Switch if you want to try it. I'm sure there's newer versions, though, just saying. Man, 1995 was such a busy year for Kirby. Although, given this didn't hit our shores until 1996, but Kirby's Block Ball came out originally in 1995. This is another spin-off. In case you couldn't tell by the title of the video here. Remember Alleyway? I mentioned it in the Mario Spinoffs, but it was an arcade game originally called Breakout, but turned into a Nintendo Game Boy game with Mario cameos. Now I want you to take that concept, but turn it into a Kirby game. Not Breakout with a Kirby coat of paint or even cameos like Alleyway, but an actual Kirby-style Breakout game. That's what this is. This game even has power-ups and copy abilities, but to be honest, I didn't get that far. Still, this game is pretty beefy with levels and boss fights. This game also has more than just one paddle. Some levels have you controlling paddles on any side of the game, which is pretty good. It's still Breakout, but it's a really fun version of it. That being said, Breakout is very, very slow unless you're insanely good at it. Overall, this game also hasn't been re-released since the 3DS, so sadly you can't get a hold of this officially unless you already had it, just like Pinball Land. Still, if you have a chance, I'd give this one a shot. Easily the best version of Breakout I've played, and way better than Alleyway at the very least. What's actually more annoying for me is the fact that they put Alleyway on the Switch soon after my Mario spin-off video too, which is kind of insulting. So yeah, you can actually go play Alleyway, which is literally just Breakout but with a couple of Mario cameos, versus this game right here, Kirby Block Ball, which is just superior in every way. That's annoying. That's frustrating. Come on, Nintendo, get with it. Let's go. This next one is going to be a bunch of still images, so I'll make this quick. Couldn't get a hold of this game myself, so yeah, I'm going to talk about it, but again, still images. The Famicom, well, the Super Famicom anyway, had a hookup that connected to satellites. The Satellaview games are very hard to come by, and finding ROMs is very tricky. Kirby had a game called Kirby's Toy Box, which downloaded several minigames for you. The minigames were all stupidly simple, like there's another Breakout style game or even another pinball game. Hell, baseball was an option. Overall, this thing had 8 minigames, and they are difficult to find online and play. I really wish Nintendo would re-release the Satellaview games one day. There's a ton of them that are really fun-looking, like a remake of Zelda 1. Let's play that, or some of the Mario stuff. Whatever. Alright, here we go. Kirby's original Tetris-adjacent puzzle game, Kirby Star Stackers, released on the Game Boy around 1997. This is a fun little puzzle game stacking animals. Well, you stack animal pals from Kirby's Dream Land 2 and 3. You don't have to stack them directly though, as having Koo on one side of a bunch of star blocks, and then Koo on the other side of the bunch of star blocks, Koo will take out all the blocks in between, giving you more points. The game is pretty fun overall, but incredibly simple, which works pretty well for Kirby. Now, do I recommend this? Well, I suppose I could. It's creative and simple enough to be a fun time waster, but it's also great for baby's first Tetris as well. Alright, wrapping this up, we have, let's see, 1998 Kirby Star Stackers. But for the Super Nintendo. Yeah, it's a more colorful remake. Nothing too special here. This is the version on the Switch, though? Yeah, that's fun. This is also not on the Super Nintendo exactly. It was exclusive to Japan, so it was actually only on the Super Famicom. But it's literally the exact same game with a few extra modes. So do I recommend this one? Well, no, but yes. I wouldn't recommend this for a console experience. It's built better as a simple handheld game, similar to Tetris, Dr. Mario, or any of the other puzzle games. They're just built better for a handheld experience. They just look better on the console version. But the only official way for us here in the US to actually play this game is, ironically, on the Switch. So, since this is the only version of Star Stackers playable on modern consoles, at least officially, and since current Nintendo console is technically a handheld, I recommend it as much as the original, if not more. Look, it looks better, it's on the Switch, so it's easier to get. It's cleared out the only real issue it had of not being portable, because now it is portable. So if you have a Switch and their online system, I'd absolutely try this one out. Again, simple, but fun, creative enough to kind of keep you busy if you like puzzle games. So in closing, let's stack up the games. I recommend Kirby's Dream Course and Kirby's Pinball Land the most out of all of these games. They are easily the most fun you'll have here, and they're both unique takes on mascot pinball games, as well as mascot mini-golf games. That last genre's not really a thing. But Dream Course is also on the Switch. It's Pinball Land that's kind of harder to get. Kirby's Block Ball would come next, being a full-fledged video game, but Breakout and their clones are kind of slow in general. Still fun, but slower, which is why this is a bit of a step down. This one's not on the Switch though, so good luck actually getting a hold of it. Lastly, I'd recommend Star Stackers and Avalanche. Star Stackers is super fun, but super simple, while Avalanche is literally just Puyo Puyo for the Super Nintendo. I don't know, I'm not a fan of puzzle games, guys. They're fun, but to me, they're fun in smaller bursts, which is why I do recommend them more on portable handhelds, I suppose. Either way, in dead last is Gator's Revenge. Again, technically not a Kirby game, I know, but also not super fun. Creative, but glitchy and slow, and not as fun as the other games. In super last place is Kirby's Toy Box, which I couldn't find or play, and I may change my mind if it's ever re-released. That'd be awesome, just saying. Either way, this was interesting to talk about. I did a lot better here than the Mario spin-off, learned from my mistakes. That being said, it was also a shorter video here too. Nothing wrong with mistakes, as long as you learn from them. Anyway, thank you all for watching. If you liked the video, please like, subscribe, comment. These things do actually help my channel. I'm still working on other videos, but it's been slow, and I do apologize about that. I've been sick a lot lately with sinus things, and my family's had dental issues lately. Yeah, you remember me talking about my dog who had growth on her mouth? Come to find out, it was a tooth issue. She hit it like a damn cat and barely gave off any sign that she had the issue. I would have taken care of it way sooner if I had known. Oh, jeez. But, yeah, there have been a lot of things going on in my life, and I apologize for being slow on content. I'm working on it. But I'm also learning programming now. I'm trying to mess with Unreal Engine and learn how to program, so it's been interesting. Oh well. Thank you anyway, my minions. Take care. Well, this one's going to be a shorter one. Sonic Labyrinth is a spin-off game for Sonic the Hedgehog series that, get this, I can actually make a full video on. Now, this is still a shorter game, but I did do a full playthrough of this game, and while I didn't get the best ending, I still beat this one. Eventually, I'll get into Sonic's spin-off episode, and I'll probably mention this game and, review it in that video, but for now, this is fine. This is a spin-off game that came out on the Sega Game Gear, Sega's portable answer to the Game Boy, all the way back in 1995. There isn't a lot in the development corner here. I have no idea why they made this game. I'd like to say this is the handheld version of Sonic 3D Blast, but Sonic 3D Blast, as well as Sonic Blast on the Game Gear, came out in 1996. And yeah, Sonic 3D Blast actually took inspiration from this game. At least that's what I read. Either way, the game itself is often considered the worst Sonic game of all time, but is it really as bad as something like Sonic 06 or Shadow the Hedgehog? Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric really is better than this game? I have my doubts. So let's get this show on the road. Let's do this and take on Eggman's Maze. What? What do you mean this isn't Tomb Raider? There's exploration. There's a maze-like puzzle. Yeah, okay. Sorry I didn't get to Tomb Raider yet, guys, but you're getting Sonic Labyrinth because I have other things I need to take care of first, and this game was kind of easy to feel a need here. So, let's get to the plot. Eggman is sick and tired of Sonic's shit. He sneaks into Sonic's house and replaces his shoes. Now Sonic is slow as butterscotch leaking through the snow. Eggman then decides to tell all of South Island that he has all the Chaos Emeralds and that Sonic is now slow thanks to the new shoes. Good job, Eggy. He also lets Sonic know that the shoes only come off with Chaos Emerald energy, and that Sonic will have to traverse the new labyrinth, Eggman Land, to get them. Tails isn't here because he's on his own adventure, possibly one of Tails' spin-off games. Actually, the house Sonic is in could realistically be owned by Tails. Regardless, this is an incredibly stupid plot either way you slice it. Even if this is a spin-off with simplistic writing, this is just dumb entirely. Eggman challenging Sonic to a proper duel for Chaos Emeralds and his speed back would have been more interesting, turning Eggman into kind of, arcade. Without the murder. Oh, arcade, yeah. He's a Marvel supervillain who sets up elaborate levels in a place called Murder World. Anyway, it's kind of like that. Regardless, this is clearly not a Sonic game. This is a dumb story, and the reason could be a reference to Fatal Labyrinth? It's a roguelike adventure that Sega developed for this Genesis, and perhaps this is a Sonic tie-in to that game? Who knows? Story still sucks, though. Alright, let's talk about the visuals and music. First things first, don't do what I did. See, I have access to this game on Sonic Origins Collection, as well as, on the 3DS. But I stupidly opted to play the original Game Gear version, however, on my laptop, because it's much easier to record that way. Don't do this. Never play the Game Gear version. It's incredibly hard on the eyes and could cause actual seizures, which isn't fun. Luckily, this doesn't bother me too much, but it's still an eyesore. Given the effect that I'm talking about and didn't actually show, only really happens when Sonic gets a bonus item, but this is still really bad, and nobody should ever play the Game Gear version because of that. Luckily, they remove this particular flashing light syndrome thing in future releases, so yeah, that's why I'm saying don't play the Game Gear version. Outside of this, however, the game does look fine. The robots look fine, though some do kind of look out of place. The final level has sea monster robots. Eggman even becomes a floating head in the end, which is interesting, but makes no actual sense. The boss fights aren't too spectacular, but the spiked wall robot, that is actually kind of a neat idea. Now, musically, this game isn't the greatest either. The Game Gear had an awful sound chip, and while it really did try, this game has some nasty static sounds. Ugh. There's still some okay to good tracks, though. Act 2 isn't terrible. The bonus stage music is decent. The ending credits are good, and the final boss track is very energetic. Overall, though, I wouldn't call these tracks keepers either. It's just music that works for the, particular scenario that you're going through. Overall, the charm works, but it isn't great, even in the newer releases. But at least the newer releases aren't causing you seizures, so there's that. Alright, let's talk gameplay, and this is going to be a simple one, guys. Sonic basically has 2 speeds in this game. He can move unbearably slow or insanely fast, depending on the situation. Yeah, I know, counterintuitive to the boots, isn't it? See, while his running speed makes snails seem speedy, Sonic still has access to the spin dash. This is great in theory, but in practice it sucks. See, the screen is very small, and the spin dash has you going all over the place. It isn't hard to bounce over a ton of walls, or even off an edge and die. Bonus, this is the only way you're attacking an opponent or a boss fight. So, how do you make this work? Well, it isn't super intuitive, but you can cancel the dash. See, if you press the button for the spin dash while you're already dashing, you cancel it out. There is a slight delay, but getting used to this is your best bet in actually managing this game. You can walk very slow, but there's also a time limit on how long you can be in each stage. Just so we're clear. You will eventually need to speed up, and you will eventually need to attack an enemy in some way, shape, or form. Just be prepared to either bounce all over the damn place very uncontrollably, or go right off an edge. Anyway, let's talk about the level design, and as I stated, each level has a time limit. There are a couple of things to do in each level. Number 1, you need to find 3 keys hidden in that level. Sonic Adventure 2 Battle had something similar to this, if I recall correctly. I only played the GameCube version, which is why I said Battle at the end of that, but, Yeah, Knuckles had to do something similar to this. That's funny. Anyway, these keys, they can be in very obscure places, or attached to robots which you'll have to destroy. Second thing you need to do is find the exit. This is pretty straightforward. You start out with the start door, but this place is just for show, maybe to help you get your bearings, or trick you perhaps? Either way, it's pretty useless to you. You will also want to do those things in that order, as the exit is pretty worthless to you without all 3 keys. Outside of a few annoying levels, though, nothing's too bad around this. Let's take this level towards the end of the game for a little bit of an example. It has a hidden platform right at the bottom of the screen that, in a normal game, would be a path to a secret or something like that. But here, it's a path to a key. You need to find this platform. I died here a lot just because of the freaking time limit and not knowing where to go. Unless you are incredibly lucky, you will never notice this stupid little platform as it's right at the bottom of the level. And it takes quite a while to become visible. What a pain. You're not just going to hang out at the bottom of the level and hope something happens, but that's basically what you have to do. Because of the screen being so small, too, that doesn't help this. The last level is also a real beast, with actual mazes blushing. This place has a bunch of doors that disorient you completely. You go through one, you end up in a room. You go back through the door, you end up in a completely different room than what you started in. What kind of crap is that? The boss fights aren't too special either. They're all the wait for the weakness variety, and once you learn them, they're pretty easy to defeat. The final boss is actually the easiest in my opinion, and the first boss is actually the toughest. Either way, the levels aren't too bad here overall outside of the few examples that I mentioned earlier. So what exactly is there to do in this game besides, beat the game? Well, there's Chaos Emeralds and freeing some birds in the final level. Yeah, none of this is really secret. All but one of the Chaos Emeralds you get are more or less given to you from boss fights. You beat a boss and there you go. Hell, the final boss gives you actually 2 of these. There's only actually 6 Chaos Emeralds in this game. There's 4 areas. Each one has a boss fight. You do the math. You get 4 from beating the bosses. You get the 5th one from actually beating the game, which also counts as beating a boss, which is kind of stupid. And then you get the final one in a bonus stage. You can find a switch in a very specific level that opens up a bonus stage door. You enter it, and you get the Chaos Emeralds. The stage just gives you lives. When I say you get the emerald by entering the stage, I mean that literally too. You just walk in and you have the emerald. The game doesn't even bother telling you this. You just have it now. Now for the birds. So you have to beat the final level without the clock going under 2 minutes. Yeah, that's really hard because, as I stated beforehand, this level sucks with its doorways. They're very disorienting. Getting keys does increase your time, but you still don't have much time. The final level, remember, is one of the most annoying things ever. The only difference I saw in the good ending was text anyway. Either way, this isn't super intuitive or fun, so yeah. If you really want to play the game, I wouldn't go out of my way to get any of these 2 secrets. Given the Chaos Emeralds are not hard to get, especially the bonus stage one. And the other ones, like I said, you just get for beating the bosses. But that bird thing, no. No, thank you. That level was not fun. It was absolutely not fun. You'd almost have to have a map to even make it remotely possible. So, no. Alright. Sonic Labyrinth is awful. The story and secrets suck, the gameplay isn't great, and some of the levels are just plain annoying, while others are just dull. You know what? That's an apt description of the game. It isn't bad, but what isn't bad also isn't very good. The game is dull. My rating would say not great, and I guess that also works here. Either way, Sonic Labyrinth scores a 4 out of 10 from me. I don't think it's the worst Sonic game ever, but it's certainly near the bottom tier. It isn't fun to play. It's competent, sure. It functions like it's supposed to, neat. The issue is, the game leaves Sonic fans wondering, why the hell? I don't mind Sonic being slow, it is a spin-off game, but nothing here really works to be fun. And yeah, it just works to be competent. This would have been better on the Master System with a bigger screen resolution, but even then, I don't think it would have been a super good game. It's a shame too, because I don't mind the idea of Sonic doing dungeon crawler work. Oh well, shame that the Game Gear lineup has some duds, especially since Sonic Labyrinth is one of the more talked about games on that damn console. Look, the Game Gear does have some good Sonic games. Sonic Chaos, Triple Trouble, yeah, those are great. And the Game Gear Sonic 1 version is fun too. Sonic Labyrinth will forever remain unpopular though. That's all the time I have for it though. It's my birthday coming up, so I picked an easy one this week. Like, subscribe, comment, and enjoy the video. Take care, my minions. I'll see you in the next one. Hey guys, so I'm back at looking at Donkey Kong. Yeah, I know. No Tomb Raider yet? It's gonna be a bit. I decided to take a break. I was kind of feeling exhausted. We were having trouble with our PlayStation 5. It seems like it's back up and running, so I might start Tomb Raider back up soon. But I'm also working on Diddy Kong Racing, so there's that. And I know a lot of people like these ports and games. I have already talked about some of these ports and games. But I'm only doing the video to talk about them just a tad bit more. I covered some of these briefly during my, Donkey Kong marathon. The issue is, I missed the Donkey Kong Land games, as well as one educational game when I was doing that marathon. So I figure I could do a quick video briefly talking about Donkey Kong Land and why I don't play it, and touch on some of the games that I've already briefly talked about. Is that a stupid idea? Probably, but hey, I figured this would catch me up in time to work on Diddy Kong Racing video, and that's actually my current focus. Tomb Raider? I'll finish it, absolutely. But the game is so long, I did not know how long that was gonna be. I horridly underestimated from it. So yeah, taking a break, PlayStation problems, no big deal. I'll defeat the tombs for sure. Either way, while I'm working on Tomb Raider, I'm going to be also working on some unfinished business that I have. And Donkey Kong happens to be one of them. Now, I'm only really going over the Donkey Kong Land and Country games, not some of the spin-offs that are happening around like the Advanced era or anything like that. I will mention Donkey Kong, however, the portable one that kind of leads up to these games, and Donkey Kong Jr. Math because, yeah, I might as well talk about it somewhere. Oh, my ADHD causes issues like this sometimes, but I really do want to finish some of these a bit more, so let's do this. Let's take on the Donkey Kong Handhelds! Alright, so let's just get this out of the way. Donkey Kong Jr. Math. I'm just adding this on here for the heck of it, since Donkey Kong doesn't really have a lot of spin-offs, and most of them are racing games. Anyway, in 1983, Donkey Kong Jr. Math came out in the Japanese markets, and yes, this was released in Japan first. So, on the Famicom. The NES wasn't even around in 1983, at least not here in the United States. It came out in 1985, which, yeah, Donkey Kong Jr. Math followed suit in 1986, so there's that. Either way, this is Math. You play a Nintendo-endorsed ROM hack of Donkey Kong Jr. for the NES, but using it to learn math and solve math problems instead of, actually platforming. This is an okay way to learn math, I guess. I'm not against it, but it's so slow. You have to move Junior around a lot to solve the problems. There are better options, I'm sure, and with that, I'm moving on from this game. I covered it, so there you go. Alright, let's talk about the first actual portable game on this list, and let's discuss Donkey Kong fairly briefly. Released for the Game Boy in 1994, this game was the poster child for the SNES adapter for the Game Boy. Donkey Kong for the Game Boy is easily one of the best Game Boy games of all time, from what I've both read and even played. Frankly, this game is amazing. I did a full review on it, but to shorten it, this game is a massive puzzle platformer that is a sequel of the original Donkey Kong, disguised as a remake of said Donkey Kong. Some levels from Donkey Kong Jr. and all the levels from Donkey Kong are here, but this game is actually super long for a Game Boy game. Go check out my original review for more details, but I do heavily recommend this game. Go play it any way you can if you haven't already. Alright. Now to the, portable games that I haven't talked about. Everyone but me loves Donkey Kong Land. I can't stand this game. The camera is so jerky when you move. The game doesn't run smoothly, which is the biggest issue I have, but it isn't the only one. Things are super hard to freaking see in this game, which I do kind of understand. This game came out in 1995, a year after the previous Donkey Kong game, and they tried so hard to replicate the graphics from, Donkey Kong Country, but I'm sorry, you cannot tell enemies, platforms you can stand on, even background elements apart. They all blend together. Don't get me wrong, very impressive, but dang, the graphics of this game, they just don't work. Having 3D models compressed to sprites on the Super Nintendo was really cool. It actually worked really well. Doing it on the Game Boy in 1995 is interesting. I just wish it worked better. There are some things here too. Flickering is rampant when you get a partner. They can't share the screen, so they just ascend to the heavens. Jumping is horrible as well. Donkey and Diddy both feel heavier than they really should be, making some jumps way trickier than they should be. Donkey Kong Land is the most original portable game for this entire series, but overall, it controls like hot garbage. I do not recommend. Well, just a year later in 1996, we got Donkey Kong Land 2, also for the Game Boy. This game is a bit better than Donkey Kong Land for sure. It moves smoother and works better in general as long as you don't swim. First major area, and I run into a swimming level that is next to impossible to beat without a ton of luck and a ton of memorization. What the hell? The screen crunch here is horrible. Regardless, on levels where you're going horizontal, things work out pretty well. The graphics were also toned down to make platforms easier to see. Still, moving vertically, there's a lot of blindsiding you're going to find, especially in the rope levels, which are already kind of more difficult to begin with, and water sections are just the worst. It is so easy to not see enemies, and swimming controls aren't exactly great here. The starfish that home in on you are incredibly dangerous due to all this. The other issue is, simply put, this may as well be a remake of Donkey Kong Country 2. There's much less originality here than in Donkey Kong Land for sure. Overall, this is much more playable, but still suffers from being on the Game Boy, which Donkey Kong Country 2 being on the Super Nintendo, and being roughly similar, I say just play Donkey Kong Country 2. At this point in time, it's way more accessible anyway. So, here's a bit of an interesting situation. Donkey Kong Land 3 came out on the Game Boy in 1997, but a spruced up Game Boy Color version came out in the year 2000. Well, it came out in Japan anyway. It's easily the better version with updated production quality, as you can easily tell where things actually are supposed to be. This is also the game that plays the best, at least from the Donkey Kong Land series. It feels better to control, and even going vertical, things are much easier to see than in Donkey Kong Land 2. It's still a shame that this is more of a remake, or rather a demake of the original Donkey Kong Country 3, similar to how Donkey Kong Land 2 kind of handled things. Donkey Kong Land 1 is still the most original game here, but none of these are even close to the console games. Still, Donkey Kong Land 3 isn't bad if you get the color version. Shame that the Game Boy Color version never came here to the USA or even outside of Japan. It's a great version. Honestly, I had a decent amount of fun playing it. Now, also in the year 2000, we did get Donkey Kong Country, not Land, on the Game Boy Color, both in and outside of Japan. Yay! Does this work better than... No, this sucks. This is a remake, or rather a port, of the original Donkey Kong Country, but on the Game Boy Color. Impressive technology that, they even got this running at all. Still, this game is horrid actually playing. There's no new additions, a few fixes to work on the handheld, and more bananas in the ground for some odd reason. That's probably because of how bad the screen crunch actually is. They want you to get more lives because this version is much harder with how bad the screen crunch issue actually is. Basically, there are already some do-or-die situations in the console games, but now you don't really see enemies until it's way too late to actually dodge. There's also the issue of tire jumps being incredibly difficult to time for some reason, and swimming sections suffering from controls. And guards shouldn't be this hard to manage. Wonky hitboxes don't help, and while the levels are ripped directly from the original game, they aren't one-to-one either, trying to help with the smaller screen resolution. There are some edits. Don't get me wrong, I'm sure this is all manageable if you really needed it. But in this day and age, avoid this version of the game. There is no need for this. The original version of Donkey Kong Country is already portable, both on the 3DS, if you bought it already, and on the Switch. So there's really no need for this anymore. There is nothing interesting about this version outside of it being portable, and the original version now doing that, there's really no reason for this version anymore. Cannot recommend. Just 3 years later, on the Game Boy Advance, Donkey Kong Country was once again released for the portable console. And it's amazing how much better this actually is. 2003 would mark the year that Donkey Kong Country, the SNES version, had competition. See, this game just isn't a port or remake. This game actually fixed some of the boss fights. Oh crap, that alone makes this worth a try. The boss fights in the original SNES version were dull and not super complicated. This version of the game adds some more complexity, making the boss fights way better and far less dull than the original versions. This is amazing. The game also had some extra collectibles, and these are harmless. While they are hidden in all the original levels, they only unlock pictures on an album. While the controls aren't one-to-one, this plays well enough to compete, and the screen is much bigger, avoiding screen crunch well enough. The only real issue is the music. Well, the graphics are a little washed out, on an effort to make things more visible. And while the graphics aren't one-to-one, it does fix the, issue that the Land series roughly had. But the music just isn't as good here. The advanced music chip just isn't nearly as good as the SNES. It never was going to be that way. Still, I would say the music does do its best to live up to the liveliness and the energeticness of the original soundtrack. I wouldn't put this over the SNES version now, but there are aspects that are just flat out better here. The screen has been changed to help the screen crunch issue the last few games. However, the unintended, or possibly intended as a fix, consequence of this is that bonus barrels are much easier to see in the regular game. To make up for this, there's a new collectible in the form of cameras. I mentioned it earlier. They add, still images to this stupid scrapbook. These aren't just hidden out either. Sometimes you have to actually perform certain actions to get them. These are harmless though. They don't really add much, but they're not really causing much of an issue either. You can also get them by doing the new minigames as well. For cameras and lives, you can play minigames with Funky and Candy. Funky one is fishing, which, to be fair, the Game Boy Color Donkey Kong Country had this first, as a side game, along with a shooting gallery. This is more specific though, and the dancing game is just a simple rhythm game to play along with some pretty decent music. Overall, I recommend giving this one a try. As a remake, it's pretty decent, and while the graphics and music are better in the console version, this isn't bad at all. Easily a step up or two from the Game Boy Color version, and from the Donkey Kong Land series too, that's for sure. And the control is better than the Land games, so that's a plus. So let's talk about Donkey Kong Country 2, which only has the Super Nintendo version and the Game Boy Advance remake released in 2004, just a year after Donkey Kong Country 1. Probably using the same engine. I mean, if you want to count Donkey Kong Land 2, that's fine, but this is an actual, remake. The gameplay and graphics are roughly similar to Donkey Kong Country 1 remake. The music is serviceable, but lesser than Donkey Kong Country 2 original OST. The only real thing added are the minigames and a boss fight. See, the original game didn't have a boss fight for some specific area towards the end of the game. This game adds a boss fight there, which is just a large Kremlin with two swords. The swords are, the same ones for the second boss fight, but kind of doubled up. This is cool, but the art style of the boss somewhat clashes with the art style of the rest of the game. But I can get over that. For the most part, this is an incredibly competent port or remake, whatever you want to call it. The only issue is they added in a bunch of minigames again. Instead of getting cameras, the newest collectible is golden feathers. But you need to beat the minigames all the way through to get the brand new DK coins that are specifically added to this game. They gave the new minigames more significance by making the end goal much harder to achieve. This isn't the greatest choice. They turn the harmless minigames into things you need to do to get the best ending. I don't like this. Realistically, this is still kind of harmless, but they added significance by retraction rather than addition. Still, this isn't a bad version of DKC2. I just wish they did a bit more with the side collectibles, that's all I'm saying. And rarer being one to follow trends, a year later, 2005, and DKC3 hits the Game Boy Advance as well. This is a welcome version. For starters, there are new levels. There's a large area with a bunch of new levels and a new boss fight. The actual boss fight's not necessarily in the new area per se. You got swapped out with another area. and the boss fight's art style clashes again. I didn't play that new boss fight, but yeah, this is a bona fide level pack. The shopkeeper bears are all in this funky new art style as well for some reason, and I mean, they look more unique for sure, but dang, they look weird next to Dixie or Diddy. Bonus fact, Kiddy Kong was originally going to be named Dinky Kong to follow suit of all the player Kongs having DK as their initials. However, that name isn't necessarily an appropriate word everywhere, so Kiddy it is. That is his name in Japan, though, so it's kind of interesting. But yeah, DK works as a representation of Donkey, Diddy, Dixie, and Kiddy, but only in Japan. Interesting, but let's get back to DKC3. So, for those of you who don't know, David Wise is a composer for DKC 1 and 2. Well, he didn't actually do the music for 3, at least originally. That is why Donkey Kong Country 3 had a more atmospheric piece, or OST, than Donkey Kong Country 1 or 2. Music that worked for the levels, but not really music you'd listen to outside of that. It wasn't like a funky beat drop or anything like that. It was just music to add, context to the level. However, David was brought back to be the composer for the remakes on the Game Boy Advance. As such, he was there when DKC3 needed music for the advanced version. The tracks are good on their own, but sometimes they clash with how tense DKC3 is very often. It kind of removed some of the tension for some of these levels. Still good. The newest thing here are the levels, and to their credit, I liked them. Yeah, I finally tried them out this time around, and they were mostly fun. The underwater stages kind of sucked, though. Like, who put wind in a water stage? You were already not as precise with the Kongs in water, especially on the Advance, because again, controls aren't one-to-one, so this wasn't exactly fun. There's also a new sewer sledding level, too, and while I didn't mind these in the original, the new one really kind of sucked. The rest of the levels had interesting concepts. The boss fight, though, I didn't get to see the new boss. They swapped the new boss with one from later levels, so this new area has this shell clam looking guy. Either way, this game easily has the most added to it, but this game is also noticeable when it comes to the gameplay differences, swimming and vertical movement. There's a little less room to see and react to all of these games. Not as bad as Donkey Kong Land, but the screen crunch is technically still there. It just happens to be more noticeable here because Donkey Kong Country 3 has more vertical level design. Still good though, and a fun port of the original Donkey Kong Country 3, though the original is still better in my opinion, and it's more available too, so there's that. Overall, it seems like the handheld games are just a mixed bag. Sadly, I think the original Donkey Kong Land games aren't great. Maybe back in the day, but if so, they simply don't hold up well. Donkey Kong Country on the Game Boy Color is technically impressive, but also not what I would call a recommended version of the original game to play. The advanced ports, though, they're really fun and add a lot to the original games, even fixing some issues with Donkey Kong Country 1. I do actually recommend trying these if you have access to them. As for Donkey Kong on the Game Boy, of course I still recommend this game, it's fantastic. And Donkey Kong Jr. Math, I don't, because it's an educational title and one that's not very fun. Overall, Donkey Kong did well in the handheld sale-wise. I don't think the Donkey Kong Land trilogy did bad on sales, so maybe I'm completely wrong about this. I will say that if you have to play any of the games here today, I still highly recommend Donkey Kong, and I also really recommend Donkey Kong Country on the Game Boy Advance. It was still pretty good. Next in line, I'd say Donkey Kong Country 3 on the Advance isn't half bad, and if you like the original, by all means give this one a shot. And recommend Donkey Kong Country 2 for, all this as well, but that's only if you really like Donkey Kong Country 2, but with more crap to do. And then afterwards, I'd say try out Donkey Kong Land 3, particularly on the Game Boy Color, as it's the better option for Donkey Kong Land series. I can't recommend Donkey Kong Land 1 and 2, the gameplay isn't great, and even if the first Donkey Kong Land is more original, I'm sorry, I can't recommend it. But I still recommend it over Donkey Kong Country on the Game Boy Color. I cannot recommend that at all. There's nothing I can recommend there. Or Donkey Kong Jr. Math. Sorry, can't recommend that one. Not at all. I really do hope this was a fun video for you guys. Honestly, it was kind of fun to make. The next time I visit our friendly apes will actually be Diddy Kong Racing, which I'll actually be covering 3 games with that particular one, but I'll mostly be focused on the N64 Classic. I know Donkey Kong is a Wii racing game too, but I'll cover that in a different video, so to speak, much later down the line. Either way, like, subscribe, and commenting really do help my channel out. Just saying, getting subscribers and getting likes on my videos does actually put it back into the algorithm, so that does really help me. Until next time, my minions, take care. Here we are talking about Diddy Kong Racing, but it isn't alone. I'm actually going to be talking about 3 games this go-around. Diddy Kong Racing, the original N64 release, is getting top billing in this particular review. Then I'm also going to briefly talk about the DS version as well. Then I'll talk a little bit about a small Game Boy Advance game called Banjo Pilot, a game that was originally supposed to be a Diddy Kong style game originally. So I'll be covering the gambit here, and while I'll be talking about them slightly out of order of release, I'm sure you'll all understand as to why. I'll still be going over some details and history, but as stated, the original Diddy Kong Racing is getting top billing this time around. It is the game I'm most familiar with, after all, as until this review, I never really played Banjo Pilot, and I didn't put much time into Diddy Kong Racing DS, though I did try it back in the day. I did eventually gain Diddy Kong Racing towards the later part of the N64 lifespan, and while the game itself actually came out in 1997, with the N64 releasing in 1986. Rare was supposed to be releasing Banjo-Kazooie around this time, but due to delays, Diddy Kong Racing was pegged as the next game in the release date instead. However, Diddy Kong Racing was originally a game called Wild Cartoon Kingdom. It was Disney-inspired, which is kind of neat, but eventually changed. It was eventually retitled as Pro-Am 64, but it was actually making great progress and was ahead in its development cycle. So when it came time to release it instead of Banjo, it changed again. This time it was supposed to be a big N64 Christmas game, so Rare figured they may need a bigger name than the true main character, Timber the Tiger. That would be why Diddy Kong entered the fray and suddenly became the main character, though there are some other familiar faces here as well. Tip Top and Banjo from Banjo-Kazooie, as well as Conker from Conker's Bad Fur Day, all show up here as racers. That's pretty cool now, but back then? Yeah, nobody knew who they were. This is literally Conker and Banjo's debut title, and you're all still trying to remember who the hell Tip Top is. He's a side character in both Banjo-Kazooie and Banjo-Tooie, the turtle who gives you a jigsaw piece or two. Either way, he's a racer here. And this is a nice mashup of rare characters who would soon be pretty popular, with Diddy Kong as the top mascot. This is it. Let's begin this review and dive right into the review. Let's do this. Let's take on Wizpig, the space alien wizard pig, who may have been inspired by Ganondorf, who races. So Timber the Tiger is just a kid whose parents run this theme park-like island. They left for a vacation. That's an interesting idea, isn't it? If you ran or owned a massive theme park with dinosaurs, forests, beaches, and even an Iceland, where the hell do you go for an actual vacation? Either way, Timber was supposed to run the island while they were gone, but some cartoon-friendly version of Ganon named Wizpig just comes in and takes over. Yeah, this is pretty unopposed, and the island's guardians are quickly brainwashed via a spell that forces them loyalty to Wizpig. So, yeah, things look dire here, but instead of calling his folks for backup, Timber sends the word out and looks for, more or less, hire some of his friends to beat Wizpig. Now, Wizpig is a racer at heart, so that's the name of the game. Wizpig wants to race. Timber obviously wants to beat him, but there are others here too. Pipsy was evicted out of her home by Wizpig, and Bumper just seems to love racing, but the rest are actually friends of Diddy for some reason. Yeah, this includes Banjo, Conker, Tip Top, and, well, Crunch is actually a Kremlin that's basically here to spy on Diddy, but he also just seems to love racing, so he offers to help. This isn't like a fantastic RPG-style story, no, but for a simple tale to promote the adventure mode, I think this actually works. There's a few kart racer games that opt to try and tell a story, but the story ends up a little too overly silly or weird. But this story actually kind of makes some sort of sense, and it fits the cartoon aesthetic, so A+ here. Now, talking about the aesthetics, the game looks really good. The character models could have used some work, but they're simplistic lower polygons, which kind of works for racing games. The settings are great though. They have a prehistoric theme which has a volcano, a dinosaur skeleton, and actual dinosaurs to dodge with the Triceratops boss fight. The only issue is that his name is Tricky, and I'm slightly conflicted all of a sudden, thanks to Rare and, Star Fox. But no, the boss isn't super annoying or anything like that, so. Next level is the Ice level, which has a Winter Night Village, snowball obstacles, and a loop-de-loop with some ice-water issues and a walrus boss fight. The beach level has some pirate ships and whales, as well as a nice beach track, treasure caves, along with an octopus race for a boss. Last but not least, the fourth area is a forest area. It has haunted woods, another village, some log obstacles in a river, and windmills. And of course you race a dragon. These courses are actually pretty varied despite having themes with them, and the boss fights do look really well designed. As for the music, the entire OST is a bouncy, fun gem. I love the OST for Diddy Kong Racing, though I wouldn't say it beats out other favorite OSTs either. Pirate Lagoon, Crescent Island, Everfrost Peak, Greenwood Village, Dark Moon Caverns, and Jungle Falls are all great tracks, some of my favorites personally. None, though, beat out Hot Top Volcano. And yes, the version of Hot Top Volcano I listened to is actually a remix that's kind of more of like a dance beat to it, which is awesome, but I still have a lot of nostalgia for the original tune. Either way, there should be something in the OST that you like, but it's a bouncy soundtrack for some cartoon racing after all, which works really well with the gameplay as well. The only real issue is that Banjo actually says, "Hi, I'm Banjo" in English, which is almost jarring for anybody who's actually played his later games. So let's talk about the gameplay for a little bit, and Diddy Kong Racing is a simple skill-based game. You can get items to help you equalize things in your favor, but this isn't like Mario Kart. Basically, they're different colored balloons in the stage. You hit one and you get an item. If you hit the same color of balloon while holding said item, you upgrade it. Say, for example, the red balloons give you the hard as hell to aim missile. Hitting the red balloon again before you use the missile will upgrade it to a homing missile. Hitting the red balloon again will instead give you 10 missiles at once. You can also get traps, boosters, shields, and even magnets through all of this. Another mechanic is that increases your chance of winning is the boost mechanic. Briefly, you can let go of the gas right before you hit a boost item or run over a boost pad. Roz the Genie does mention this briefly, but man, this increases your odds. Basically, releasing the gas before a boost increases the boost a ton. You can also drift, but it isn't as important as the boost mechanic in a single player run. You also have different character stats. I started as Timber, who I like for, actual racing, but he isn't great for the silver coin missions. It's not impossible, but it's difficult to use him. Actually, Pepsi became my go-to for most of the challenges from the single player. Her top speed sucks, but her handling is insane, almost 1-to-1 compared to the other carts. This allows her to pick up items pretty easily and hit boosters with ease, and letting the gas go trick makes her top speed not an issue against computers. The only real issue with Pepsi is her handling in hovercraft is a bit garbage. Her handling in plane isn't terrible though. Oh yeah, there are 3 vehicle types. The cars are pretty standard. Hovercrafts are cars, but they can go on water, and the control is garbage. And the plane is actually my favorite of the 3, as it has a lot of range of emotion and honestly is incredible to play with. I kind of wish the game did more plane stuff. This is also where drifting became more useful. It's better, tighter turning with some control issues. It's really useful in a plane. Airplanes are really fun here. Sadly, in single player, you will need all 3 vehicles to be successful, and yes, this single player is a difficult journey. Let's break it down. Each circuit has 4 tracks sharing a theme. There's Dinosaur, Ice, Beach, and Forest Village to kind of go through them again. They aren't super original, but the Dinosaur and Forest themes are pretty fun. The Ice themes and Beach themes aren't terrible, But the hovercraft usage in the beach theme is a bit overdone. Not horrible, but enough to kind of dislike it. Guess what? I'm not a fan of the hovercraft. That's a shocker, I know. Again, some of these characters are really good with it, but changing characters is very annoying. You have to quit the entire game just to reselect the character. So, yeah, that's a fun little issue of breaking the pacing a ton if you want to optimize your character selection. Given Pipsy isn't terrible on the hovercraft, she's just not as good as some of the heavier mid-range characters like Conqueror Badger. You can beat the game with any character, technically speaking. Though part of my issue is that I kind of played this on emulator, which is already a problem. Emulation is tricky with some rarer games, just so you know. Don't get me wrong, I actually own the cart to this, the actual N64 cart. But emulation is a lot easier to record off of, so yeah, that's why I did it. I think all the bosses in the game are more challenging when you use emulation, as they're all kind of tuned to frame rates, making them way faster if you play on better hardware. You have to manually tune the frame rates down in most emulators to a certain degree to have a fair challenge. I think this affects the CPU racers too, though. Anyway, the first challenge is simple. You beat all 4 tracks in a circuit. The CPUs are slower than dirt here, so it's no big deal. Then you get a boss fight. Tricky the Triceratops is far more competent than the Dinosaur Planet version in Star Fox. The Walrus guy is pretty tough as well. The Octopus dude cheats, and the Dragon also kind of cheats as they use special items and obstacles. Though I guess Tricky kind of does too in a second race. Either way, you beat a race with a boss, and then you'll have to go through the Silver Coin Challenge. I call it the Blood Boiling Challenge though, as these kind of suck. There's 8 coins placed in each track. You have to collect them and still win the race. They aren't hard to find. That's not the issue here. The issue is that winning part. The coins are often placed in annoying areas that no sane person would ever drive through if they hope to actually win the race. Lovely. Bonus, unlike Mario Kart, as I mentioned earlier, there isn't actually an equalizer item in the game. You have access to the exact same items in first or last place. Oops. If the CPU in first place is too far ahead, you don't win. Bonus number 2 is, they're all faster during these races. Oh boy, some levels make this challenge awful. That's why I ended up playing as Pipsy. She's super good at handling and makes these coin challenges a lot more manageable, but you'll still need the optimized routes. Afterwards, you fight the area's boss one last time. They'll be more ruthless, faster, and cheat even harder, but once you beat them, you get a piece of the Wizpig amulet. Get all 4 pieces and the final boss is unlocked. With Wizpig, you know. He's a beast, but as long as you weren't playing on, better hardware like I am, you should be fine. That's probably why they haven't re-released Diddy Kong Racing for the Switch yet, honestly, because increased frame rates make Wizpig near impossible. Once I lowered the frames, I was able to beat him with Pipsy with a perfect run of his course. Still tough, but manageable at the very least with the boost trick. You know what? Up to this point, I haven't really brought it up, but when you beat a race, or beat a challenge, you get a balloon, a golden one to be specific. You're probably wondering what the hell these are for, because you can just find them kind of on the overworld too. And the answer really is, they open up doors. Yeah, that's all they're really used for in this game. They open up certain races if you have enough balloons. So basically you can kind of mix and match how you go about things. You don't necessarily have to do everything in order, but you have to beat every race in a circuit to beat the boss, so what's the point of those? I'll get to that in a minute of, what's the point of collecting them all. But I have to bring up trophies. You can compete in a Grand Prix race after the second boss fight in each circuit. Each area has a Grand Prix race, which the CPU is actually really good at racing all of a sudden. These aren't terrible though, since you don't have to, collect stupid coins to actually win the race. You just beat everybody and get gold. If you've managed to collect all 4 golden trophies after beating Wizpig, you can now go to Space, his home turf. This unlocks a brand new circuit with 4 new space tracks. Complete these, beat all the Taj bonus challenges, which is just a race with him around the hub, and find all the hidden balloons in the hub map to get all the golden balloons, as well as beating all the TT minigames. Oh, right. In each circuit, hidden in one of the tracks, there's a giant key. The first one is clearly visible in the first track, but the forest one, oh man. You need to raise this drawbridge and boost towards it. It's a pain and hard to find without a guide if you don't already know where it is. Anyway, you find the key, and what you do is you unlock a mini-game in each circuit. Some of them are battle games, similar to battles on Mario Kart 64, and some of them are just collecting mini-games. You collect every balloon, beat all these mini-games, and you get to fight the final boss fight with Wizpig. This time you're in a plane, and he flies on a rocket. Figure out the best route, and trounce him one last time to get the best ending in the game. By this point, you should also be able to see a frog in the hub world with a red rooster comb on it. Run this frog over with no mercy. This will unlock Drumstick, the racer with the fastest high speed, but he's heavy as hell. Cool to unlock him though. The last character to unlock is TT, the clock who runs the time trials. TT basically is a developer ghost in each time trial. Beat every developer ghost in every single course and you win TT. TT has the best stats in the game, but his ghosts are relentless. Beating them for each track is incredibly difficult, so I didn't do it this time around. Not like I need TT anyway, he's only useful in competitive scene, or if you want to replay the adventure mode. Which TT kind of makes everything piss easy at that point. So let's fast forward 10 years to the DS. This little handheld wasn't great for me personally. 2007 though, and Diddy Kong Racing had a remake. This version of Diddy Kong Racing is pretty good. The controls are pretty decent and you can upgrade your kart if you collect money. Yes, you can collect money in this game by racing and collecting coins while you're racing, or, finding this weird scratch ticket behind a wall. That's interesting. The issue is the touch controls that are included with this game. Some mini games and finding hidden coins and balloons, they're fine with the touch stuff. Drawing a track to race TT for amulet pieces is fine. I kind of miss battle mode, but this is okay at the very least. Using the touch to boost at the start is a bit cumbersome because you need the A button, you need the B button, you need the D-pad, and somehow you need to grow a third hand just to start the freaking race. Come on now. Using the touchscreen to pop balloons and collect coins instead of, the silver coin challenges, these are kind of bad. I didn't think it would get worse than the silver coin collection challenges, but damn. They made them from stupidly challenging to boring as all hell. If you can stick it out though, the motion control popping balloons, you also move the camera with touch controls, which also sucks. But Wizpig and Taj are playable here. Yeah, that's kind of cool, I guess. I didn't, unlock them because I don't like this version, but it's possible. Overall, this isn't terrible, but I cramp up so badly with touch controls due to my hands being kind of big, and I hate it. But who knows, maybe others will like this version. Alright, real quickly, before we wrap up, let's go back in time to 2005. Before the DS, and 2 years before the Diddy Kong Racing remake. There was a game called Banjo Pilot released, which is a spiritual successor to Diddy Kong Racing. This game actually started out as Diddy Kong Pilot, but ended up swapping over to Banjo characters due to Microsoft buying out Rare. This game is plain only, but overall, this was kind of fun. I wouldn't immediately jump on this one, but I enjoyed the hour I put into it. There's a lot of references to Banjo-Kazooie, and the items are more like Mario Kart here, so they can quickly level the playing field in your favor. Of course, they can aid the computer players as well. The only issue I had is the boss fights. They are kind of awkward battles with, other characters. I couldn't get past the second boss fight, which is a shame because the racing is actually pretty decent overall. Just not the greatest thing ever. I would say the Game Boy Advance also has Mario Kart on there, and that's pretty good too for the system, but that one is also not as spectacular as, say, other Mario Kart games, if you get my meaning. It's not a must-play, but if you ended up with this game for Christmas, it probably wasn't the worst Christmas by any means. So, Diddy Kong Racing, you know, the original, gets a 9 out of 10 from me. It's harder than it needs to be, and it can be seen as a bit repetitious, but it plays great. It has a creative story for this kind of thing, overly charming and great sounds, some fun secrets and hidden characters, and most of the tracks are really fun to race. The only real issue is the Silver Coin Challenge. They removed it entirely in the remake, but I wouldn't say the replacement is much better, and it's not even racing. I still say the remake isn't terrible if you can deal with the touch controls, and it can still be fun as the racing kind of feels a little bit better. And there's some notable character changes. Yeah, I didn't mention this earlier, but Tiny and Dixie Kong replaced Banjo and Conker. I don't think it's too jarring though, but it is kind of a shame. Tip Top's somehow still here though. Lastly, I recommend Banjo Pilot if you can find it for a fair price. I'm not sure it'd be worth 30 bucks or more, but if this game ever gets the Switch treatment, or, you know, just emulate it. Either way, it's fun. It's just not something that's going to blow you away. I'm not giving it a score since I didn't go in depth with the review on that one. On a scale, I recommend Diddy Kong Racing a lot. If you haven't tried it, you should. It's harder and the item system is a bit different, but ultimately it is fun. Especially if you like to go into these games single player. But it's still fun multiplayer too. Shame the game didn't get a true sequel though, as the remake is decent, the spin-off is okay, but I want a true, actual sequel. Oh well, hopefully you all enjoyed my review. Please like, subscribe, comment. It all helps boost the video to super stardom. Take care, my minions. So, there are a ton of mascots that are built very specifically to promote some type of product. For example, the stork who eats pickles to promote pickles. Now, maybe you ask yourself, why a stork would like pickles? They probably don't, but you know exactly who I'm talking about when I mention this particular mascot. There are some mascots that are popular enough to get merchandise. Some of these mascots also get video games too, like the cheetah who promotes Cheetos, or the clown who promotes McDonald's. One of these is actually the Dot off of the 7-Up bottles, which in the 90s was promoted as a cool, sunglasses-wearing kind of guy. I guess that's neato. However, we're not talking about that particular soft drink. We're here to talk about Pepsi's mascot, Pepsi Man! He's a fantastic mascot. He was mostly promoted in Japan, but I swear we did have a commercial here at one point. Either way, he gained a cult following and some merch, and even a female version. Ironically, all the commercials appear to have happened in America, which is really weird. As for the game, I know where I heard about this game. Back in the day, G4, a channel for gaming and comics, which was a thing on cable and satellite TVs, it died due to lack of variety in programming. But there was one show. Late at night, the channel would randomly have clips of some weirder video games or some foreign video games. Some of these were Japanese exclusive, which is probably where I saw Pepsi Man. Pepsi Man is a Japanese exclusive game for the PlayStation 1, which features Pepsi Man as the main hero, which gained some popularity over the internet. Another YouTuber actually killed Pepsi Man, so he won't be cameoing here. But yeah, this game has a cult following here in the USA as a bad game. The irony is that this game actually had some pretty high reviews back in the day. There were some lower ones too, but yeah, let's find out what's what. Let's do this. Let's take on Pepsi Man! Okay, starting off the story. Pepsi Man is basically a superhero of Pepsi. His commercials are always over the top, but this game is kind of a lot, even knowing that. He saves people from rioting, goes through a massive citywide fire to save some people, saves people stranded in the desert, and even the world. Yes, the entire world here forgot what the hell water is and only drinks Pepsi. I guess Mountain Dew got the shaft for some reason. There's even an entire city that is run on Pepsi alone. Shame the life expectancy is really low due to diabetic shock. Also, don't expect me to drink Pepsi. I can't stand this stuff. I'm more of a Mountain Dew guy, while, yeah, that's still PepsiCo. Yeah, I'm actually trying to quit that too, because that's not good for me if I'm going to be really honest with you guys. Regardless, these plots are fine. They're a little silly, though. The point is to sell Pepsi, but realistically, people dying in the desert wouldn't want Pepsi. Rumor has it Pepsi actually dehydrates rather than hydrates, so there's that. While the silly plot is fine, realistically, Pepsi Man is a menace. Now for the presentation. Pepsi Man looks pretty decent for the time. PlayStation 1 games don't age super well, but Pepsi Man has a lot of charm regardless. The game uses 2D sprites for the humans and basic 3D models, often with a Pepsi texture over them, for other things. And nothing really looks super bad by any means. Even the animations look pretty decent, with Pepsi Man's initial silliness from the commercials translating really well into the game. A nice touch is when you game over, you see a messed up can of Pepsi. This is a reference to the commercials which Pepsi Man gets injured. Those commercials always end with a can replicating Pepsi Man's injuries, which is really fun. The level themes are often commercial references as well. You have a city, which you often see in the commercials, a desert level, which yes, can be seen in another commercial. Pepsi Man is also a klutz, which is perfectly fun. Yeah, it's fun. Other levels are interesting. Pepsi City looks really good, but the entire city is on fire. That one's a bit much. Still, the subway part of the area is fine. Now, that being said, let's talk about the music. It sucks! The first level's pretty good, but the rest of the music is just garbage remixes of that first song. Yay. I wasn't really impressed with the soundtrack, but the first level song isn't terrible. I recommend some remixes and metal renditions of it, though. There are some good ones out there, and I'm not gonna lie, that's kind of what wanted me to play Pepsi Man to begin with anyway. Go figure. Alright, let's talk about the gameplay for a second. Pepsi Man is an auto runner, which he doesn't like slowing down or stopping. You can briefly hit the brakes, but I hardly found a use for it. You can also charge dash for a longer jump and speed up if necessary. Both are important to beat the game. Another thing you'll have to do is slide underneath certain obstacles as well as run through breakable objects with the charge run. The biggest issue with the gameplay here is that there's a slight delay in button input versus actual range of motion. That and those special areas where Pepsi Man does something dumb. Yeah, that's a cute nod to the commercials and everything like that, but this becomes a pain in the ass when sudden controls are reversed because Pepsi Man here has a trash bin over his head, or when he's skating and you can't control very well at all. But suddenly the game wants you to have perfect controls. Fantastic. Or when the camera is reversed for a boss, which... yeah. So another issue, I guess, is part gameplay, is Pepsi Man's placement in the level itself is often slightly misleading. This means it's kind of difficult to gauge distances in the game. Some things I swear are much closer, but when I jump, I end up landing on them. While other obstacles I swear are way further away than I thought, and I run right into them. The camera is located directly behind Pepsi Man, so some of that could just be bad camera placement, but who knows. The issues here are minor at best, but obviously I'm bringing them up for reasons, and that has to do with the level design, of course. From the beginning, starting, out the game and everything like that, none of the levels are super difficult. Pepsi Man has a few hits before he bites the dust completely, so the stages aren't impossible to make mistakes on. If you collect enough cans of Pepsi, you can regain health too, so that's good. You can get lives and checkpoints in the levels. That's, basic, I know, but it's nice. Here's the issue. The levels are chock full of these stupid beginner trap-like obstacles that come out of nowhere on you. You can only dodge them if you already know that they're coming. This causes Pepsi Man to take a decent amount of damage and lose time, which, yes, the levels are all timed as well. Yippee! There are a few levels where the time limit was the bane of my existence in Pepsi World, and oftentimes, I just barely cleared the stage on time. Combining all of these issues in the tougher levels, and you have some absolute, really difficult levels to beat. But only one level actually got my blood boiling. So here's the breakdown. Each mission has you go through 2 stages, and once the mission is actually complete, you get a boss fight chase level. The boss fights consist of you running towards the camera with limited view, and you are running from something. These aren't too bad, but they can be a bit annoying. The worst is the log rolling one, which shoots logs at you. If you make it too many mistakes, you end up way too close to the actual rolling logs. This cuts your ability to dodge the logs it shoots very limited, since by the time you see them, the logs are up your ass. Still, I beat it! Level 1 during the final mission in Pepsi City was annoying. Obstacles and bottomless pits are littered everywhere. This makes the small control issues a tad bit more obvious. You don't have much time either. Instant deaths are everywhere, and checkpoints might be worthless if you keep running out of lives, which restarts the entire level anyway. An absolute pain, but not blood boiling. Even if I ran out of time right next to the end of the level at one point in time, no, it was the second level of the final mission that broke me. Suddenly I'm using cheats just to get to the checkpoint, much less beating the level. I don't normally use Game Sharks, but exceptions were made. Not only is this level worse with the stupid obstacle gotcha moments, bottomless pits, and general bullcrap, but now there are conveyor belts changing your speed entirely. Oh joy! Some of the obstacles are nearly impossible to thread correctly without taking damage, and it is super easy to slip up and die instantly. Nope, level sucks. Given the conveyor belts are only in the first area, but the last section doesn't look any better with the skating through the really thin openings. Infinite lives and health, here we go. Outside of that though, the rest of the game isn't terrible. Oh sure, the level design is bad. It's just manageable until, that one stupid level. Alright, on to the secrets and unlockables, which yes, this game actually has. Beating the game allows you to level select and unlocks a costume for Pepsi Man. It's his original classic colors, which is actually really cool. This also changes Pepsi cans to look like the classic Pepsi cans, which is also really neat. You can get wireframes and invisible costume for collecting all the Pepsi cans and beating expert mode, but who the hell would want to actually do that? Also, no Diet Pepsi? I know that was a weird commercial with her debut, but she was still a character. Oh, it's so obvious. Maybe this game predates that commercial? Maybe. Not entirely sure, but man, what a missed opportunity. Overall, Pepsi Man is a very interesting game. I wouldn't say it's super bad game by any means, and I've definitely played worse, but I wouldn't recommend it if you haven't seen the commercials. Pepsi Man is super 90s though, and I love that personally as a guy who grew up in the 90s. That being said, the level design is mostly horrible. The music is just one track, mostly remixed, and not very well, and the secrets are okay, but mostly cosmetic, and only one costume is really a reference to anything Pepsi Man related. The look and details in the game are good though. The story works for Pepsi Man's silliness, and the gameplay is sound enough to be fun. Yes, there were times I was having fun, mostly in the first couple of levels, but it was there. Overall, Pepsi Man is a solid 6 out of 10 for me. I think the game is okay, just edging out mediocre for me, though it came close to scoring a 5 out of 10 for sure. Either way, I can't recommend this heavily anyway. You may like it, you may not like it. Check it out if possible, but if you can't get a hold of this game, it's skippable as well. I'm actually shocked my review puts us in the middle of the road though, but I guess that makes sense given both the positive and negative reception I've seen. Overall, none of this actually made me want a Pepsi, so failure on that part, I guess. Who knows, maybe I can get a Mountain Dew Man in the future. In the meantime, this was my season finally. Tomb Raider will have to wait until next season, sadly. I'm sorry about that. I really am sorry about that. I really underestimated how long that game is. Either way, I do want to continue into Lara Croft and other PlayStation titles, but Pepsi Man will have to work for now. If you enjoyed the video though, please like, subscribe, and comment, which really does help my videos. See you all next season, folks. I'm continuing my Let's Plays throughout the break, though. Yeah, I'm only taking a break on my reviews. The Let's Plays will continue, which I'm currently working on Final Fantasy VII, Mario Galaxy, Mario RPG, the remake, and Donkey Kong Country 100%. Enjoy and take care, my minions.
Ha